Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
With Ralph Lauren's latest collection of Oak Bluff and saying that it's basically pushing Black elitism. Now, I'm going to save my commentary to the end, so y'all make sure to stick around for that. I'm going to go ahead and review some videos to kind of get an idea of what everybody is mad about.
You're not the target audience for this. It wasn't meant for you, and that's okay. Why is Black people being shown in a positive light such a problem for you? We didn't all grow up stealing. In fact, if I'd ever thought about stealing, my mom would probably put me 6 feet under. It's not one band, one sound. We are not a monolith, and we all grew up with different experiences. Not everything is out of a Tyler Perry struggle movie. The same people that have a problem with this are the same people in school talking about, look at that nigga reading. Why does he talk so white? You're so articulate. Are you trying to be white? Just for simply wanting to do well in school. This collection does an excellent job in showcasing that we have diverse styles, diverse opinions within the Black community. We started dandyism. We can dress preppy. We can do great tailoring. This collection is out of your budget and that's why you're upset. That's a totally different conversation to have. But in this day and age where we have brands like American Eagle pushing eugenics with Sydney Sweeney, it's even more important to be able to have this type of representation as a part of American culture. And having a major fashion brand like Ralph Lauren doing this is giving it exactly the amount of visibility that it needs to get. Before you guys get on here with your thought pieces, actually think about people that live outside of your bubble. You're not the target audience.
Oak Bluffs is home.
I was gonna say that.
Sorry.
Ralph Lauren just dropped a collection both inspired by and based on Black wealth. And the best part is, it's not performative, so let's tap in. I'm gonna give a quick breakdown, but I highly recommend that you watch that campaign video. It's 20 minutes long, but it's very well worth it, trust me. Just last year, Morehouse graduate James Jeter became the first Black creative director at Ralph Lauren, and he ain't waste no time. He's already been spearheading the Morehouse and Spelman collaborations for years, and now we got this Oak Bluffs collections, which is fire, by the way. If you ain't know, Oak Bluffs is a historic Black vacation spot on Martha's Vineyard. It's one of the few spots where wealthy Black families were welcomed for generations. It represents a level of Black excellence that the mainstream media just never shows. That's reflected in the clothing too. We're talking linen suits, double-breasted blazers, seersucker trousers, cable knit sweaters, and more. I love to see a brand as peak as Ralph Lauren embrace a more nuanced version of Americana, one that specifically includes Black heritage, not just your average Ivy League preppy school bullshit. Now I'm dead serious. Y'all better go watch that campaign video. But anyways, y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments.
I do not want a Black all-American story when it comes to Polo Ralph Lauren, because that is not how we and people who look like me have engaged with Polo Ralph Lauren. It's never been about some elite bourgeoisie shit. We stole that shit.
We did not steal Ralph Lauren polo. You might have, the people around you might have, and you are better off saying that, you know what I mean, we spent our last dimes on trying to get Ralph Lauren, especially during the Yundro era. You know, everybody wasn't stealing out of Ralph Lauren. As a matter of fact, if you lived in like Georgia, I don't know where this man's from, but if you in Georgia, most of the polo stores are on the white side of Georgia. You're not going over there to steal, buddy. You're not going over there to steal. Ralph Lauren has always been high fashion. It's always been expensive. Always. It's never not been. It came into the game expensive as fuck, right? So I don't think people are focused on the ticket item. I mean, the ticket price of these things, right? They're more focused on the historical fact of Oak Bluff. They're more focused on the fact that Black people were given this space to be creatives, to be themselves, things like that, right? That's what the point was. That was the point, right? And I even agree with him on one of his videos. He was saying that Young Dro should have a collab with them. I agree. I agree with that. But that should not. But we stole that shit should not be a talking point in this particular video. And that's just how I feel, bro. It kind of makes us look bad. It's kind of anti-Black. That's very anti-Black.
I do.
So let me get this straight. Y'all mad at Ralph Lauren for portraying Black people in a positive light, looking like educated Black men, showing Black dandyism over the years of Black men going to historical Black colleges and being elite Black men. Because you and your little dirtball ass friends used to steal polos from Macy's. That's what you want. That's what you want Black people to be portrayed as. You and your little dirtball ass friends that used to run around stealing polos from Macy's. Man, y'all gotta stop, man. Something gotta give, bro. Y'all gotta let this poor shit go, bro. My whole life as a Black man, I grew up never seeing Black boys portrayed in a positive light. Every single movie, every single music video, every single piece of art that was pushed to us is to portray us in a poorest fashion possible, so we can look violent, so we can look like nonsensical, like we lack depth. Like Black people is just a monolith. This is the reason that immigrants come to this country and think this of us, because they never portrayed us in. These immigrants come from countries full of violence, abusers, and corruption. But they think that they're better than Black Americans because of the way we're portrayed in the media, in fashion, in different spaces. And y'all mad now. We've been saying this all our life, that we need to portray ourselves in a different light. And now you upset, and it's not all of you. I know a lot of y'all got some sense, but to that one colorful do-rag, that dude, he just pissed me off. Why is it so cool to be poor to y'all? We need Black representation in these places. I never seen myself with some of these jobs as an engineer, a fashion designer, an architect. I never saw myself as any of that because I never seen Black men in these places. The movies that I saw, they was in the streets.
All right, he made some great points. And as he was talking, I started to think about Prince of Bel-Air and how Carlton was not the cool one, not the guy that struggled to get girls. You know, he didn't really date like the it girls. And it was more so Will Smith character playing the cool guy from the hood that came up and had this like style and fashion, funky fashion that he had. And he was always dating the best of the best, Nia Long, Tyra Banks, all the hottest women of Hollywood during the 90s. He was dating them on the show as a love interest. And it just made me think about the conditioning of what it looked like to get that type of woman. And a lot of young dudes were inspired. Like, you know, you got to be the cool guy. You got to look like this. You got to dress like this. You seen Will Smith with his hat tipped back. So it kind of made me think about that. But going back to this Ralph Lauren collection, somebody said this and it really stuck with me. They said the same people that's complaining about Ralph Lauren's Oak Bluff collection being anti-Black and elitism are the same people who probably think that it's not cool to be an engineer and a doctor, and they push their children to play sports and football. And I've talked about this before, and how in the Black community, all we see is rappers and athletes, that we're always having to be performative, that we're always having to be the star player and trying to make it to the NFL and like trying to make it to the NBA. And there's a 1% chance your child is going to make it. I'm not saying that, I mean, people make it to those arenas, but not, you know how many people don't make it? Like the percentage is very low, regardless if your child is playing sports. The goal is to get into college and have your college paid for, not to be this big NFL, NBA star. And people, it hurts a lot of people's feelings to say that. Like, your child probably not gonna make it, but your child can make it in other things. I don't see how wealth and wealthy Black people who live in Oak Bluff is anti-Black, because then what is Black? Is Black poor? Is Black poverty? Is Black ghetto? Is Black all those negative stereotypes that other races have used against us? Is Black crime? Is being Black a criminal? Like, what is it? Because when you say things like, that's not us, we this, like, first of all, I'm gonna say it, we are not a monolith. We're not a monolith. And as somebody who, I'll share my own story. I grew up in a neighborhood all the way up until 7th grade. That was like the hood, and the girls did not like me. I didn't think that they were jealous of me, but it was something about my light that now that I'm old enough to know better, it was always about my light, how I spoke, how confident I was when I spoke well. And I was made fun of. I was called white girl growing up. I was called, oh, is your parents mixed? Is your mama white? Is your daddy white? Like, why you talk like that? Were you adopted by white people? And I'm like, talk like what? And I remember trying to fit in with these group of girls that were, you know, speaking Ebonics. I'm not gonna lie, like, they did not have the best vernacular when they spoke. And so I tried to do it and be like, yeah, because, you know, and try to like sound like that. And it just was not me. And I used to hate talking. And it's so crazy because that's literally what I do for a living now. And it's gotten me so far. I used to hate how I talked back then because I didn't feel like I fit in with those Black people. But then when we end up moving to a more suburban area, that was normal. Like, no, there was no like, oh, if anything, the kids in the suburban area tried to be hood. It was weird. Like, the kids in the suburban area wanted to be hood, wanted to be hip, wanted to act like they were from the hood or had some type of connection to the hood because they felt like they were also trying to prove their Blackness to other Black kids at the school, or trying to fit into a stereotype to relate to a lot of the Black examples that we had. But we're not a monolith. There are people who go to Howard, there's people who go to Princeton that are Black, and they dress, or they live in Oak Bluff and they dress a certain way, or they dress like the Carlton, but they're not as quote unquote corny as Carlton. And those Black people it's okay to highlight them. It sounds like jealousy to me because it's like, you're so stuck in your bubble, you're so stuck in your ways, you don't want to see other Black people elevate Black elitism to trying to be white. And that's the problem. Me speaking well and articulating my words is not me trying to be right. It's me trying to actually make proper sentences. For example, I'm from the country, okay? I'm from the South. I have a Southern Belle accent that comes out at times, and it comes out a lot, okay? I have my accent. We all have accents depending on where we live, right? But there is a way to articulate yourself, or trying to come off ignorant to fit in. It's not being Black. I think that this is a classism issue. I don't think this is a Black issue. And we need to stop trying to equal that white is wealth and Black is poor. Like, why do we do that to ourselves? We constantly speak spells over ourselves as if we are down here and they're up here, and we always need to be down here to fit in and be Black. The closest thing that I feel like we got a chance to see growing up was the Huxtables. Like, the mom was a lawyer, the father was a doctor, they lived in a 2-story big home. We didn't get to really see that. You know, most of the Black TV shows, they were like in poverty, and they were popular, they were funny, they were entertaining, but it did not highlight Black excellence. It showed our families and struggle and sticking together. And it makes me think, what happened to our culture and why they purposely push certain agendas in poor communities, that you have to act a certain way to reach success. Because back, I would say in the 50s, it was Black men used to dress up and like dress up. dressed to impress. And we want to always say, well, it's because we were oppressed and we couldn't be ourselves. We had to try to fit into society. Or were we exercising professionalism? Why is everything so against the white man, the system, when really y'all have not created y'all's own lane that has exemplified Black excellence without the gun violence? And the rap culture is the most popular, influential culture over the Black youth, over the youth in general to this day. The reason why rap music was being censored and pushed off certain radios is because other communities were like, my children can't listen to this, because they know the brainwashing that it was doing. Meanwhile, in our culture, we just kept bumping the music and being influenced, influencing the gun violence, influencing the sexuality, the being promiscuous, in our community. Like we don't have no problems with a sexy red. We don't have no problem with a Sukiana. But as soon as we talk about Black elitism, is it because you feel like you can never get there? Why does it bother you? Why does it bother certain Black people that you feel like wealth is white? Because there are Black people who reach wealth and enjoy luxurious things. And I think that's why Black people try to overdo it and be flashy with it, because we're always trying to look for validation. I think a lot of Black people, and I'm trying not to speak in absolutes, but I think a lot of Black people were flashy because we're constantly trying to seek validation and outdo each other, that we made it and we're doing better than one another to be accepted by other communities. Also, when he spoke about how other immigrants are coming to America and looking down on Black people, yeah, that war is going on right now with Africans and Caribbeans versus Black Americans, and how they see themselves differently, or they warn their children not to date Black African Americans or Black Americans. I'm just going to say Black Americans, because if you move here from Africa, or you're descendant, or your parents, or you're first generation, you are African American. Meanwhile, my people been here. Okay? Some of them ain't never even been bought over. They've been here. So I'm Black American. A lot of y'all owe Raven Simone an apology, by the way. There's nothing wrong with Black elitism, because, dang, do y'all not think that white people are not poor? Like, there are white people that are poor and don't have money. So if you're a poor white man or a poor white woman, are you not white? Like, that isn't, like, being white does not equal always elitism, because there are a lot of poor white people as well. I think we just need to expand in our community, that we're not a monolith. There are Black people who are the Carltons, or are those who live in Oak Bluff, or inspired to live in Oak Bluff, or go to Martha Vineyard. And I didn't even know about Martha's Vineyard until that movie or TV show on Netflix. Y'all name it below, but the girl name was Keisha, and she was from the hood, and the guy has, he comes from a very nice Black family, mother, father, still together. And then you got I love that show because it shows so many different diversities in the Black community and how Black people live. But anyway, I didn't even know about a Martha's Vineyard until that TV show came out, and I was like, wow. And then I think a lot of Black people were looking into it like, well, how much does it cost to stay out there? And it's like $23,000 to $70,000 just to stay out there for a week. And we're like, ooh, it's some Black people that's really out there like living like that. I love that. We just want to see some different. We're diverse, okay? We have one side that are this, and then not everybody from the hood is like that as well. I will say, I don't like how they're doing everyone from the hood, because there are some kids that get out the hood and make it out the hood, but there are a lot of people who are influenced by the hood and influenced by that crab in the barrel mentality. Have that crab in a barrel mentality where, I'm from the hood, gotta stay from the hood, gotta go back to the hood, gotta represent the hood. No, because I don't go back. I don't go back to that old neighborhood. I don't go back. I don't have nothing to show nobody. I don't relate to y'all. And another thing, I feel like we're not exposed enough because there is a big difference. When I lived in a more hood-like area, there was a McDonald's and Taco Bell and whatever fast food chain on every corner. But when we moved to the suburbs, I definitely noticed that there were salad bars on every corner, Chick-fil-A's on every corner. It was just different. The neighborhoods had more healthier options than in the hood. When you're stuck in this bubble and you're not exposed to different things, you start thinking that all Black people are like this. And then you meet Black people who are not like that and be like, oh, they trying to act white. Like, why you act like that? No, why you act like that? Why are you acting like that? And why are you not curious to expand yourself outside of this small bubble as a Black person in America? Let's raise the bar for ourselves. Let's stop thinking that Black people don't deserve wealth. We deserve wealth. We deserve to see the world. We deserve to travel. We deserve education. And we're going to continue to break these stigmas, and we're going to continue to grow within our families. I can't make changes for everybody else. I can only get on this camera and talk about it. But in me, my family, my kids, yeah, we're doing something different. We're going to the best of the best and the best opportunities, the best schools, dressing appropriately, not caring about what other people, I got to try to fit in, all these other things. This is important. Yes, my kids are going to play sports, but that's not going to be their overall thing of they're going to make it in life. You can make it in life with your brain. You're smart enough to make it in life with your brain, okay? And your intelligence and your wisdom and how you speak well and your communication skills and your social skills. That's what's going to bring you far in life. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about the Ralph Lauren collection. Do you feel like it's elitism? Where did we get this?
Yeah, I've been waiting to hit the stop button. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Shout out to all the Southern Belles, and I don't quite get. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this young lady, other than okay. Good points, but the soliloquy or the monologue at the end just wasn't doing it for me. So y'all make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel if you're new. And make sure you all are hitting the like button. So this I think we'll be going till around 8 or 9. And then I'll just go farther on my channel. Not sure how the show's going to end just yet. Got news stories. And I was talking to someone last night because I actually did a pop-up show last night. I was just totally disgusted with this one panel I was listening to. And I hate to say this, but damn, I'm being dragged kicking and screaming into a reality that I didn't think existed, but apparently it does. And I am still going to say there's some people who just don't know how much they don't know. And this young lady's one of them, to be honest. You're sitting here talking about class with a weird haircut, a weave, and fake nails that kind of look like claws. I'm confused as to where does Oak Bluffs come into this? But Southern Belle, who didn't know Martha's Vineyard existed. Okay. So let's get into the news stories. And I have an urge to talk about unitary executive theory. And it is so boring that it can only happen on my channel, apparently. But I've had a couple people go, yeah, let's talk about it. So we'll see where that goes. So This is more or less kind of a news analysis. Trump's efforts to control information echo an authoritarian playbook. And it is longish, but I want everyone to kind of get the theme. We, in my opinion, with the Corporation of Public Broadcasting shutting down, it's been around for, 60 years, and I'm 60. So I kind of grew up with it. I'm a tad disgusted about that. I think that this may be tippling over into definitely uncharted territory, and there will be repercussions. And way to lose, MAGA.
Trump's efforts to control information echo an authoritarian playbook. This article is by Peter Baker and read by an automated voice. An old rule in Washington holds that you are entitled to your own opinions, but you are not entitled to your own facts. President Trump seems determined to prove that wrong. Don't like an intelligence report that contradicts your view? Go after the analysts. Don't like cost estimates for your tax plan? Invent your own. Don't like a predecessor's climate policies? Scrub government websites of underlying data. Don't like a museum exhibit that cites your impeachments. Delete any mention of them. Mr. Trump's war on facts reached new heights on Friday when he angrily fired the Labor Department official in charge of compiling statistics on employment in America because he did not like the latest jobs report showing that the economy isn't doing as well as he claims it is. Mr. Trump declared that her numbers were phony. His proof? It was my opinion. And the story he told, supposedly proving she was politically biased, it had no basis in fact itself. The message, however, was unmistakable. Government officials who deal in data now fear they have to toe the line or risk losing their jobs. Career scientists, longtime intelligence analysts, and nonpartisan statisticians who serve every president regardless of political party with neutral information on countless matters, such as weather patterns and vaccine efficacy, now face pressure as never before to conform to the alternative reality enforced by the president and his team. Mr. Trump has never been especially wedded to facts, routinely making up his own numbers, repeating falsehoods and conspiracy theories even after they are debunked, and denigrating the very concept of independent fact-checking. But his efforts since reclaiming the White House to make the rest of government adopt his versions of the truth have gone further than in his first term, and increasingly remind scholars of the way authoritarian leaders in other countries have sought to control information. Democracy can't realistically exist without reliable epistemic infrastructure, said Michael Patrick Lynch, author of the recently published On Truth in Politics and a professor at the University of Connecticut. Anti-democratic authoritarian leaders know this, he said. That is why they will seize every opportunity to control sources of information. As Bacon taught us, knowledge is power. But preventing or controlling access to knowledge is also power. The British philosopher Francis Bacon published his Meditations on Truth and Nature more than 4 centuries before Mr. Trump arrived in Washington. But history is filled with examples of leaders seeking to stifle unwelcome information. The Soviets falsified data to make their economy look stronger than it was. The Chinese have long been suspected of doing the same. Just 3 years ago, Turkey's autocratic leader fired his government statistics chief after a report documented rocketing inflation. Mr. Trump's advisors defended his decision to fire the Labor Department official, saying he was only seeking accuracy, and they released a list of recent job estimates that were later revised. While revisions of job creation estimates are normal, they argued without evidence that recent ones indicated a problem. The Bureau's data has been historically inaccurate and led by a totally incompetent individual, Taylor Rogers, a White House spokesman said on Saturday. President Trump believes businesses, households, and policymakers deserve accurate data when making major policy decisions, and he will restore America's trust in this key data. Mr. Trump has spent a lifetime trying to impose his facts on others, whether it be claiming that Trump Tower has 10 more floors than it actually has, or insisting that he was richer than he actually was. He went so far as to sue the journalist Timothy L. O'Brien for $5 billion for reporting that Mr. Trump's net worth was less than he maintained it was. The future president testified in that case that he determined his net worth based in part on my own feelings. The suit was dismissed. His fast and loose approach to numbers and facts finally caught up with him last year when he was found liable for fraud in a civil case in which a judge found that he used his annual financial statements to defraud lenders and ordered him to pay what has now exceeded $500 million with interest. Mr. Trump has appealed the ruling. During his first term as president, Mr. Trump chastised the National Park Service for not backing up his off-the-top-of-his-head estimate of the crowd size at his inauguration. He used a Sharpie pen to alter a map to argue that he was right to predict that a hurricane might hit Alabama, and federal weather forecasters were rebuked for saying it would not. Most explosively, he pressured Justice Department officials to falsely declare that the 2020 election was corrupt and therefore stolen from him, even after they told him there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud. This second term, however, has seen Mr. Trump go further to force his facts on the government and get rid of those standing in the way. After just 6 months of his return to office, the Union of Concerned Scientists, a nonprofit advocacy group, counted 402 of what it called attacks on federal science, nearly double its count from the entire first term. Gretchen T. Goldman, president of the union and a former science advisor to President Joseph R. Biden Jr., said federal agencies like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, whose director was fired by Mr. Trump on Friday, are meant to operate more independently to avoid the politicization of data collection and reporting. Firing the top statistical official sends a clear signal to others across the government that you are expected to compromise scientific integrity to appease the president, she said. This puts us in dangerous territory, far from an accountable and reality-based government. Mr. Trump's team has aggressively sought to steer information emerging from the federal government since January if it contradicted the president. The top aide to Tulsi Gabbard, Mr. Trump's director of national intelligence, ordered intelligence analysts to rewrite an assessment on the Venezuelan government's relationship with the gang Tren de Aragua that undermined the president's claims. Ms. Gabbard later fired 2 intelligence officials because she said they opposed Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump and his allies assailed the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office for projecting that his tax and spending legislation would add trillions of dollars to the national debt and offered his own numbers instead. I predict we will do 3, 4, or even 5 times the amount they purposefully allotted to us, he said, referring to growth expected to be stimulated by tax cuts, which he insisted would cost us no money. Mr. Trump called the budget office Democrat-inspired and, quote, controlled, even though it is nonpartisan and Republicans have majorities in both chambers of Congress. In recent days, Mr. Trump has sought to rewrite the history of the 2016 election when, according to multiple intelligence reports and investigations, including by Republicans, Russia intervened in the campaign with the goal of helping him beat Hillary Clinton. Ms. Gabbard released documents that she claimed showed that, in fact, President Barack Obama orchestrated a, quote, years-long coup and treasonous conspiracy against Mr. Trump, even though the documents she released did not prove that. Federal officials have gotten the hint. Throughout the government, officials have sought to remove references to topics like diversity that might offend Mr. Trump or his team, and to revise presentation of history that might, in his view, cast the country in a negative light. After Mr. Trump ordered the National Park Service to remove or cover up exhibits at its 433 sites across the country that inappropriately disparage Americans, employees have flagged displays on slavery, climate change, and Native Americans for possible deletion. Just last week, the Smithsonian Institution confirmed that it had removed Mr. Trump from an exhibit on impeachment at the National Museum of American History, despite the fact that he is the only president to have been impeached twice. The exhibit was changed to say that only 3 presidents have seriously faced removal, referring to Andrew Johnson, Richard M. Nixon, and Bill Clinton, with no mention of Mr. Trump. The Smithsonian, which has been under pressure from Mr. Trump to eliminate, quote, anti-American ideology, as he put it in an executive order, said in a statement that it had made the change after reviewing the, quote, limits of presidential power section of the exhibit, which also includes sections on Congress, the Supreme Court, and public opinion. Because the other sections had not been updated since 2008, the Smithsonian said it decided to revert the impeachment section back to its 2008 version, even though it now presents a false account of history. After the Washington Post and other outlets reported about the change, the Smithsonian on Saturday said the exhibit would be, quote, updated in the coming weeks to reflect all impeachment proceedings in our nation's history. The president's decision to fire Erica McIntyre, the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, came just hours after her office issued its monthly report, showing that job growth in July was just half as much as last year's average. The Bureau also revised downward the estimated job creation of the 2 previous months. Mr. Trump erupted at the news and ordered her dismissed, claiming on social media that the numbers were rigged in order to make the Republicans and ME look bad. He offered no proof but just said it was my opinion. Both Democrats and Republicans criticized the move, including Mr. Trump's labor statistics chief in his first term, William W. Beach, who wrote on social media that it was totally groundless and sets a dangerous precedent. Speaking with reporters before heading to his New Jersey golf club for the weekend, Mr. Trump asserted bias on the part of Dr. McIntyre, who was appointed by Mr. Biden and confirmed by a large bipartisan vote in the Senate, including Vice President J.D. Vance, then a senator. The example Mr. Trump offered as evidence was flatly untrue. Days before the election, she came out with these beautiful numbers for Kamala, Mr. Trump said, referring to his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris. Then, right after the election, I think on the 15th, November 15th, she had an $800,000 or $900,000 massive reduction. What he meant was that the Bureau revised downward its estimate of how many jobs had been created by 800,000 or 900,000 only after the election, so as not to hurt Ms. Harris's chances of victory, except that it actually happened the exact opposite way. Dr. McIntyre's Bureau revised the number of jobs created downward by 818,000 in August 2024, before the election, not after it. And the monthly report her Bureau released just days before the election was not helpful to Ms. Harris, but instead showed that job creation had stalled. The White House offered no comment when asked about the president's false account. It's a post-factual world that Trump is looking for, and he's got these sycophants working for him that don't challenge him on facts, said Barbara Comstock, a former Republican congresswoman from Virginia. But firing the messenger, she said, will not make the economy any better. The reality is the economy is worse, and he can't keep saying it's better, she said. Joe Biden learned that. People still experience the experience they have no matter how much you tell them otherwise.
What's up, 12th man?
How's it going, buddy?
So far so good. Let's see how it goes now.
Yeah, good to hear your voice, Stanley.
Well, good. Glad to hear yours. All right. Well, we're gonna move on here. This is actually I have Trump's tariffs are making money. This I need to hear because I'm not sure how that's possible. So let's hear this.
Trump's tariffs are making money. That may make them hard to quit. This article is by Andrew Duran and read by an automated voice. President Trump's extensive tariffs have already started to generate a significant amount of money for the federal government, a new source of revenue for a heavily indebted nation that American policymakers may start to rely on. As part of his quest to reorder the global trading system, Mr. Trump has imposed steep tariffs on America's trading partners, with the bulk of those set to go into effect on August 7th. Even before the latest tariffs kick in, revenue from taxes collected on imported goods has grown dramatically so far this year. Customs duties, along with some excise taxes, generated $152 billion through July, roughly double the billion netted over the
That's
same
a lot
time
of money.
fiscal year, according to Treasury data. Indeed, Mr. Trump has routinely cited the tariff revenue as evidence that his trade approach, which has sowed uncertainty and begun to increase prices for consumers, is a win for the United States.
No.
Members of his administration have argued that the money from the tariffs would help plug the hole created by the broad tax cuts Congress passed last month, which are expected to cost the government at least $3.4 trillion. The good news is that tariffs are bringing billions of dollars into the USA. Mr. Trump said on social media shortly after a weak jobs report showed signs of strain in the labor market. Over time, analysts expect that the tariffs, if left in place, could be worth more than $2 trillion in additional revenue over the next decade. Economists overwhelmingly hope that doesn't happen, and the United States abandons the new trade barriers. But some acknowledge that such a substantial stream of revenue could end up being hard to quit. I think this is addictive, said Joao Gomez, an economist at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School.
Okay, let us examine just this little part. $2 trillion over 10 years?
That's a lot of money.
Okay, dude, you will not disturb me. 2 trillion over 10 years compared to the price increases that people will pay. I'm sorry, that trade-off is not computing. 2 trillion over 10 years. Ugh.
I think a source of revenue is very hard to turn away from when the debt and deficit are what they are. Mr. Trump has long fantasized about replacing taxes on income with tariffs. He often refers fondly to American fiscal policy in the late 19th century, when there was no income tax and the government relied on tariffs, citing that as a model for the future.
Does he talk about what the end result was? We had a couple rough patches because of the tariffs. Oh my God, this dude is fucking out of his mind. There's a reason we have an income tax.
And while income and payroll taxes remain by far the most important sources of government revenue, the combination of Mr. Trump's tariffs and the latest Republican tax cut does, on the margin, move the United States away from taxing earnings and toward taxing goods. Such a shift is expected to be regressive, meaning that rich Americans will fare better than poorer Americans under the change. That's because...
Look, one of the reasons that we moved to an income tax was exactly what they're talking about here. Rich people fare better, and it was literally like to quell the masses. People were starting to revolt over the way the system was working at the time. What he wants to do is move us, basically take us back to a time with the conditions set for unrest at the working class level. It's totally retarded. Somebody give this man a history book.
Because cutting taxes on income does, in general, provide the biggest benefit to richer Americans who earn the most income. The recent Republican cut to income taxes and the social safety net is perhaps the most regressive piece of major legislation in decades. Placing new taxes on imported products, however, is expected to raise the cost of everyday goods. Lower-income Americans spend more of their earnings on those more expensive goods, meaning the tariffs amount to a larger tax increase for them compared to richer Americans. Tariffs have begun to bleed into consumer prices, with many companies saying they will have to start raising prices as a result of added costs. And analysts expect the tariffs to weigh on the performance of the economy overall, which in turn could reduce the amount of traditional income tax revenue the government collects every year. Is there a better way to raise that amount of revenue? The economic answer is yes. There is a better way. There are more efficient ways, said Ernie Tedeschi, director of economics at the Yale Budget Lab and a former Biden administration official. But it's really a political question. Mr. Tedeschi said that future leaders in Washington, whether Republican or Democrat, may be hesitant to roll back the tariffs if that would mean a further addition to the federal debt load, which is already raising alarms on Wall Street. And replacing the tariff revenue with another type of tax increase would require Congress to act, while the tariffs would be a legacy decision made by a previous president. Congress may not be excited about taking such a politically risky vote when they didn't have to vote on tariffs in the first place, Mr. Tedeschi said. Some in Washington are already starting to think about how they could spend the tariff revenue. Mr. Trump recently floated the possibility of sending Americans a cash rebate for the tariffs, and Senator Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, recently introduced legislation to send $600 to many Americans. We have so much money coming in, we're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt, Mr. Trump said last month.
This is amazing. So they're gonna fuck America and give us $600? Dude.
The tariffs.
I think it's
Democrats,
a bad
once they return to
idea,
power, may face a
Stanley.
similar temptation to use the tariff revenue to fund a new social program, especially if raising taxes in Congress proves...
If that number, $2 trillion, where is this? 152.78 billion netted over the same time. So it's more or less doubled. Yes.
Like all those handouts and everything is what causes inflation, and then you're gonna turn around.
Well, it's not the only. It's not the only. It's not the only cause of inflation.
Let me finish. Like you're
Okay,
gonna
dude,
turn
you
around.
are slurring your way through this for starters. Yeah, go ahead and finish your point.
How are you gonna turn around and hand out a $600 check without causing more inflation?
Okay,
Can't do
it's only
that.
it's only $600.
Yeah, and they could use all that tariff money to pay down the debt. That way, we're not so beholden. You know
Okay,
what I'm
here's the
saying?
deal. Remember what I said about way back at the end of the 19th century and into the early 20th century? There were a couple financial crises, and people were starting to get a little pissed off about, well, basically not having any money. All the $600 is basically is hush money, and $600 isn't shit. It is something. However, what they're looking to do is basically go back to a pre-FDR sort of economy when you had robber barons. As this article said, the rich aren't going to be that much affected by these price increases. You and I will be. It's a bad idea. And Trump is just basically going to crash MAGA. I'm like, if we have to have MAGA, I'm looking for Marco Rubio. Vance isn't going to do. And, all I have to say is there is a shelf life to Trump. And it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I think $600 rebate on tariffs is a bad idea too, Stanley. I think.
Yeah, and I think tariffs are a bad idea to begin with. I mean, there are already tariffs. I'm just not a fan of Trump's style of presidency. I think he wants to run this country like a company, and he is. Look, we're only 7 months in. Let's see how we are at the end of the year. I don't think this policy is going, or his policies, this style of pre-unitary executive, it's falling like a lead balloon, and the polls are reflecting that.
Yeah, and I think the $600 check.
Yeah. I heard. So the next story. Next story is Texas Democrats flee state. Apparently, they're trying to. They're trying to prevent. I guess this gerrymandering. 5 new Republican districts. And again, the theory is that Texas and the Republicans nationally are doing this because they expect 2026 to be pretty rocky. So they want to force America to give them another term by going to Texas and adding 5 additional seats. Again, gonna backfire.
Well, it already has in a way, Stanley, because the governor of California said he'd do the same thing if Texas did it. So shots fired.
Yep. So let's listen to this because this is rather interesting. Ken Paxton, who is the Attorney General of Texas, I think he's the Attorney General, or maybe he's Lieutenant. I think he's Attorney General. Anyway, he basically was threatening to arrest Democrats if once the session started, and it might even be a special session that they called. But he was talking about arresting Democrats as they fled, so they just left the state. This is not the first time they've done this, if I recall.
You're listening to Texas Democrats to flee state, blocking plan to pad GOP's control of Congress. A news story written by Patrick Marley and read by an AI-generated voice. Democrats in the Texas legislature said they were fleeing the state Sunday to block a redistricting plan backed by President Donald Trump aimed at preserving the GOP's slim House majority, escalating tensions as a broader fight over congressional district lines unfolds throughout the country ahead of the 2026 midterms. Texas Democrats have twice deployed the same tactic to combat legislation in the 22 years since Republicans have controlled all of state government, but their efforts ultimately failed. This time, Democrats plan to stay away for 2 weeks to run out the clock on a special legislative session called by Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, to draw a map that would give Republicans 5 more House seats. The Texas House can conduct business only when 2/3 of its 150 members are present. At least 51 of the chamber's 62 Democrats will need to boycott the session to prevent Republicans from acting on the new map. The lawmakers could return a couple of days before the special session ends August 19th and use other stall tactics. But any success could be short-lived as Abbott can immediately call another 30-day session. The Democrats, who said they were flying to Chicago, are making a risky bet. They could each face $500 daily fines and political blowback. As part of the special session, lawmakers are considering legislation to respond to last month's deadly floods, and blocking action on that issue will likely be unpopular. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Republican, has threatened to arrest legislators who break quorum, but he won't have jurisdiction over them if they stay out of state. We're not walking out on our responsibilities, Texas Representative Gene Wu, chairman of the Democratic caucus in his chamber, said in a statement. We're walking out on a rigged system that refuses to listen to the people we represent. As of today, this corrupt special session is over. The fight in Texas and a looming GOP-led redistricting effort in Ohio have kicked off a national battle, with Democrats in California, Illinois, and New York threatening to retaliate by tilting their state's congressional districts further in favor of their party. The Democrats' embrace of an all-or-nothing gerrymandering strategy comes after many of them spent years backing plans to strip politics from the map-drawing process to ensure voters have fair, competitive districts. While states such as Arizona and Michigan have adopted nonpartisan systems for drawing maps, Texas and many other states have not, and partisans there have free rein to give themselves as much power as possible. Texas Republicans unveiled a map last week under pressure from Trump and Abbott that would shift 5 districts sharply to the right. A committee approved the map Saturday, and the Texas House was expected to take it up Tuesday. Republicans hold 25 of the state's 38 congressional districts, and under the new map they could take 30 next year. Trump won all 30 of the proposed districts by 10 points or more last year. Before Texas lawmakers unveiled their map, Trump said he favored a very simple redrawing that would give Republicans more seats. "We pick up 5 seats in Texas, but we have a couple other states where we'll pick up seats also," he told reporters last month.
This is literally MAGA specifically, Republicans in general, actually are a minority nationwide. And this is basically this padding to make sure we win. It's going to backfire, and not just Democrats responding. They are basically going to take a lot of independents and just like poison. They're basically poisoning the well that they're drinking from.
Texas Representative Todd Hunter, Republican, the sponsor of the legislation to draw the new map, called the GOP proposal a good plan for Texas that would give his party more seats in Congress. "The primary changes are focused on 5 districts for partisan purposes," he said in committee. "All states must draw new district lines at the beginning of each decade to account for population shifts identified by the U.S. Census. Where they place the lines can greatly favor one party over the other. Most states give legislators the power to draw the districts, but 8 states use independent commissions in hopes of preventing partisan power grabs." After the 2020 census, Texas Republicans focused on keeping incumbents safe. The plan to redraw district lines in the middle of a decade is unusual, and Republicans are open about using their power to stave off potential losses during the midterm elections, which historically have gone against the sitting president's party. Republicans hold a 219-212 majority in the House with 4 vacancies, and any cushion could protect their ability to deliver on Trump's agenda. His signature tax and immigration bill, for example, squeezed through the chamber last month, 218-214. Trump has signaled he will be heavily involved in the midterms, hosting fundraising dinners at his resorts, and weighing in on social media with plans to target lawmakers with whom he disagrees. MAGA Inc., a super PAC aligned with Trump, raised a hefty $177 million in the first half of the year, according to a filing last week with the Federal Election Commission. California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat, a frequent target of Trump's ire and a potential candidate for president in 2028, has said he is working on a plan to shift Republican districts in his state to the left if Texas adopts a new map. In a dig at the GOP, Newsom reposted a map Friday on X from another user that showed all 52 of the state's congressional districts could be drawn to favor Democrats, likely wiping out the re-election chances of the 9 Republicans who represent the state. Enacting a new map in California is not as easy as it is in Texas because the California Constitution requires that a nonpartisan commission establish districts. Newsom has said he wants to call a special election in November to get approval from voters to change the state's map for 2026, 2028, and 2030 if Texas acts. Republicans and Democrats alike engaged in gerrymandering in some states in the most recent round of redistricting. Illinois, the new temporary home for Texas Democrats, has a map that received an F from the Princeton Gerrymandering Project because it is so heavily skewed toward Democrats. Other Democrats have spent years calling for removing politics from map drawing. In recent weeks, those voices have died down as Democrats say they cannot disarm if Republicans in states like Texas are going to strengthen their numbers. Eric Holder, who served as President Barack Obama's Attorney General, has championed nonpartisan redistricting for years, but said Sunday on ABC that Democrats might have to do things that perhaps in the past I would not have supported, in response to Texas Republicans. Democratic governors echoed that notion, saying they opposed partisan gerrymandering but needed to retaliate if Texas Republicans carry out their plans. "I think we need to respond in kind," said Kansas Governor Laura Kelly, the chair of the Democratic Governors Association. "If Texas changes its map, Democrats need to do the same wherever they can, said Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Democrat, the Democratic nominee for vice president last year. It is a terrible spot we're in as a country, but not responding is going to
Eric Carter was the one that trafficked guns to the cartels. I never got that motherfucker. Eric Carter should be in jail, as a matter of fact.
So the next story is Justice Department fired official whose husband operated controversial ice block app. This I actually can see why that might be some sort of conflict of interest, but in general, you should be kind of protected from what your spouse does. But I'm not sure I disagree with this. Says here, Carolyn Feinstein said she initially thought the message sent to her private email address on a late Friday afternoon was a scheme or a prank. Turned out she was being fired from her federal job. Once Feinstein read the email, she discovered her work cell phone was no longer operating. Feinstein's decade of work as a forensic auditor for the Justice Department's Office of Trustee, which helps oversee bankruptcies, ended on July 18th when her employment was terminated in a 3-paragraph message sent by an agency administrator. This is a big loss to me, Feinstein told CBS News. I've dedicated my career to the mission of the U.S. Trustee Program. I believe strongly in that mission. I would get up every day knowing that my actions professionally were helping. They were adding to the greater good. Feinstein joins dozens of other Justice Department employees who have been ousted this year. Her firing was conducted in a similar fashion to other Justice Department terminations via an email from the agency that cited the administration's Article 2 power to fire employees. Felt like I was just kind of left in the dark because the termination letter really didn't explain anything to me. But Feinstein's background and her case are different from others. Feinstein's husband, who operates a private business, developed a controversial phone app that helps users track the location of federal immigration agents. The Ice Block app, which carries the moniker See Something, Tap Something, bills itself as an innovative, completely anonymous, crowdsourced platform that allows users to report immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, activity with just 2 taps on their phone. ICE Block and similar apps that notify people about the presence of ICE agents have grown in popularity this year as the Trump administration aims to ramp up arrests and deportations of undocumented immigrants. So, this is...
Can I say something?
Yes.
Like, they already, like a bunch of trolls, fucking lock that app up so there's fake ICE people everywhere. So they already hijacked that app. Just so you know.
So, Feinstein has a 20% ownership of the company that operates ICE Block, which her husband runs, according to McClanahan. The lawyer told CBS News that Feinstein held an ownership stake to allow her to wind down the company if her husband were to face an emergency or die. The app is free, and Feinstein's husband told CNN he doesn't plan to monetize it. Interesting. So,
and then a whole bunch of frog people showed up and then just report fake ice shit here and there. Just report it around, and then they don't know where they're at pretty soon. sir. They're just representing nothing.
All right. So, in a related story, again from CBS, several former Justice Department attorneys seek elected office. Basically, this is kind of a what comes around goes around sort of story. We just saw a non-lawyer. Okay, dude. We just saw a non-lawyer fired, via email. Apparently, it's been happening a lot in this Trump administration, and several former Justice Department attorneys seek elected office, some to fight policies enacted by Trump. The dude is galvanizing. Let's see. Ryan Crosswell's campaign for U.S. House seat features the hallmarks of many traditional operations. And then I'll skip, but unlike many, he's Pottsville, Pennsylvania, military service, rolling up his sleeves, born in a coal town. However, this guy is one of several Justice Department attorneys and officials seeking public office after resigning from an agency they say has been contaminated by politics. So, what comes around is going to go around. And I think possibly, MAGA thinks that it is going to lock this up and put, opposing parties, namely the Democrats, out of business. They aren't that popular. Why they think they have a lock, and obviously they're trying to keep a lock with what they're doing in Texas. And some of this stuff, Voting Rights Act, under siege, they're looking to keep power, and that's not going to work. But I like their dream, but they obviously haven't figured out that America works in strange ways. And who could be for you this week? You piss them off, and they won't be for you next week. Let's see. Leave it to the list. Skins. The list skins. She's not winding down anything. Okay. What's up, Dave?
Stanley, I was wondering if me and you could talk about Malcolm X one night.
Certainly, but not today. So, Janine Pirro, Fox News host and popular Saturday Night Live skit.
She's a federal judge
now. She's been confirmed as a U.S. attorney for District of Columbia. So it says here the Senate confirmed. It says here Senate confirmed Janine Pirro, the former Fox News host, as U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. Pirro endorsed firing January 6th prosecutors and spread the claim that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Senator Dick Durbin criticized Pirro's confirmation, stating she would never be a permanent U.S. attorney. She should never be a permanent U.S. attorney due to her actions. Well, you know what? By golly, she is now. Oh, this is so funny. Yes, 12th man.
I heard she likes to drink, Janine Pirro. I heard she'd been drunk on the bed. Stanley.
So next story, judge pauses Trump administration's push to expand fast-track deportations. Federal judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration's efforts to expand fast-track deportations for immigrants who entered the U.S. on humanitarian parole, ruling that the Department of Homeland Security exceeded its authority. Judge Gia Cobb stated that the case raises a question of fair play for immigrants who had followed the rules of their parole, emphasizing the importance of allowing them to plead their case. The ruling impacts hundreds of thousands of immigrants who previously adhered to legal entry process under the humanitarian parole program and noted by immigration advocacy groups challenging the administration's actions. The ruling also halts the troubling practices of detaining immigrants post-court hearings, benefiting many who fear arrest and deportation upon attending immigration proceedings. See, this is where, again, people who follow the rules, who are here legally, are all of a sudden just being, deported, without prior notice or due process. His immigration policies are underwater. They are not popular. And there is a basic nod to that fact. Department of Justice is walking back the White House's goal to arrest 3,000 immigrants per day. Stephen Miller was unequivocal. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers would seek to arrest 3,000 or more immigrants per day, a staggering target that he said was necessary to carry out President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. But when I'm skipping ahead, but when federal judges pressed for details about that figure last week, the administration denied any such quota existed. The contradiction came in a lawsuit that alleged the intense pressure to rack up arrests had led ICE to conduct illegal sweeps in Los Angeles. Yeah. Of course they're going to cut corners. And Trump is sloppy. His people aren't that bright to begin with. Of course they're going to be sloppy. What else could they be? They got to satisfy the boss. So we're going to jump ahead here. This is interesting. Kavanaugh. Speaking of sloppy, Justice Brett Kavanaugh defended. Kavanaugh defends emergency orders as Supreme Court faces more bids for intervention. This shadow docket, they are doing stuff without justifying it. And the shadow docket is basically, been a resource that the Trump administration has benefited by. And it's almost like a bat signal. Justice Brett Kavanaugh defended how the Supreme Court is handling an unprecedented number of emergency appeals from the Trump administration, saying that as presidents push the limits of their power, courts will have to respond. Speaking before a group of lawyers and judges Thursday in Kansas City, Missouri, Kavanaugh said presidents in both parties, stymied by inaction in Congress, have relied more on executive orders to get things done. That's led to more legal challenges, Kavanaugh said, which inevitably draw in the Supreme Court to determine whether the new regulation can take effect, at least temporarily, while the legal challenges play out. So far, the court has been inclined to say yes, agreeing to allow a number of President Trump's high-profile executive orders to take effect while the lower courts review the merits, such as orders to fire members of independent federal agencies, freeze certain grants, and plan layoffs at nearly every federal agency. Should be in, I think. Asked about criticism that the court isn't doing enough to explain its reasoning in some of those emergency cases, Kavanaugh said the court has written more than it has in the past. He said the court also had made some internal changes in the past 5 or 6 years to try to get the right answer, including scheduling emergency oral arguments, as in the recent case challenging nationwide injunctions. He said he was a fan of more process and mentioned 2 recent cases. Basically they are trying to explain away. Let's see. Elena Kagan spoke to the California-based Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, where she urged the court to be more cautious with its handling of the so-called emergency docket. She also said that while she finds some of the court's recent decisions frustrating and sometimes even maddening, prompting fierce dissents, she believed her colleagues were operating in good faith. Of course they are, but they're partisans. Good faith partisans are good faith. And next story, exclusive inside the preparations for Trump's next Supreme Court nominee. They are already planning. they're looking at Alito and Thomas, and they are planning. They will move quickly. Okay, yes, sir.
Stanley, do you think they're only gonna replace a Republican or a conservative in the Supreme Court? Because, or do you think it'll be Sotomayor or?
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Trump is preparing a MAGA-approved client or candidate or nominee, so it doesn't really matter. And I don't care who retires or when.
Do you think he'll replace a Republican or a Democrat?
Okay, I'm sorry, what?
Do you think he'll replace like a Republican? Because there's a good chance that, what's that one black guy in the Supreme Court you like to talk about? Justice Thomas? Because he's getting pretty old too. I was just wondering, do you think he'll be able to replace a Democrat or a more conservative candidate? Who do you think he might pick?
Okay, Trump is going to pick a MAGA replacement. It doesn't matter who resigns. So I would actually read this, but the highlights are basically Alito and Clarence Thomas. They're in their 70s, and if I recall, Sotomayor is as well. So it will, anybody who vacates or resigns from the Supreme Court will be replaced by a Trump MAGA candidate. And, essentially you're going to have a court. It's just going to be, more conservative for generations. So, I think everybody kind of figures that out. So I actually meant to talk about this a while ago. This is from August 2nd, but apparently Donald Trump says it would be more difficult to pardon Diddy after he made terrible statements during the election. So basically Diddy wasn't pro-Trump. And I don't know, why is he even talking about this? Why is he even bothering to talk about, who he might pardon? So basically Diddy wasn't suitably pro MAGA, and President said in a new interview that while he was once very friendly with the music mogul, a pardon isn't looking likely. Ugh.
Fuck Daddy Stanley. Man, give a fuck.
So bad news for Diddy.
Fuck Daddy.
So
hope he goes to jail.
Dude, I don't understand. Dude, is it nap time? What time is it there in Alaska? Dude, you're barely intelligible. Don't you? You know what? You might need to say uncle and get some rest.
Well, you're one of my favorite people, so I can't just chill out.
Okay. So by the way, Ponder, Mo Love is actually she does come by occasionally.
Yeah,
so
I like Mala.
Hopefully Mo Love comes on this channel. I think she subscribes to both channels. So your wish has been granted.
A nice black woman and Mala.
So next story, India says it will buy Russian oil despite Trump's threats, officials say. China is basically the only country on earth that can literally not blink looking the US in the eye. And India is pretty much kind of the same way. India has a lot of power via its H-1B program. Microsoft and all these tech companies have India connections. India has more power than people probably realize.
India will buy Russian oil despite Trump's threats, officials say. This article is by Mujib Mashal and read by an automated voice. Indian officials said on Saturday that they would keep purchasing cheap oil from Russia despite a threat of penalties from President Trump, the latest twist in an issue that New Delhi thought it had settled. The defiance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government reflected increasing frustration with a relationship that was once much praised but has been souring rapidly. There is a growing sense in India that its leaders should not allow increasingly volatile American policymaking to shape its choices on vital energy supplies for its huge population, 1.4 billion people. Mr. Trump said last week that as part of his latest round of tariffs, he would impose an unspecified penalty on India in addition to a tariff rate of 25% if the country did not cut off its imports of Russian crude oil. On Friday, he appeared to echo reports of a recent dip in the arrival of Russian oil to India. I understand that India is no longer going to be buying oil from Russia, he told reporters. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not. That is a good step. We will see what happens. On Saturday, two senior Indian officials said there had been no change in policy. One official said the government had not given any direction to oil companies to cut back imports from Russia. At a news conference a day earlier, Ranthir Jaiswal, the spokesman for India's foreign ministry, declined to address Mr. Trump's threat directly. But he suggested there would be no change of policy regarding Russia. Our bilateral relationships with various countries stand on their own merit and should not be seen from the prism of a third country, Mr. Jaiswal said. India and Russia have a steady and time-tested partnership. Mr. Trump did not say what penalty India might face if it were to defy his call to cut off Russian oil imports. Some officials and analysts have said that Mr. Trump's focus on India's purchase of Russian oil could reflect his frustrations with Russia over lack of progress on a settlement with Ukraine, or may be a negotiating tactic as India and the United States try to conclude the early phases of a trade agreement. Analysts and officials in New Delhi said that if the move was intended to pressure Russia, its efficacy was questionable, considering that China and Turkey, two other major importers of Russian oil, have not faced similar penalties. Agreements for such supplies also involve long-term contracts and logistics arrangements that are difficult to curtail overnight, one official said, especially given that Mr. Trump has expressed doubts about his own measures on Russia and is prone to changing his mind. What we also have to keep in mind is that even if India may cut to zero, China is not going to, said Pankaj Saran, a former Indian Deputy National Security Advisor and ambassador to Moscow. You will have a kind of a bizarre situation where Russia will sell to China at cheap prices, and so you would have China being the ultimate beneficiary. India has drastically increased its purchases of Russian oil since the Kremlin invaded Ukraine. Russia is now the source of more than 1/3 of India's oil imports, up from less than 1% before the war. It brings in about 2 million barrels of crude oil a day, making it the second largest importer of Russian oil after China. New Delhi faced strong pressure in the early months after the Ukraine war began to cut down on its economic ties with Russia. That pressure continued as Indian oil imports spiked. But by the second year of the war, the tone began to shift on the imports of India, the world's most populous nation. It appeared that India had convinced its American and European allies that its expanded purchase of cheap Russian oil, at a price cap imposed by the European Union and Group of Seven, was good for keeping global oil prices in check. Early last year, senior officials at the U.S. Treasury Department visiting New Delhi said India was working within a formula that was proving effective. Keep Russian oil flowing into the global supply, but at a cheap enough price that it would shrink Russia's revenue. They bought Russian oil because we wanted somebody to buy Russian oil at a price cap. That was not a violation, Eric Garcetti, then the U.S. ambassador to New Delhi, said last year. It was actually the design of the policy, because, as a commodity, we didn't want the oil prices going up, and they fulfilled that. Analysts at Kepler, which tracks commodities and shipping data, said they had noticed a decline in crude imports from Russia to India in July. But they cautioned that it coincided with the beginning of a period when India normally buys less oil anyway, because of monsoon season and planned refinery maintenance. The analysts said the decline was more pronounced among state refiners, which could reflect heightened sensitivity due to new European Union sanctions on Russian oil and to Mr. Trump's threat of penalties. For India's government, the choice is not easy. India depends on imports for nearly 90% of the energy needs of its enormous population. While it has diversified the sources of its oil imports, it buys from around 40 countries. Officials say its supplies have frequently been affected by U.S. actions against some of the largest exporters. The United States, in the past, has successfully pressured India to give up oil purchases from Iran and Venezuela. Mr. Saran, the former senior official, said that in Mr. Trump's first term, India accommodated American pressure by cutting oil imports from Iran to zero. The country wanted a positive relationship with the United States, he said, even if ending Iranian oil imports, replacing Russian oil with new sources could bring additional costs too. Closer sources of oil, like Saudi Arabia for example, sell at a higher price to Asian countries because of a policy called the Asian Premium, maintained by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. Similarly, a senior Indian official said, India faced major losses on its investments in Venezuelan oil when Mr. Trump imposed sanctions on that country, only for the Biden administration to relax the sanctions, and then reimpose them later. Mr. Saran said the choice was not as easy for Indian policymakers this time, and they might wait and watch to see if Mr. Trump's threats are a fleeting pressure tactic. Given how sensitive the domestic economy is to oil prices, you have to ensure that you not just get diverse sources of imports, but also, the cheapest, he said. It is, in a sense, a national security imperative. Hari Kumar, Rebecca Elliott, and Alex Trevelli contributed reporting.
The one thing that's actually noted towards the end is they're going to wait to see if Trump changes his mind. That is disturbing to hear. Who knows? Trump might change his mind. Trump is not Mr. Consistency, that's for sure. All right, and this next story is dedicated to Be Brave and Think, who thinks that the only crime committed in America is by black people.
Right now, an entire city in Montana on lockdown as a manhunt is underway for a gunman who went on a shooting spree.
What's up,
killed
Lupin?
At least 4. The FBI now assisting in the search for 45-year-old Michael Paul Brown. You see him here on your screen. He's an Army veteran who allegedly opened fire at a bar yesterday in the town of Anaconda. He's considered armed and dangerous. Scott Sweeto is a former official with the FBI and ATF. Joining us now, Scott. This is a frightening story from Montana. Walk us through what you think law enforcement is doing now, considering he's not only armed and dangerous, but as a former Army sergeant that served time nearly a year in Iraq in 2004 to 2005. That means he was probably familiar with guns and violence and now poses this threat.
From spending a week in Montana with retired law enforcement friends. And there are a lot of challenges out there. People don't realize that Montana has a size close to California. So it's an enormous state and it's very, very lightly populated. So you have this guy who's very familiar with the state. He's got combat experience, obviously has access to firearms. In an area that has a lot of hunting culture. So it's quite possible that he's very familiar with the area where this all occurred and has access to other firearms. So if he makes it out into the woods, he's going to be very difficult to find. So they're going to have to use a lot of technical tools and tricks, in addition to things like dogs, to find this guy.
What about the digital footprint, Scott? It seems in many of these cases, phones, credit cards may be the only key, but that could be difficult if he's gone in this remote wooded area.
It is difficult. So typically when somebody flees, they've got a lot of technology with them. They've got their phone, certainly. They have credit cards. They have a car that can be tracked potentially with license plate readers if it moves around. But they already found his truck. And while he may have a phone with them, a lot of times people dump their phones. I would say one of the good things that law enforcement has going for him is that if this crime happened very suddenly, that it wasn't something that was apparently planned, where he would have had time to stockpile things, and prepare himself better.
And Scott, I think that really stands out because this happened at 10 a.m. and the motive is certainly unclear at this point. What do you make of the timing and what the possible motive may be?
Bars in the morning and day drink. But what it seems like you have here is that he would have absolutely.
Did you hear the high tone and moral judgment of day drinking?
Absolutely known the people in that bar. It's a small town. It has less than 10,000 people in it. He was well known in that particular town. So whatever it is that caused him to just completely lose it and start shooting in that bar, we may never know. There are reports that he has some mental health issues, but that's going to have to be checked out as well.
Moral
turpitude. Will continue to
turpitude.
follow this tragic and frightening story. Scott Sweeto, thank you very much for taking time this morning.
Thank you, Griff.
All right. Well, that was basically brought to you by Be Brave, the man who thinks the only violent crimes committed in America are by blacks in the hood. They don't happen anywhere else, just in the hood. And the violence in the hood is bringing down all America. America revolves around its hood. What a fucking moron. I'm sorry. That humor is so ham-handed, but I can't help it. I every time I see a mass murder committed by some crazed white gunman, Be Brave pops in my head. White crime is better than black crime. This motherfucker is so racist that he literally racializes crime. White murder is superior to black murder. And y'all make sure, feel free to tell him
If you're
what I
not already
said.
subscribed,
It won't surprise him, and he'll probably have a pithy remark. But the motherfucker's so racist, he racializes murder. So while I'm thinking about it, and before we switch gears here, please make sure that you hit the like button. Please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I actually have a channel. And I'm actually going to drop the link in the... Well, I'm actually going to drop the link into the John Galt chat. Mainly because I need to get the subscriber numbers up and the likes up and all that stuff. So there it is. Please subscribe, folks. Also, make sure that you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. It's where John's street interviews and the like get clipped. And Humble Presidents, good morning, Humble. The irony must feel so satisfying. Actually it doesn't, but irony is its own emotion to people like me. Sometimes I get mad, sometimes I get sad, sometimes I feel the irony. And it just makes me laugh every time I see one of these. And this doesn't get covered. This story in Anaconda, the mass murder in Anaconda, Montana, will not be covered by Mr. Brave because the truth scalds his lily white skin. It turns his lily white skin scalded red when he hears the truth. So racializing violent crime is part of the reason we have a violent crime problem. In my opinion, it's not being solved with the vigor that it should be. So kind of a different show. So this is Professor Black Truth, North Carolina Representative Cunningham's historic speech for her lineage. I have not pre-watched this, but it's good to get some truth from Professor Black Truth.
To this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
Well, tonight, a Mecklenburg County representative is facing blowback by members of her party over a speech.
Oh, by the way, Mecklenburg County, that's Charlotte, North Carolina. I love Charlotte, actually.
Democrat Carla Cunningham voted with Republicans to override a veto on a bill that requires sheriffs to work with ICE.
Today is a new day, but I'd like to take a moment to reintroduce myself to each of you. I am ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. I am a Black American, and I am an American. I'm going to present my case in support of House Bill 318, as it is time for my unapologetic truth to be shared with all of you. First, as a people, we need to recognize that it's not just the numbers that matter, but also where the immigrants come from and the culture they bring with them to another country. As the social scientists report, all cultures are not equal. Some immigrants come and believe they can function in isolation, refusing to adapt. They have come to our country for many reasons, but I suggest they must assimilate, adapt to the culture of the country they wish to live in.
She is sounding mighty white.
No country is going to allow people to come in and not acknowledge its constitution, legal systems, and laws. They will not tolerate it. So do you think I can go to another country and set up my own rules to live by, use the language I choose, and then tell that country that you must speak my language? That's not going to happen, nor should it. As a country, the United States has been more tolerant than most other countries. Other countries are making it much more difficult to get citizenship. We have been naive. We have been exploited and abused by the different tactics to gain citizenship in America. It's time to wake up. Global migration in the past was not projected to be as it is today. We must establish new rules to address a distinct type of migration that we are facing in our country, state, and cities. It's time to turn the conveyor belt off and adopt a global migration suitable for the times that we're in. And that is not destabilizing our communities. A large number of people entering a country can change it forever. In conclusion, let me share with you all what happens when a woman lawmaker like myself choose to move differently. Yes, I was degraded for my vote. Yes, I was called racist for my vote. And yes, I was said I was trash. However, I figured it out. They want me to stop elevating my ancestors' history. They want me to be silent in my country. They want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Mr. Speaker.
Lady will suspend momentarily. Members, it's not a kindergarten class. I look up and I see full-grown adults, many of you senior citizens, and you're clearly trying to make noise like a young child might when they're having to sit in a classroom and listen. So please, you're not doing anything by making these noises. And the Sergeant at Arms sees the lady who just was making the noise. The Sergeant at Arms has the chair's direction to go ahead and remove the lady. Again, folks, please, we're allowing folks on both sides of this issue to speak. If you want to come down here and debate, go run for public office. Thank you. Lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, they want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Is this not your country? This is my country. With the good and the not so good, this is my country, tears of thee. Now, if you want to adapt to my country, not isolate yourself and come here legally, I welcome you. But today, I am telling you, I am not going to be silenced by those who disagree with my ideology on the issue at hand. Because the blood of my ancestors.
Mr. Speaker.
1 second, Representative Cunningham. For what purpose is the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler?
I feel like we're getting into personal territory and maligning the character of the members of this body.
I think the lady is speaking to the personal attacks that she received from folks outside of this body, unless I misheard what she said. And the lady is correct that it's not appropriate to talk about personal attacks of members of the body. Again, I understand her to be saying some personal things that she received from outside.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in that case, I would move the previous question.
Okay. Lady's not recognized for motion. Representative Cunningham, lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, it was my ancestors who came over as slaves, built this country with a strain on their backs. They sweat pouring from their bodies in the rice fields, the cotton fields, and the tobacco farms for this country. Lived as servants and was the footstool, I said the footstool, for far too many feet to step on. So today, if you ask me to line up behind another group of people to raise awareness about their plight, I unapologetically say no. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, please accept my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, before I go any further, I might as well go ahead and deal with the most obvious thing first. She started off by saying ADOS. So what that means is she's behind the curve. There's a big concern right there because by identifying oneself with a defunct and feculent dead movement like ADOS, that also legitimately calls into question one's own judgment. You don't want to be associated with those who have.
Here, let me well, you know what? While I've stopped this, Deacon Dave, I actually love shitting on people who make this point. What should she be talking about? Her Mayflower heritage? Don't be ashamed of your American roots, your American story, son. I don't understand why she can't talk about her background as freely and for a point. I've heard of Aaron C talk about his roots. Is him talking about his roots worse than this lady's? Better? Deacon Dave, you are skirting the edge with that kind of rhetoric. And Kelvin, I don't know where the fuck you come from, but here's the deal. The idea that I or any other individual African American represents the whole is ridiculous, and a more ridiculous argument in 2025 than maybe it would have been in 1925. This credit to your race bullshit is an anachronism, in my opinion, and you sound like John Galt, oddly enough, with that comment. So now that I'm done scolding.
No credibility. But her unfortunate self-identification is not the reason that we're examining what she said. It's that she's the person who cast the vote that allowed North Carolina Republicans to overturn the governor's veto that would have prevented law enforcement from detaining illegal aliens in that state. And that is something that definitely needs to be commented on. As I detailed for you last week, the American South has emerged as a prime battleground in the fight against illegal aliens and the economic devastation and social chaos that mass migration has caused. Both political parties are complicit, by the way. Even though Republicans are the ones who propose the legislation, don't forget Republicans protect the businesses and the banks and the landlords who hire, give loans to, and supply housing to the very illegal aliens that they complain about. Telling law enforcement to actually enforce the law and apprehend illegals when they find them is a good move. But it would be far better to start having raids of the businesses that act as magnets and a support system for the illegal aliens, and to start mass arresting these unscrupulous and corrupt businessmen. That's what actually needs to be done. Republicans, however, don't dare do that. They don't even propose it. So as nice as this law is, it's still just nibbling around the edges. No matter how tough the Republicans may talk, nobody's ready to have a real conversation about real measures that would turn off the magnets that have been drawing and sustaining illegal aliens for all these decades. But I digress. Back to Representative Cunningham's speech. She openly said that she wasn't going to see any other group of people put ahead of her own. And that's exactly the kind of talk that we could use more of when it comes to these state legislatures and halls of government. Actually having some black politicians who say, we see exactly what's been happening. Every other group has been helped to leapfrog over us, and that has been deliberate policy. And the anti-black racism practiced by these immigrants is also part of that deliberate policy. Buffer groups are not simply brought in simply to have some excess faces. They're also brought in to do the dirty work of the dominant society so that they can go ahead and deny that it was actually them. And Representative Cunningham is taking fire from Democrats naturally, not to mention their suck-up pals in the white media, but they shouldn't be saying anything at all. She said nothing wrong. And when she said that not all cultures are the same, that's pretty much redundant. This country has a culture of white supremacy. How is the culture of cross burnings and burning churches with children inside of them, how is the white supremacist culture the same as the decency and creative vibrancy of foundational Black American culture? How is that the same? How is the virulent anti-Black culture from Asia somehow compatible with the open and accepting culture that we have here among FBAs? How is the blatant racist anti-Black violence from Latin American culture and the adoration that brown-skinned people there have for anything pale-skinned the same as the culture of self-love and self-respect that we have cultivated here? There's absolutely no justification to be angry with her. She's saying the same thing that Asian and Hispanic and white scholars and academics and commenters have themselves said. Even these people have pointed out the anti-Black racism in the cultures that they themselves come from. People are angry with her because she repeated what they said. She pointed out the obvious. None of them can show her what she said wasn't true. That's why they're not even trying. But of course, they got to try to muddy the waters somehow because they can't just say she's right, you know. So directly after Representative Cunningham spoke and told the reality and the undeniable truth that Black people built this country, it was a white Democrat woman who decided to deny all of that.
We've heard passionate debate about this. And I'm going to be the first one to say, this is not my country. This is our country. This is our country. Native Americans, African Americans, immigrants, we have all built this country. But what does this bill do? It denies that immigrants are an essential part of our community. It denies that they are our neighbors, that they are our co-workers, that they are our friends.
Claiming that Native Americans, Black Americans, and immigrants, why? Everyone built the country. That's weasel words. Black Americans built this country, specifically foundational Black Americans. Everybody else showed up afterwards to eat at the table that we built, eating from the food that we literally grew and cultivated ourselves. When people do that all lives matters line of crap, that's just a way to say that no lives matter. And it's only done as a way to try to nullify the point that we make whenever we specify the contributions that we made or the harm being done specifically against us. Whenever we specify ourselves in any way, everybody has to come along and go, no, it's everybody, not just, it's everyone. You know, if everyone built the country, then that really means that no one actually built the country. You can justify any asinine policy under those circumstances because no one can assert to have any special or specific claims in regards to this nation. That kind of fork-tongued rhetoric is meant to support the status quo. That's the only time we ever hear it being spoken. This white Democrat woman, she couldn't wait to be the very first one to refute what Representative Cunningham said. She wants to be the very first one to push back. Most of Cunningham's speech was geared around her lineage and her ancestry, and that's what those Democrats hated. That's what triggered them. That's what set them off. They spent all of this time putting up a huge iron wall to say Black people don't matter. We got to prioritize everybody else. All of it meant for the sake of finally getting that final solution to the Black American question. How do you strangle out of existence the 40+ million former slaves and make sure that it's done in a way that you got a guilt-free genocide? Why, you can go ahead and claim we don't even know what happened to it, but that's okay. We got all of these immigrants from hither, thither, and yon, so it really doesn't matter. That's what they're angry about. They're getting pushback. See, when it comes to every other group, they don't ever get upset about that. They don't try some all lives matters crap with that. When you had Asians talking about stop Asian hate, nobody was saying, you can't say stop Asian hate. We should say stop all hate. What about anti-Semitism? What about Islamophobia? What about transphobia? And definitely, what about Black Lives Matter? You can't just say Asian. No, they didn't say that. They said stop Asian hate. You're absolutely right. In fact, here's a federal law specifically for Asians. That's what they actually did. Black people point out the obvious. Hey, we're the #1 victims of hate crimes in this country.
About that.
Nobody's written any legislation for us. All of a sudden, it's like, well, I mean, everybody suffers, you know. All lives matter. Anytime you hear anyone pulling that line of crap, just understand something. They know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to distract from us because we're the only ones that they ever drag that line out for. That's not some high-minded altruism that's motivating them. It's nothing more than low-down antagonism. Representative Cunningham did the right thing. She did exactly what black politicians should be doing, which is to use any opportunity they get, any issue that they can stand up and speak on as a platform to talk about us, about our interests, our issues. That's what she's supposed to do. Put the spotlight right where it belongs. Don't be talking about no doggone union people. It's mostly white unioneers who are the ones mad about it. Don't be sitting here talking like anybody else. It's about black Americans, specifically us. They couldn't even wait until this woman left the chamber before they decided to go ahead and start taking shots at her because they were terrified of what they see as the bad precedent that this sets. And that's the reason why you had a lot of people in that South Carolina legislature who are melanated, and yet they oppose this legislation. And you see they got names like Lopez.
No one has a monopoly on safety. Immigrants, regardless of their status, do not inherently make our communities less safe. And when somebody commits a crime, whether they are undocumented or not, citizen or not, we have processes in place to ensure they face justice under our laws. If safety is your concern, this body has a number of options at its disposal to actually make our constituents safer. Access to housing, access to food, investing in our public schools and preventative program that engages young people inside the classroom and inside of their communities. That list goes on and on. If immigration is your concern, then we should be and can be calling on the federal government to pass comprehensive immigration reform instead of taking on the job ourselves.
These same individuals will claim to be of our lineage or try to palm themselves off as if they are, like Coleman Cruz did. He was sitting there saying, my name is Coleman Hughes. Oh, you left off the Cruz part, didn't you? Your folks come from Puerto Rico. You ain't from around these parts. And yet he's so not need any reparations.
Well, by the way, his father, if I recall, Coleman Hughes' father is Black American. His mother's Puerto Rican, if I recall. So Professor Black Truth should include that part.
He doesn't qualify for him is what he meant. Individuals whose people only came to the U.S. 10 minutes ago, and yet they act as if they built the foundation for this country, and then have the nerve, the unmitigated gall to claim that they work harder than us, that they did more than us, or at least they did as much as us. We did as much as anyone. You showed up 10 minutes ago. House was already built, table already set, food already laid out. Only thing you brought to the table was an appetite. You didn't bring anything other than that. You just showed up to eat off of what other people did. And that's what's going on here. People who are telling lies, people who are scamming, criminals. See, in these other countries, it's okay to be liars. It's okay to be scammers. It's okay to commit crime. That's normal there. That's the culture. Well, it's not ours. There needs to be a hard reset of Black leadership in this country. No tethers allowed. No people who are not aligned with us. We need to institute a strict regimen of lineage-based voting. That's how we untether the Black vote and untether the political representation.
Really humble president.
You got to start putting people on the spot. Ask, where are your folks from?
That's
Can
funny.
you actually trace your lineage back to the killing fields of the American South? Tell us who the folks in your lineage are. And even if they claim that they are, you got to put on the spot about why the hell are you not saying this then? You can't claim to represent us if you're not saying what we say. When they demand that you support immigration, it's not because they want to be nice or they think that this is some altruistic cause to get behind. It is a specific anti-Black policy that they're trying to advance. The goal is to get Black people to cheerlead for and lend legitimacy to an agenda that's meant to marginalize us out of existence. And we see that there's a lot of tethers whose lineage is clearly not ours, who are trying to help white supremacy to do exactly that. These are individuals who try to falsely claim that they have some kind of flimsy and feeble connection to us. And hence, when they say to ignore us and to prioritize everybody else, well, that's okay because this person says they grew up in a certain neighborhood, or that they went to a school in a certain neighborhood, or their parents talked lovingly about Dr. King's dream, etc. In other words, they pull the same scam that Kamala Harris did when she talked about being bused to school, and the same scam Barack Obama did talking about his Kenyan father and white mother, and that would-be mayoral candidate in New York, he tried the same thing and his parents did too. They deliberately make these phony references to where we live and to our experiences and our struggle, all as a means to try to give themselves phony legitimacy, to attach themselves to us and lend the good offices of our lineage to what is nothing more than a scam. And of course, the rather zesty representative
Several Democratic lawmakers spoke out against Cunningham's remarks, including Charlotte State Senator Caleb Tedros.
This idea, the comment was that there are some cultures that are beneath others, and I'm paraphrasing here, I think is antithetical of everything that we teach even our kids.
Tedros did not say Cunningham should be replaced in her district, but did say representatives need to speak out against what he calls bad policy.
And to see that come from Democrats is disheartening. At this time, we are facing the biggest gap in income inequality, much like I said. Roughly 600,000 people are slated to lose their health care in the next couple of years unless we do anything. That has nothing to do with the number of immigrants or a specific culture that's superior to another. He did.
Okay, you know what? We'll finish this in just a minute, but this is becoming too stupid. That is so retarded, of Aaron C. says. All credibility lost right there. Stanley, you think blacks built this country, then whites came. Apparently, with all your blue-blooded background of Aaron C., and I'll dovetail it with Ryan's retardation. When they say blacks built America, what the fuck do you think they meant? Literally brick by brick. Who built the White House? White people. Who built the Washington Monument? White people. You people literally are so fucking racist that you can't even admit the truth. Literally built brick by brick, manual labor. Okay, Thomas Jefferson, who, by the way, oddly enough, is my favorite founding father, where the fuck do you think he got time to think great thoughts and write the stuff he did? That motherfucker didn't have to tend his own fields. He had slaves to do it, so he had time to build things and write things. He had time to literally leave to Philadelphia and all, wherever it was, Philadelphia, France. He had time to do all that shit, and his plantation ticked along because the slaves were tending his fields. You guys are so fucking racist that you can't even goddamn read English. Built means build. Ryan, I'm fucking shocked at your stupid ass. You were a Mason. What does build mean? You literally were a brick mason. What the fuck does build mean? You of all people should understand the point. And apparently you have gotten to a point to where you've goddamn forgotten your roots. Brick mason? What the fuck do you think build means? God damn, this shit. Oh my Lord. Ugh. You know what? I don't mean to display righteous indignation. Build means brick by brick, hoeing a goddamn field so the massa can eat. That's what build means, folks. If you want to know what Thomas Jefferson did, he designed how the country runs. But he didn't. This motherfucker wasn't growing his own food. Y'all be dumb. And dude, a mind is a terrible thing to waste, of Aaron C. Dude, you can't even spell right. You spell atrociously. How about honor your fucking blue blood white heritage and write a sentence that doesn't sound like it's a rap song? Motherfucker, you write these posts in rap lyrics. How about write the shit in English? This motherfucker writes a rap song. But a black stating we built this country, motherfucker, what does build means? It means hands on, brick by brick, hoeing a row by row. What does build mean, you dumb young man? The Navy obviously didn't do you any good. Fuck. Black? Who spells black? Blatt. B-L-A-T-T. Motherfucker, you are a failure of, you are not a good example for your race. Dude, I'm gonna cook you right here. Dude, I'm gonna boil your dumb ass like a ham hock in a pot of greens if you keep up this dumb shit. I'm not wrong, Ryan. You don't need to waste your time coming up here. I know who built what. Motherfucker, literally. They're talking about road building. Have you ever heard of the prison leasing system? Ryan, you don't want to come up here. I'm going to drop the link and let's see how much balls you have, because I'm in a mood with dumb white boys. Dumb white boys talking shit in my chat are going to get roasted. I'm dropping a link now, Ryan. Let's see if you can stand the heat. You might want to just wait for Be Brave to come on. He will treat you more gentle, that's for sure. There you go. Oh, wait. Okay. So anyway, let's oh, well, look who's here. Hey, Ryan.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. So, okay, so listen, we can either have a serious discussion, or you can just
Okay,
or,
you
and
don't get to
or you don't.
decide how the discussion goes.
No, I
Brick
know
by
some of the
brick,
stuff,
Ryan.
man.
Do you know what built means, Ryan? What?
I mean,
give us your definition of when Professor Black Truth, for instance, says blacks built this country. What do you think he means? Do you think he means blacks were in the Constitutional Convention? The fuck does build mean?
Build means, in my mind, all things that go into the country. So that includes.
Okay, no. Build literally means build.
Brick by brick.
I need to brick by brick, hoeing rows, fucking sweat, blood, sweat, tears, and sometimes strange fruit hanging from trees.
Yes.
The songs, the motherfucking macaroni.
Yes. So let me ask you this
Thomas
question.
Jefferson, dude, build means manual labor. Did blacks not? No. You want to have a serious conversation? Let's
I'm
have
trying
one.
to.
What? No, you will wait till addressed.
Okay, go ahead.
What does build mean? It means, who the fuck do you think built Monticello? Not
Carpentry.
Jefferson.
It means carpentry. It means food
Okay,
production.
listen to what I'm saying. I asked who, not how.
I'm trying to tell you what built means to me. It means built roads, highways,
build
farms.
means build. Build means brick by brick. It means,
I agree.
Thomas Jefferson literally had a nail factory on his land.
Fuck Thomas Jefferson.
And little black boys were there making the nails for the carpenters. And a lot of the carpenters were black. The blacksmiths were black. Dude, build means manual labor. So when you call it menial, you probably meant manual. I'll give you that. But motherfucker, build means manual labor, not design the laws.
So I'm just going to ask you a question. In 1860, there were 4 million black people in the United States. There were 25 million whites. What were the 25 million whites doing every single day, 5 days a week?
Fuck.
What were they doing? What were they doing? Just
What I
hanging out?
need you, what I need, dude, don't.
Native
fucking-
Americans built.
No. What
Whites
you
built.
want to do,
Blacks
what you
built.
want to do is have a be brave debate back and forth.
Now you're going
I
to throw
don't do
insults.
that.
Okay.
Did blacks build this country brick by
They
brick?
participated.
Okay,
with
motherfucker,
the
they
whites and the Native-
participated. Who built the White House? White people?
There was slave labor and various.
Motherfucker, goddamn it, answer the goddamn question. I don't have patience for this kind of stupidity.
You're just fucking wrong. You don't know
No,
history of
I am
construction.
absolutely
I do.
right,
I'm in
and
construction.
you are literally moronic.
Okay, that's it.
Blacks
You're
didn't
fucking
build this.
delusional.
I don't mean they laid every brick in the land. What I do mean is that slaves built shit.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, then that's all they meant. And the other
They were
thing,
part of building the country with Native
other
Americans,
thing
with
that
whites,
you
with
and
Chinese.
Air and C and Be Brave and all y'all dumb motherfuckers who can't read a book, have you ever heard of hyperbole?
Sure.
Okay, can you say that when Professor Black Truth says blacks built America, is he being hyperbolic? 12th man, don't even bother because I'm not in the mood. You
Stanley,
left, stay gone.
Okay.
Hyperbole
you could argue
is
they said the country.
hyperbole is a literary device that everybody does every now and again to add oomph to their story, to their narrative. Okay, how about when Trump says we bombed Iraq, does he mean he was in the goddamn plane?
We as a nation.
Okay, I need you to stay with me here, son.
Why are you screaming? I'm trying to
It is because I'm pissed the fuck off is why I'm screaming.
Have I insulted you? Have I done
I did
something
not
to
wake
you?
up this early in the morning for stupidity.
Yeah, but I'm not. Please don't call me stupid. You know I'm not stupid.
Dude, I say, Ryan, you're stupid? I said I did not wake up this morning to deal with this kind of stupidity. If you feel it applies, then I can't help that.
It does not apply.
I make a general statement and you want to internalize it? Really?
I'm not internalizing it. What I'm saying
It
is,
seems like you said, please don't call you stupid when I didn't call you stupid.
okay, that's fine.
Sounds like internalizing.
Can I just say maybe 80 words in a row? Can I just speak for a minute?
You know what? Can you without pissing me off?
I hope I can because I'm not being insulting.
Me too.
I've looked at.
I personally am not insulted. What I'm saying is you need to expand your mind. And you and Aaron C, honestly, your Be Brave disciples.
Don't group me with him. Don't group me. You know I'm not like. Don't group me.
See, I'm being hyperbolic.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm not. As we both are disagreeing, maybe. I don't know. I think I know the history of the guilds.
All I'm saying is you cannot say blacks had nothing to do
I
with
didn't say
building
that.
this country.
I didn't say that.
Well, you literally said he's lying.
I've said that.
You literally said that.
Jason Black is being disingenuous. And when he says blacks built the country, when I think of that, I think in terms of construction, structures, steel mills, all that crap.
So blacks didn't have anything to do with the structures?
No. We all Americans, most Americans did. Most Americans did.
Okay, I am thoroughly lost. Who built Monticello?
I don't know the history of Monticello.
Then, dude, if you don't know your own history, your white history,
I don't.
Then you need no. You need not come up here because I do.
Okay, Jesus Christ!
It is a sad day. It is a sad day when I know more about the quote white history than white people do.
Okay. Do you want to? I wanted to share something that is unique and pretty cool. Okay.
I bet you do. Are you moving? Are you moving the goalpost?
I'm not trying to, but when I hear built and being this, I'm actually in
Okay,
construction.
when you hear
and know
built,
some of the history of it.
I guarantee you that Thomas Jefferson is always my primary example because he is my favorite founding father.
You could say he built Monticello. They
He
built
had
Monticello.
time. Okay, blacks built Monticello. Motherfucking read some history. Okay,
That's fine.
did Thomas Jefferson hoe his own fields? Did he cook his own food? Dude, this is so ignorant. Okay, if I'm literally talking
Monticello
about
isn't the country, though.
I'm literally
It's one building.
talking American history. What I need you to admit is that Thomas Jefferson didn't hoe his own rows.
Thomas Jefferson probably did no manual labor at all.
Right,
George
and
Washington,
he had
a lot
time
of founding
to
fathers.
write and invent, and go to Philadelphia, go to France, because he had slaves taking care of his business. He is
Absolutely.
literally an archetype.
Yes.
Okay, what I'm saying is that slaves built Monticello, and Thomas Jefferson, again, is the perfect archetype. He took someone to France to learn French cookery and brought him back to America. So he had things like macaroni and cheese and all these fine foods. Dude, Thomas Jefferson, he had the Hemings kids, his own kids, by the way, who there was a nail factory. He was teaching when someone like a Ron DeSantis says that blacks were learning skills, Thomas Jefferson is the archetype. Dude, he had a guy, I can't remember his name, a slave who was like a fine carpenter. Like he could make all this fancy woodworking stuff.
It was likely furniture and woodworking.
Okay, what I'm saying is that if you deny that I'm not saying blacks built every structure in America before a certain time, but there were a lot of rich people, movers and shakers like Thomas Jefferson, who had time to be movers and shakers because they didn't have to deal with the day-to-day. They didn't have to clean their houses, etc.
Yes.
If you tell me that Professor Black Truth is hyperbolic, yes, I can agree to that. But if you're basically going to call him a liar because blacks didn't build America, then you literally, I will save up money and send you a whole library of history books just to see if the actual history will change your mind. He's hyperbolic with the build, but he's not wrong either. Calling him a liar is a fucking insult.
Well, then I could just as plainly say that whites built the country.
You could.
Yeah. They were part of it.
Why would you?
They were part of it.
Whites have laid some brick. Whites have laid some brick too. Why would that be wrong? Why would I call you a liar if you said that?
So because
this whites and blacks and all this stuff. Look. Racializing is literally been tearing America apart brick by brick. Everything that the blacks and the whites, dude, have you ever heard of Wilmington, North Carolina? I think I've talked about it. There were farmers, black and white farmers, who formed alliances. There was Wilmington before the coup in 1896. Blacks and whites were literally working together. A whole city.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that when you start this racializing, blacks didn't build America. Well, they had as much to do with building America as whites did.
Yes.
And when you start telling me 25 million whites weren't working as hard as 4 million slaves.
You don't think? Okay.
No, I don't.
How do you know this? So you don't think it's a 25
I
million
read
year?
a history book or two.
I know the history of construction. I know who built what.
Okay, I
I
don't
know
give
when they
a
built
fuck
it.
about the history of construction. I'm talking about the history of America.
So I just want to clarify this. You're telling me that
I
the
am
25 million
telling you.
whites that came here, 1% owned slaves, the rest of them were just fucking workers. You're
Okay,
saying they
you
were
know
just
what?
hanging out.
Yeah,
They were just
no,
hanging
the
out.
rest of them were not workers, son. There, let's look at a middle class. There was a middle class that were merchants. They might not have owned slaves, but have you ever heard of slave rental? There were ways.
There were German carpenters. There were German carpenters. There were French.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Whites, I'm sure the Germans, the Germans you're talking about didn't own slaves.
The Germans started coming to the country in 1800.
Okay, I don't give a shit about any of that. I'm painting broad brushes. What you want to do is bury all this in details. It's unnecessary.
No, Jason Black's full
What
of
I'm
bullshit.
saying is that the Quakers, the Mennonites, the Amish, no, they never
They're
owned
still
slaves,
building,
and they were hard workers. I will tell you that 1% mattered more because they were running the country, and also they wrote a lot of the history.
Sure, I don't disagree with that. But to say that there weren't other groups, including the Chinese, who built a lot of the rail
Okay,
system.
you want to do this colorblind bullshit?
Okay.
Professor Black Truth isn't worried about the other Americans. He is literally Black Truth. He is coming from a very specific point of view. I don't necessarily agree with that narrow perspective. I think Professor Black Truth can be as obtuse sometimes as be brave. All I'm saying is that discounting what slavery in America built as an economic engine is to not understand American history.
I know it provided prosperity to the South.
You could take out mortgages on slaves. There were whole fucking companies built on mortgages of slaves. Aetna survives today. It was called something else back then. You need to do your homework.
No, I don't. My point is,
Professor Black Truth is lying when he says blacks built America. It's hyperbolic, but he's not lying.
Well, Native Americans built America then.
Okay, I don't give a fuck, dude.
I mean,
I
it's
literally see.
His argument is that only they did. His dumb argument is that only they did.
This dumb
just
ass.
them. They were just working. And everyone else was just hanging out.
All I'm saying, and maybe you can help me. Did blacks if Professor Black Truth said blacks helped build the country, would that be a lie?
You can say we all did. We were all engaged.
Okay,
other than the 1%.
You know what? This all lives matter bullshit is boring.
That's real. And if you really wanted to know, if you really wanted to know, Stanley, like if you wanted to let me give my 80 words in, 80 words.
You want to do the all lives matter bullshit, and it's just it does not work with me.
Well, that's because you're full of shit. Then I mean, you either want the truth or you don't.
If you think I'm full of shit, then I'm full of shit. I don't know what else I can say.
I learned how to lay bricks from a black man. That's what's funny.
I do know that this racial bullshit that you deny you have is problematic. Oh, Jesus isn't on this panel. He's not going to save you.
If you just want to run me over, you can. Or I can actually.
You know what? I've already done it, and I've already.
You won that. But do you want to know about the truth about construction?
You are so racist that you can't even admit that black people.
No, I think you're racist. Country. I think you're a racist.
No. Pointing out racism is not racist.
You're literally shitting on the Native Americans, shitting on the Chinese that built part of the country.
I shit on everybody.
Well, then I guess you're a racist.
And the reason I'm shitting on you is you don't seem capable of admitting that black people had a big hand as an economic engine as slaves in this country. The country was lit. Slavery was an economic engine for up until 1865. It took a goddamn war to end slavery.
I don't disagree with that.
Well, you
There was also the northern industries that.
Okay, I don't want to hear about also.
Let's cross that out. Okay.
I don't want. This isn't a discussion about. This isn't a general discussion. The discussion, as I understand it, is you're discounting black people having a hand in building this motherfucker.
No. I never said they didn't have a hand in it.
Dude, I don't want to do a Be Brave. You call Professor Black Truth a liar.
80 words, please. 80 words.
Why? 80
I just want
words
to be
for
able
me
to
to
speak.
criticize?
You cut me off 100% of the time.
Okay, I will cut
out.
you. I will keep cutting you off. Did black people help build this country?
The key word is help. Yes. You said the word I wanted. Help.
Oh, hold it.
They were part of it.
Who built it?
We all built it. Many people built it.
Well, you know what?
Native
All
Americans,
lives
Chinese,
matter.
whites,
All
Irish,
lives matter.
Italians.
All lives matter. However, was slavery a major economic engine at the founding of this country?
Sure, for the South it was.
Okay, then
for the North.
That's all I need. If it's
that wasn't Professor
financial,
Black Truth's point.
if people got mega rich being slave traders, I think that's some economic building.
Yeah, but most didn't.
Okay, I need you to acknowledge my point. If you can get
I've acknowledged
rich,
all your points.
if
You
you can
acknowledged
get
zero of mine.
rich, if you can get rich selling slaves, that's some financial building. That's some economic building.
Okay.
I think
he's not even saying that.
slavery.
That's not
I
his
think
point.
so. Who were enslaved in America?
I know who was enslaved. We all know that answer.
Okay, blacks built this country economically and brick by brick.
Yep, and whites
Did
were
they
just sitting
not?
around hanging out. We were just bullshitting. I wasn't even in. My family wasn't even in the country at that point. But
Okay,
we
I
were just
don't
hanging out.
care. Wait, why are you internalizing this?
Okay, so why
I
are you
wasn't talking
internalizing
about
this?
your family.
You were internalizing this. Well,
No,
you're internalizing
I'm not
this.
internalizing anything. Slavery was a major economic driver. It produced cotton. It made this country rich. To me, that's building.
Okay, so that's you. It's building.
It's not building.
It's who built the rail system?
Having
Who
a
built all
slave
the fucking
trade
railways?
and having slaves make cotton king. That's
The funny
not
thing
building.
is,
okay, motherfucker,
Industrial Revolution.
you just cannot expand your walnut-sized brain.
Yeah.
Blacks were slaves.
Okay, I know that.
Slavery was a major economic engine, if not a primary economic engine. Even the people, the shipping and slave traders in the North got rich.
You're right. It's
off
just been
of
blacks that have done all the work.
bodies.
You're right. You and
That
Professor Cruz
is
are right. Everyone
building
else has been laying up.
economic.
Just hanging out,
You are
bullshitting.
so sad. You are so
No,
sad.
I've acknowed everything
Okay,
you said
what I
and
need you
said I
to
agree
do
to all
is
of it.
stop
You won't even let
fighting
me say a
back,
fucking
dude.
word.
Dude, you are fighting a riptide, and you're drowning in the riptide. What you need to do is relax and go with the flow. The flow
Okay,
is
disagree with all your bullshit. That's why.
slavery. No, you can disagree all you want, but I think you're disagreeing because you actually don't know American history.
What's amazing is I do know the history of construction.
You know the history of construction, so you have a very narrow point of view on the broader American history. You need to expand your historical perspective.
That's it. And then once I know all about slavery, I'll know who built what, right? That's it. I just have to study.
You know what?
all this
It would
fucking
even be a
bullshit.
start.
And so, really? Okay. Like When a man says,
the white, see,
I built the country.
You're talking about all this construction history, and you don't even know who built Thomas Jefferson's house. How much? What wasn't that in your construction?
Who was the architect?
No.
Who was
You
the
say
engineer?
you know construction, but yet you don't know who constructed Monticello or the White House.
I know many structures
You don't know this shit.
Pre-1840, 1860, used slave labor to do the work.
Oh, motherfucker, they were using slave labor in this. Who the fuck do you think built the big houses on these plantations?
Oh, I'm sure it was slave labor as well. I said 1840,
Okay,
1860.
we built a bunch of shit, and when I say
Other than
we,
specialized trades.
I mean the royal we. Slavery was an economic engine.
Yeah, and then ever since
Basically,
that,
the rice culture in Charleston.
Okay.
Dude, you just do not know much.
And that's all the buildings that are in the country, all the roads, all the steel mills, all the factories are just black.
But I am
built
going to
everything.
say, I
Fucking
find
dumb.
it hilarious that white people want to talk about all this shit and they don't even know American history.
Well, none of us existed then, right? We weren't
Okay,
even here.
none of us existed
They did
then,
it,
but
just
you
that.
can still read about it.
Okay, well, those people of that time, I've never denied what you said. I'm well aware
You
that there
have
was slave labor used
literally
for a lot of
called
shit
a
early
man
on.
a liar. That's why I'm so annoyed.
I'm irritated
You
because he
literally,
doesn't give
when
the
a
truth.
man said, blacks built America, and you got all on your white supremacy
That's
high
because it's
horse.
bullshit.
And I bet
bullshit.
that horse is white.
That's just, you know what? You can accuse me of whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. The truth
Dude,
is,
I'm not
many people built the
accusing you.
United States of America.
I am not accusing you. You are revealing yourself.
Well, that's good. That's good. Revealing
You
who
are
built
revealing yourself.
the goddamn Woodrow Wilson
you
Bridge.
Want to talk?
Who built the goddamn? Okay. Was he talking about 1790, 1850, or 1950? What was he talking about? What years were built in America since we're all here?
I literally said he's being hyperbolic. Do you even understand how English works?
So he's being hyperbolic. Okay. So you're saying he's being hyperbolic. He's not being truthful. What's hyperbolic? That's like saying
dude.
Native Americans built America.
Literally. Hyperbole takes.
We built this country.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna put your dumb ass in the back. This is becoming frustrating.
How do you honestly say
this is literally becoming frustrating?
No, explain yourself, please.
Wait,
we
did you
built
just
America.
tell? I literally have spent the last hour explaining myself. Did you not take notice?
It's like if I said,
you have been Don Quixote on his big ass white superior horse defending
I
something.
literally don't say Stanley's this, that. I don't say any. It's not in.
Dude, Ryan, like I said, you're revealing yourself.
Stanley, you're pathetic if you honestly think
I am
that
pathetic, man. I guess I'm just gonna have to be pathetic.
You said like 20 things about me in a row.
You are literally. I have to be pathetic in Ryan's eyes.
No, it's the guy's full of bullshit. You can win this argument all you want.
Hey,
but the guy's
he's
full
not
of bullshit.
wrong. He's not wrong about slavery building America. When he says blacks built America, it's hyperbole.
They were part
slaves.
Of it, yes.
Okay, would you agree that slavery built America?
I think it was part of it also.
Okay,
I think that was the only industry in the United States.
No. You want to
the only industry?
No.
I'm not diminishing it,
son. How about let me finish? You want to say it was a part, and I'm saying it was an economic engine. America would not be America today if it didn't have slavery.
I would fully agree with that. I would fully
okay,
agree
then
with
when
that.
Thomas Sowell, and others want to go, well, everybody had slavery, this country would barely exist. And it's a hypothetical, it's a counterfactual. I can't prove it, but I think it's common sense to know a lot of wealth was built on the backs of slaves. And if you cannot expand from that, America, it would have been in trouble without slaves. Fuck. Jamestown would have ceased to exist in 1610 had the Indians not taught the white people how to fucking, dude, they were digging bodies out of graves for food.
Okay. The
I don't get that. I don't get that impressed. And it's always the people like Be Brave that are talking about the glories of white culture. Fucking Be Brave is literally laughable. He's a character. Don't be like Be Brave, Ryan.
I'm trying to get back on can I just make a couple points, please? Just please, can I fucking say them? Just okay. There are periods.
It's
if
like
you knew your history.
It's like constipation with you. You got to get
There were
it out.
people. There were black people kept out of guilds in the United States for periods of time. Okay, out of guilds, out of the ability to be a carpenter. Okay, there were Native Americans that hung all the fucking steel on a lot of these buildings in New York. Native Americans did that. Okay, Chinese built the rail system going out through the middle of the country. There were many, whites did plenty of construction too. They did plenty of factory work. They did plenty of steel mill work. Literally, Bethlehem Steel in Baltimore, Maryland, there were all the different races represented back to the 40s. I mean, so when I hear blacks built the country, a lot of people were involved. And yeah, were there assholes, slaveholders, and shitheads? Sure there was. But at the end of the day, it's not all the people. We all built the goddamn country. All of us.
You know what? Being literal has its advantages. Today isn't one of those days. Free Zone Lou, there were plenty of people during slavery that actually said slavery was inefficient compared to Northern workers. I don't know why. Okay. My point is that, of course it did, because America was too racist to realize that slavery was inefficient. So,
well, Jason Black, the Professor Black definitely is, because it's just day after day of everybody sucks.
Okay, day after day, he has his perspective, but blacks built America, while hyperbolic, is not untruthful.
And again, you know what he was saying. I know what he was saying. He wasn't saying they helped. Okay, he was just going.
He wasn't saying that. Well, no, he's literally. I literally just said he was being hyperbolic. Which motherfucking part can't you get? He's being hyperbolic, but he's not lying. He's stretching the truth.
Has anyone ever said they weren't involved in the building of the country?
Okay, dude,
nobody says
you
that.
You called the man a liar without understanding that he is stretching the truth. Now, he probably wouldn't agree that he's stretching the truth, but from someone who's a little bit less focused on one goal, but he's not a liar. Blacks had a major part of growing this country unwillingly as slaves, but you can't say that blacks had nothing to do with it. And calling him a liar suggests that blacks had nothing to do with it.
And I'll just say this, like I said in my first statement,
I need you to address my point before you move on.
I've already agreed 14 times on this conversation.
Then you will agree one more time. Blacks had a major part of growing this country economically and brick by brick, often and mostly.
No one ever said they didn't.
Okay, dude, don't interrupt.
Oh, okay. You want me to agree with you? I can't respond.
Mostly unwillingly. However, denying that blacks didn't have a major hand, especially in the early days of this country, you need to read a history book.
It's literally, I've agreed with 98% of your statements.
No, you have
for clarity
you
on
have
two.
not agreed 98%, and you have struggled for most of that 98%.
You know you're full of shit right now. You know you're full of shit, man. I mean,
No,
look, if you go in
I'm
there,
not
you can.
full of shit. I am so not full of
Do you
shit.
think I've diminished?
Dude, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and you don't.
I was responding to Professor Black's comments. Okay.
And you called him a liar, did you not?
I initially called him a liar, and I was just going to add that.
Initially, so I've explained he's being hyperbolic.
Okay,
Even I
what
would
do you
agree.
want?
He
What do
won't
you want?
agree. Okay.
What do you want? What do you need me to say here to make you happy?
What I need you to say is blacks helped grow this country, made a major contribution, even
I'll
if
say
they
it
weren't
again.
willing to, even as
Okay.
slaves.
You can include that. I can include it.
Just the system of slavery got this country
Let's.
where
I'll add to that then.
shipping slaves, insuring slaves, mortgages on the backs of slaves. We were a huge asset, literally.
Yes, I can. Let me just say that blacks were major contributors to the country economically. In the South, especially, they were a huge engine for many rich plantation owners that probably still own some of that shit. Many companies were founded during that period of time. There was insurance, probably futures, if I would speculate. Like the Dutch, there were probably futures on the shit.
Oh, they were breeding slaves too.
Oh, well, let's add that because that was part of the conversation. But I just want to say,
there's literally books written on it.
Okay, so there was husbandry going on, all this stuff, which I was aware of, but I'm just going to reiterate because that's important. So Stanley's right on all those things, and I never denied or said that they weren't. I've credited.
But you called the man a liar for being hyperbolic. He was not lying. He was stretching the truth. Blacks were not the only ones. They didn't put like Atlas. There was no black Atlas with the country on his back. But I can honestly say, and I truly feel this way, had it not been for slavery. Now, maybe they would have found a different way. It's kind of a counterfactual, but America got rich in the slave trade to a point to where part of the reason they banned the African slave trade is because Virginia started getting, rich with blacks. Blacks started outnumbering whites. They created an internal slave trade. Literally, there were people.
I know they were balancing the numbers
in Virginia,
they were fear of revolt.
sending up. Uncle Tom's Cabin is the perfect example.
Okay, well, thank you.
You make money. You make money sending a slave quote south. Dude, it happened all the time. America got rich on the backs of black people, enslaved black people, and for anyone not to realize this is either lying or ignorant.
Who doesn't realize it? Tell me.
Be brave.
I think everyone in the country.
Be brave. You asked me who.
Okay,
be
there's
brave
a guy.
Starters of air and sea. I can probably list several examples.
I would guess that both would acknowledge that is true.
No. You would have to drag it out of them like I had to drag it out of you.
I don't know if Aaron C is still in the chat, but
I don't
think he would agree
whether he is or not. But you know what? He knows where to hit the link, and that motherfucker won't come up here because I will treat him like a rat in the mouth of a Jack Russell.
Now I'll just tell you that my main goal was to almost honor a few of the different specialized trades, such as the Native Americans did a lot of the steel work throughout the country. They still do.
Okay, dude, are we talking before 1865 or after?
Well, I think we're just saying.
So what you want to do is blur the historical lines.
The historical lines would be up till now, back to when the country started. That's the whole history of the country. That's who built it to where it is, which is what he was saying.
AAE, I'm going to run this panel the way the fuck I want to run it. Actual debate. This is an actual debate because I'm tired of the foolishness. Okay,
I wasn't even
you
being
don't get to
bullish.
call someone a liar just because he's being hyperbolic. What you do is you actually apply some critical thinking to what he said. Don't tell me how to run this shit, AAE. I will get majorly insulted. I will run it the way I want to run it. You are certainly welcome to start your own show on the John Galt Network. He would love it. You can have a whole show. I will do whatever I want. Thank you for This isn't my channel. Well, the Stanley channel is. But look, AAE, John would love to have you as a contributing host, a whole show on this channel. And then you get to do it the way you want to. When I come up to your panel, you can treat me like a whipping post. Wouldn't you love that? I hear Stanley's blood is sweet. You just whip me till I bleed. So anyway, I'm messing with
I just wanted to share that as far as building the country goes, there is some really unique things about the U.S. There was specialization, especially, and just to give you a little black history, the masonry trades, the trade I was in and taught, and my crew had a lot of black dudes on that crew. They took to that after Italians. Initially, Italians did a lot of it, and then it became mostly black, as did concrete. I mean, concrete's still pretty black. And there'll be whole crews of black finishers versus Latino finishers. They almost compete.
Okay, let me help you out here. Well, after you make your point, I'll comment on your point.
And if you look back, the Germans were very much into carpentry, so it's a very construction history, like of the first cable bridge in the country, suspension bridge, New York, in the mid 1800s. Building the infrastructure of the country, the steel. I mean, you
realize that a lot. You brought up the guilds, a lot of the unions. The reason blacks weren't more involved was why?
There was discrimination, which was my
no. There was more than discrimination. They were not allowed to participate.
That's called discrimination.
So now you're so now.
I think it's defined as that.
Okay, blacks would have contributed more had there not been a racist country.
They still contributed.
Okay, I want you. You've made your point. Now I'm going to make mine.
Okay.
Blacks would have contributed more had they been allowed. Okay, so this motherfucking bullshit that people like of air and sea, blacks would have built more had they been allowed to.
Okay.
You don't agree with that?
I've never disagreed. And here's how I see it.
Well, you've never disagreed because no one's ever put it to you this way. Okay, I don't get impressed with you talking about Indians doing this or, dude, Italians doing that. Blacks would have been there had they been allowed.
They still contributed to the economy if they were.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. What I need you to do is acknowledge the point. Blacks would have contributed more had they been allowed to, but they weren't because the country.
I initially made that point.
Was extremely racist at the time, to the point of shooting itself in its own foot.
Misallocation of labor, everything. Stupid, dumb country. It literally, I think that the point. I agree with it. It's more costly to have purchased labor than to just pay it 2 cents a day.
So dumb fucks like Be Brave and of Air and Sea, now he's gonna be my little white whipping boy.
Well, beat the shit out of him. That's
when they guffaw, to use a word that's rarely used, when they guffaw that blacks built America to a large extent before 1865 and actually afterwards. If you look at the South, the post-Reconstruction South, blacks contributed, especially in the South. They were building fucking steel mills in Bessemer, Alexander, Alabama. I'm sorry, I said Alexander, I meant Alabama. There are a lot of things that have gone unacknowledged, but the point I want to emphasize, to the exclusion of all other points, when racists like Averency and Be Brave and others want to say blacks didn't build America, I think post Reconstruction they weren't allowed to participate, so they're right, but they won't tell you why blacks weren't participating because it would make them look like the fucking assholes they are.
Okay, so Free Zone Lou wants me to have a background. Free Zone, I don't need to have a background.
You know what, Free Zone Lou? You know where the goddamn link is. Come up and get
I'm
some.
not. Stanley, can I just say something else for a minute too, please? Even if it's wrong that they were discriminated against. They were also given the shittier jobs sometimes in these situations. Like they had to go work closest to the heat in the steel mill, which is wrong. I acknowledge that. I've acknowledged pretty much all Stanley's points. But my point was there was also a massive number of people, right? Whether they were walking off the boat in Ireland, whether they were coming here from any situation that were involved in the construction and putting into our system here in the country. Blacks were treated poorly with et cetera, for a long time in the United States. Never disagreed.
I appreciate your all lives matter.
No, you just cut me off. You cut me off.
I did because, dude, I think we get the gist.
Yes. Okay. I just think the truth is it's really an interesting history if you look at the infrastructure, the construction of the country. It's actually interesting. And it's actually really fucking cool. And you had different groups gravitating to different things. And by the way,
where were the blacks gravitating to? After Plessy versus Ferguson, they were drifting to Pullman Porters.
There were Pullman Porters, but listen, that also contributed.
All I have to say, and you didn't quite get the joke, they weren't drifting towards the trades.
No, they were not.
Why were they not drifting towards the trades?
I've already said there's discrimination. Do you want me to just start cutting myself to show you I understand?
Let's not call it discrimination because that is basically a doily covering a big ass gash on the wooden table. America was racist as fuck. Is why they didn't drift towards the trades.
That's it. The whole country, all the people, everyone. It was just
absolutely no.
Yes, absolutely.
The laws that govern all the people. I have a suspicion that if all the people, all the voters had said, "God damn it, this is a racist country. We're going to vote to change it," it would have changed. But they didn't.
Yeah, I know. They were my forefathers were evil scum. Yours were just awesome people. I want you to know that, okay? I mean, it just never ends. When does it end? I mean, we're now in 2025.
It does not end.
It doesn't end for you, for sure, right?
No, it doesn't end for this. Dude, this country is less racist than it was 100%. But we are not post-racial. We are not anywhere near it.
Okay. Yeah,
and the interesting thing is Donald Trump is literally going back he's dismantling the civil rights legislation, Voting Rights Act, etc. It's being dismantled, and they're basically thinking that, hey, America is post-racial, we don't need these laws anymore, and they are going to find out.
They may need the laws. They may need them. For sure.
Of Aaron C., what do my ancestors have to do with this? See, this motherfucker is leaning on a past. I literally have never taken a 23andMe. My father, is getting up in age and he has done a genealogy. I've not asked him, hey, give me a copy of the genealogy because I care, but not that much. I do care a lot about the here and now in the future. The past is past, and regardless of what Faulkner said about the past, it ain't really past. My ancestors have nothing to do with this.
Well, we're actually talking about our ancestors, yours and mine, right?
No, actually, we're talking. No. We're talking about. We are talking about history, not genealogy.
Of the whites and the blacks, by the way. Okay.
Okay, I am talking about history, not genealogy.
Okay. But who are you talking about in history? The blacks and the whites, I think.
I'm talking about demographics. I'm talking about slavery. I'm talking about racism.
Okay. And no one's acknowledged on this panel and in otherwise who you talked about Donald Trump, Be Brave, and Aaron C., right? I came up to talk to
they're all racist birds of a feather.
Well, I came up to talk about who built what in the United States.
Okay, and
I was going to share a school story.
We have had that discussion.
But it's not all lives matter for you. It's whitey bad.
No, I literally think Black Lives Matter.
Everything.
Black Lives Matter was a specific setup for a specific reason, and the counterpoint by people like Be Brave and of Aaron C. and the Ryans, All Lives Matter. They, you know what? When Chauvin had George Floyd pinned to the ground, George Floyd was not thinking all lives matter. He was thinking my life matters.
This super racist country protested in droves.
I didn't say the country was super. I didn't say the country is currently super racist. I think we are less racist than we have been at any point in time in the past.
You sound very racist when you say very.
Okay, I sound racist when I call the country racist, right?
No, just in general. I mean, it's just you act like everybody in the fucking country is like Klansmen.
No. I didn't say white people. I said Be Brave, of Aaron C. and sometimes Ryan. I'm very specific.
Yeah, can I do that?
I am literally.
I think everyone can do it. But
I am literally naming names. You can't say I'm talking about every white person in the country.
I understand that, but when Jason Black says one specific group built something,
who the fuck is Jason Black?
I'm sorry,
are you
Professor
talking
Black,
about the commentator?
Nah,
there is a Jason Black who is a commentator, but he's not.
I really wanted to share a story about a video I saw from the 50s that was just really cool because it showed Baltimore, my city, and it was really booming, right? And there were every fucking representative of people in the U.S. building these neighborhoods, right? And like the black bricklayers that I learned from were there in the 50s. They were very strong in those trades. And I just wanted to share that you know, in certain trades, from what I saw, they gravitated into, and then other like Latinos went towards drywall, and the French, weirdly, the French Canadians did. But anyway, I just really wanted to share that, and I didn't want to talk about Monticello. You did, that's fine.
Well, of course you did. But you do realize I brought it up because you're supposed to be a construction historian, and you don't know who built the third president's house.
I know that they renovated the Washington Monument.
Historian, how about know the history of construction?
I know that a lot of the federal buildings early on. It's just, but you must go back to 1820 with all these discussions.
I must not do anything I don't want to do.
You're
not
going to rewind.
You are literally not going to be able to prove your point. See, Ryan,
and then you shit on the other groups.
What you don't understand is that I'm sorry, what?
And then you don't even acknowledge Native Americans as massive steel builders.
Why should I?
Well, fuck them, right? I mean,
no, absolutely not, dude. We know, dude. If I bring Native Americans into this, white people were fucking monsters.
I know
in
we
what
were.
they
I
did.
was.
The,
Specifically
the
me, my
only
people,
the
my
only
forefathers.
group of people that literally have a bigger truth that white people were monsters back then are the Indians.
Okay.
And better than that, when England tried to tell the George Washingtons of the world that, hey, let's not let's not expand west of the Alleghenies. What did white people do in America? They were outraged and rebelled
Well,
because
my
we're going to
forefathers
do
were in
it.
Italy.
Okay, what I need you
Okay.
to do
But
is
they have the
acknowledge
same
what I
skin.
said. White people were fucking monsters, and Native Americans have a huge, like,
Yes, they were monsters. A percentage were
literally
monsters.
monsters.
Okay, no, all of them were. You're right. All of them were, Stanley.
You know
All of
what?
Europe
You
and the
know what?
U.S. was
You know what?
terrible.
See, look at you taking you're getting all butt hurt.
No, you're just fucking ridiculous. It's so
How am I
stupid.
ridiculous? White people were monsters.
That's right, white people. All the white people were monsters.
All the white
Africans,
people,
all of Africa
all the
was
white
innocent,
people,
just
all the
hanging
white
out.
people,
Just, oh my
all
god.
the white people. Hey, they were represented at the time. George Washington wasn't president, but dude, George Washington was a fucking monster.
Okay, he was. You're right. I
Well,
don't give a
dude,
shit about George Washington.
he was a land. Did you know at the time, at one point in time, George Washington owned more land than anyone in the world? I think I saw that fact somewhere. He was a land speculator. He
developed land up
personally
the
would have
Ohio
been
River, right?
would have been hurt by the decision that England made. Don't move past a certain point, dude.
He had land out there, sure, absolutely. I know that.
All I'm saying
Straight
is
up the
that
Potomac.
the war was not all about, taxes on tea.
I'm well aware of that. There was a lot to be gained by the
So
founding
when
fathers.
I say, you know what? Let's narrow it down. Elite white people in the colonial
Thank you.
era.
That's awesome you said that, by the way. Thank you.
Well, you know what? I'm not above. It was too broad a statement. I admit that. Elite
few
white
monsters.
people.
A few monsters.
No, not a few.
Okay.
There were 54 of them at the Constitutional Convention.
Yes. That engaged in
And
terrible stuff.
and
had a lot
of
to gain.
Aaron C. Now of Aaron C. Because this is going to be a very specific roast. Of Aaron C. wants to brag about his ancestry going all the way back. Motherfucker, you weren't a first family in Virginia, by the way. I literally know a bit about Virginia history, and you know what? Your family might have been, you know what? I'm not going to even talk about that. All I'm going to say is that of Aaron C., if you want to proclaim kinship to the monsters back in the colonial era, they were hideous, and you want to be like them, it's noted.
Yeah, and by the way, I've never agreed with him, or I've never agreed with Be Brave. I've never agreed that. I mean,
Dude, you don't agree with anybody.
I try to find reality in between you guys going back and forth all the time.
The reality is pretty much something I have a grasp upon. History, by the way, history isn't reality. I've never claimed that. It's past reality.
I think it's a perspective. There's different perspectives.
And the other thing you need to realize is history isn't facts, it's interpretation of facts.
Sure, I'm well aware of that. But I do think that I'm just going to tell you, your irritation with John and Brave ends up tainting you towards some of this.
No,
you're pushing back,
dude. Okay, I was fully formed before I met Brave or John. I think
Mhm.
both of them are fucking racists.
But I think there's retaliation going on, and maybe I get caught up
Oh, I
into
don't
it.
care. Oh, no, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. If
Yeah.
there's retaliation, it's me assessing their points of view.
Okay. What I'm saying is I'm admitting some possibly some personal folly here, and I'm saying sometimes I think that I hear you say things, and you're responding to them, and I'm like, that's just not true. What the hell is Stanley talking about? He's not this way. So I call
Well,
in, and
you
we
know
get
what?
into it.
I fall into the trap of not being specific enough. I fuss about people not being specific, and I fall into that same trap.
Yeah, and I don't like when you categorize me as John and Brave when they both torment me and both try to get me to say racist shit.
Stop that
They both.
bullshit. They don't
I'm just
torment.
saying. I'm just saying. I'm not. I don't do what they do, and I try to be pretty balanced.
Dude, I've never said you do what they do, but what I will find fault is you like to move goalposts instead of dealing with the statement that someone makes. You do a whole lot of whataboutism. You do a whole lot of, I don't know, just kind of, if someone makes a specific point, you move to the general point.
And look, and the building is my thing. Like it's my
Right, but it's not
everything.
everybody's thing. And I understand because I do the same thing. I look at politics through a historical lens. You look at things through a building lens.
Yes. Yeah, I'm
I'm
always
just
looking at.
saying that building is more a science than it is a liberal art.
Sure.
There is no philosophy of masonry. And if there is, you should write that book.
No, there's building principles of design and construction. It's all engineering, as you know.
Well, there must be
That's
there
how I
must
think.
be a there must be a philosophy of trades somewhere that you can write about.
And I just wanted to say too, like there's been times when they were kept out of trades wrongly, right?
Wait,
And,
hold it. Who? Black people?
Black
There have
folks,
been
yeah.
times. How about for most of American history?
Oh, yes, I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
Well,
so this
personally-
part, blacks were a major part of, and I'm not going to rehash the whole argument.
I don't disagree with that.
Ponder of Aaron C. hopping on this panel would be a disaster because I think he's a fucking idiot.
But here,
No. Let me address this point. Everyone's racist, Stanley, is basically justification for you being a racist of Aaron C.
Well, we're supposed to work at not being.
Supposed to what?
If you are racist, meaning like people have racist thoughts or they do things that are racist, they're supposed to work.
Okay,
at not
as
being
long
that way.
as it's a thought and not shared, that's fine. But this thought that everyone's racist is a cop-out. It is literally justifying your atrocious comments. It is justifying your own depravity.
My over-tipping example was where
I'm talking of Aaron C., not you
Okay.
specifically.
Okay, all right. So we're supposed to try to work to be better. But
Well, and to that point, everyone's racist is a reason not to work to be better. Everyone needs
we
potato
should.
chip.
We're supposed
No,
to.
I'm talking about of Aaron C.'s point. If
Okay.
his point is everyone's racist, Stanley, I'm saying that's justification for the status quo. I will be who I be because everybody else is doing it.
I don't think he's saying that.
I do. I do think he's saying it.
Can I give you a different view on it?
If you must.
Okay. It could be said like we all naturally can be tribal or end
that's
up tribal.
all bullshit. We all naturally should try and work. Dude, the whole point
Work
of
to not be that way.
culture, the whole point of culture is to tame natural instincts.
I totally agree.
There've been some times, motherfucker, I want to stab you. Not you specifically, but just in general. People get extremely mad sometimes. But
Yes.
culture, kind of is the code, like you can't go too far.
What's interesting is boxing is, you'll see a boxing match and you'll see people divide, right? And no, I'm just giving you an example. Like people go, "Oh, I'm rooting for this guy," right? And the truth is like, you don't know the boxers, you don't know their history. They just primally do it.
Okay, you know what? God damn it. I'm about to toss you. I'm talking to AAE. He is right. The country will never be post-racial, which confirms that Chaotic and his associates were wrong considering Bumpkin's point. I don't even understand what that means.
We're supposed to work at being better, though, than that, right? That's the morally right thing.
You know what? Better just all the way around, not just about race. I mean, we should just be working to be better on several different fronts.
Yes, I agree. But I wanted to listen. I want you to think about this for a minute, Stanley. Please just work with me here and give me 1 second to get my point out. So we largely had a huge misallocation of labor, if you think of it just from economics, right? We had people that were likely brilliant, mathematically, of course, but likely we had people working in the fucking field that could have launched the Industrial Revolution earlier than the British did, right? So, like, that's pretty crazy to think about. You could have had the greatest, let's say we had a guy working in the fucking field as a slave that would have invented flight, right? Or not invented, but discovered it, built the first airplane, So, huge misallocation of labor prior to changing the slavery, getting rid of slavery,
Well, that literally goes back to a point that Free Zone Lou made.
Which is what? I didn't know which one he made.
Well, American productivity went up after slavery.
Sure. Yeah. It was a terrible system.
Slavery,
and not economically smart.
Slave labor is just naturally inefficient because you got an unwilling workforce. And to your point, there were probably geniuses picking cotton.
Yeah, picking cotton, right? And then you have like subpar slave owners that they could have been idiots, right? So you just had a total misallocation of labor at the time. But anyway, I guess my whole point was that.
You disagree with something, AA? I guess it's.
I want to say something about Pullman Porters. I want to say something about Pullman Porters real quick.
Who?
Can I say Pullman Porters or this misallocation? Yeah, if you think about it too, the Pullman Porter was kept out of being a steel worker, right? But their contribution was still as much. They were still building the country, building the revenue, part of the service industry or part of the building industry, the steel worker and the Pullman Porter. So there were no jobs that weren't important in building the country. Everybody did a part, You see what I'm saying? You follow me. So you don't diminish the Pullman Porter is my point. Don't diminish their contribution is what I'm saying. You might have worked on a building and were part of that, or you might have been a Pullman Porter. You might have been a carriage driver or an Arabber.
I'm kind of confused at what your point is.
Well, when you said that black folks weren't allowed to contribute with the construction part, well, you said that, right?
Okay, well, see, I didn't think about it any deeper than I think it's a fact that they weren't allowed. Basically, there was wasted potential.
I originally said that, if you remember.
Okay, good for you. Okay. That was my point. So I think we can all agree that basically slave labor, enslavement in America got the country rich, but who knows what potential wasn't unlocked.
I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, whether you were an Arabber in
Okay,
Baltimore,
AAE. God damn it! You know what? AAE. I never get lost in the sauce. Rarely do I.
Is she up here?
Don't be. She's sniping from the panel.
I
Sniping from the
feel like
chat.
she's going to get
I'm
chewed.
right
Hey,
here.
don't come
I
on.
don't want to interrupt Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan's on a
Just-
roll right now.
He's really
No,
something
hey,
right now.
AAE. I rarely get lost in the sauce. People get lost in my sauce. Keep up is what I'm saying.
I'm glad you're here. He can't be mean to you, AAE. He's got a
It
soft
makes me
spot.
all
He
the
can't.
time.
Yeah, I
You
can
do
be
it
mean.
to me all the time.
I'm just
Ryan, everything
no.
you're saying
Actually,
is
I
on
rarely get
point.
lost.
I
Y'all
don't
need
know
to
how
fucking
Stanley's
keep up.
being confused. The point of what Ryan is saying is that the country was built off of specialization. He's touching on that right
Okay,
now.
that is such a dumb point
Okay,
that
then take
I
it as
don't
a
even
dumb
know.
point.
I
And let
don't
Ryan
even know why you're making it.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Sure.
The country, of course, dude, dude.
Yeah,
We
dude,
have
dude.
specialties on this panel. This panel is built off of specialties.
Stanley,
Well, you were
listen
talking.
to what Ryan is
No,
saying.
what you what
Listen to
you
what Ryan is saying. Listen.
philosophy is not
What
built
does
off of
philosophy have to
specifics.
do with what Ryan is saying?
Okay, well, you know what? If
Listen
you
to
want to
him.
yell, you will never find out. Philosophy is not built on individuals.
I think she was a philosophy major, wasn't she?
You know what? And
That's
I
Stanley.
don't feel
Philosophy have to
uncomfortable
do with
making this
anything.
philosophical point.
What philosophical point? Just listen to what Ryan is
Philosophy
saying.
is not math.
What does philosophy and math have to do
Why
with what
are you
Ryan is
yelling?
saying? Stanley, you consistently get lost in the sauce.
No, I
It's just
consistently
so odd.
outperform you mentally.
Sure, Stanley, whatever.
I literally, hey, that you can't keep up is not a Stanley
I
problem.
cannot
That's
keep
a
up. You're
that's a
absolutely
ponder problem.
I'm
Maybe
so
what you
confused.
should stop doing is pondering
I
and engage.
That's right. Never mind what Ryan is stating.
You
He's literally
should
trying to
literally
make an
stop
argument
pondering
as to
and
how the country's
engage.
infrastructure
Engage
was built.
your mind.
Yeah, whatever, Stanley. Ryan is literally making an argument as
He
to how
is
the country was built
literally not
infrastructure.
doing what
You
he
once
thinks he's
again,
doing,
Stanley,
and
are
you
getting
are
lost in the sauce.
you know what? You're a cheerleader for mediocrity.
Sure, whatever, Stanley.
No,
Cheerleader.
I literally said it. Now, what sauce am I lost in when I tell you you're cheerleading mediocrity? You are literally cheerleading for
Nothing you said right
mediocrity.
now has anything
Hey,
to do
I
with
don't mean to hurt your feelings,
I know my
but
feelings
you
are
are.
hurt. They
You are.
Feelings
You
hurt.
are. You are not. I know you must be
My
busy
feelings
working. Maybe you're not keeping up with the
I'm
minute
not
by
keeping
minute,
up with
but you
anything.
sound
confused.
rather distracted. Go
I'm
back
very
to work.
distracted. Go back to
Go
work,
back
sir. I'll go
to
back to
work.
work. Yes, sir.
And hopefully you don't
Hopefully,
miss
hopefully
anything.
what? Hopefully I don't miss anything. No. I mean, you could pay attention to what
Now,
Ryan is
repeat.
You
You are
could.
a cheerleader
You could just
for
pay attention to what
mediocrity.
he's saying.
Cheerleading
Just pay
mediocrity does
attention.
not impress
You
me.
could just
Now
pay
you're
attention.
lost in
You're
the
trying to
you're
impress
lost in
me,
my
but
sauce,
you don't want
apparently.
to hear what Ryan is stating.
You
because
don't
you are
no, I
confused
think
as to
why the
what he is
fuck would
stating.
I want to hear a
You
point that has
password.
nothing to do
When
what
you
I'm
use the
talking about?
password, it
Dude,
pushes your
see,
lies out of the algorithm.
cheerleading
Cheerleading
mediocrity.
for mediocrity. Sure, Stanley, whatever.
That's exactly what you're
That's
doing.
exactly
Rah,
what
rah,
I'm
rah.
Sure.
Rah, rah, rah.
Team Raw, Dallas Cowboys.
Show us your pom-poms.
Sure, Dallas Cowboys. Stanley, I just went to my parents' home. I have my dad bought it for me, Dallas Cowboys cheerleader. You wish I could show you in it, but of course I won't.
You
Why
know
don't
what?
focus
Somehow or
on
another,
listening to
you're
what Ryan
right.
is stating? Just pay attention to what Ryan is stating.
Wait,
Stay
hold it. Did you just say I wish? Really?
Stanley, learn to stay focused.
Oh, I'm very focused. That's why I'm backing up to what you
And
said.
you are a boomer, by the
Do I
way.
really
You're
wish?
not Gen X.
Do I miss
Ryan
ponder?
is Gen X. You are a boomer. You graduated high school in 82 or 83. That makes you definitively
83.
a boomer. That is a boomer.
No, it
It
makes
is.
me
You are not
it makes
Gen
me
X.
right on the edge.
You are not
Why
on
are
the
you
edge of
why
it.
are you mocking
You are
my
a
age?
boomer upon boomer
See,
upon you're a boomer.
this is why I think you're a cheerleader for mediocrity.
clearly.
You are literally mocking my age. You know what? If I'm a boomer, why are you being so disrespectful, youngin? Why are you being so disrespectful, youngin?
Respectful, sure. Okay.
Respect your elders.
Okay. I shall respect the elders.
Well, you called me a boomer. Now, see, you just made me feel suddenly so old.
Well, you are. So I'll go on mute. You're old. I'll go on mute.
He is old.
All I have to say, see, now let us break this down. So she's telling me that I wish I could see her in some Dallas cheerleader. What did she say? That is just so disrespectful. What, would I have a heart attack if I saw you, Ponder? Oh, look at her being all shy now. All right, well, let us move on.
Okay, can I just say something real quick?
Oh, of course.
I had one more point. So the point is, whether you are a farmer picking berries or doing something,
farmers pick berries.
It's all equal contribution. There's no, hey, like whether you were laying the block or engineering the structure, everyone's important in that system, in that process. You know. You see what I'm saying?
Then why is there an Air and C and a Be Brave who basically discount what blacks do in general?
So
they literally want to concentrate on the depravity, but not even talk about the positive. These guys are racist, they're fucked up, and quite frankly, they're just stupid.
I've never agreed.
That's why I didn't say I didn't mention your name. That's why I shit on the little peons. Aaron C.
Well, maybe they're being hyperbolic.
Okay, what? Stop taking up for him. Stop cheerleading for bottom feeders.
Yeah, I just Professor Black's on the same damn thing. Same thing, hyperbolic. It's hyperbolic. It ain't fucking hyperbolic. It's just shitty.
Am I really being hyperbolic when I say Be Brave is a bottom feeder? He calls.
You're not. You're. Yeah. He calls himself that.
Is he being hyperbolic when he, self-deprecating? Maybe.
Actually, it is self-deprecating. I guess when you beat yourself up.
I even know words.
Well, Stanley, no one's ever disputed that. You're you're a wordsmith. Actually, I would classify you as a wordsmith.
No, I'm not a wordsmith, because if I was, I'd be kicking more ass.
Actually, I think a wordsmith is a creator of words more so, but you're massive.
Facile with language. Look,
yeah.
Of Aaron C. is literally someone that I feel sorry for. I actually have sympathy for his plight.
Yeah.
Be Brave, not so much.
I've never really talked to him, so. But
you know what?
I know you guys fight about the Navy and shit.
Oh no! We don't fight about the Navy. Why would I fight? I just had to remind him.
I set this up, by the way. I set you up for this to state about how you outrank him by 6. I set that up for you, buddy.
Oh,
okay.
By outranking by 6 is not quite
more.
It.
More.
No. There is a sharp division between officer and enlisted.
Yeah, but isn't it by rank? Like, in other words, there's an E something, and then you go to
No, it's also by position. Like, let me put it to you this way. I think maybe he was an E4 or E5.
Yeah.
If I were on a carrier, like the ship he was on, now he was aviation, so it's kind of a different animal. But dude, you would have to, like, you didn't go knocking on my stateroom door just because you wanted to talk to me. It did not work like that. So for
how
him,
are you not above him? 6 ranks.
He has no idea what my job was in the Navy, he has no idea. He's just talking. He's whistling Dixie.
What was your rank though? What was your final rank?
I was just an 03. I was
Like
a
an
Navy
E12 or something?
lieutenant.
So what is it?
No, no,
E?
no.
What do you go up to an E and then you switch to O? I guess so. Officer.
You know what? I bet of Aaron C doesn't even know. E9's the highest.
Well, then you outrank him by like. So is it 01 higher than the E9?
No. It does. Rank does not work like that. It's really, it's hard to describe. If you look at it on paper, you're right. Outranked by a number.
A number. Okay.
But the position where you are, and I'm not going to go into details, but I think one of the more stark things that I noticed in the Navy is officers eat off of china and enlisted eat off of plastic trays.
Wow.
Like a so, you know, it doesn't matter the rank as much as the accoutrement.
Gotcha. So E9 and a 01 is still different. You know what I mean?
Oh, way different. Like
so 01 is higher.
Like miles apart.
Gotcha.
They live
even the highest
even on a destroyer, you live in a different world.
Okay. It's very interesting. I thought it was more just linear. Is the Army linear? Is the Army linear then?
It's more linear than the Navy.
Okay.
You know, when you go out to the field, you're all out there getting ticks.
Yeah, I gotcha.
In the Navy is so fucking elitist, and the Air Force is probably kind of the same way.
Yeah.
It's so fucking elitist. It's scary. And dude, let me give you a story. I was literally like a year out of OCS. I reported to my first ship, USS Affray, little minesweeper. They were in the yards in Charleston. So, you know, I had to go to a firefighting school. Dude, they put us in a fucking like mock-up of a ship and flooded it. That water was cold as a motherfucker. You know,
why did they do that?
Oh, it's a school.
It's part of
you
it.
gotta learn how to deal with that shit. Basically what you're doing, you know, fire, flooding, you know, threats to the ship. No, motherfucker, we literally had to dunk ourselves and fucking try and stop a leak. And the water's like,
so that's like okay. So
the water's like shoulder high.
Wow. How cold was like 50 degrees?
I have no clue, dude. It was cold.
But
the amazing thing, and you know what? I hadn't thought about this in years. Dude, you are literally having to fucking go down underwater and fucking stop a leak.
What do you stop it with? Like hydraulic cement? What did they use?
Wood and like cotton batting, like the old wooden ships.
Okay. Yeah.
You know that batting. Actually, now it's not waterproof.
It's like jute.
But it's water. Like it's like exactly water resistant.
Yeah.
You'll control a leak enough for you to pump the water out. Dude, it's fascinating.
So was it wood?
However, let me finish the story.
Okay.
At the end of the session, this E7, the chief of our class, you know, we're all sitting on metal bleachers outside the school, kind of a warm Charleston day. So he's like, okay, everybody, let's go ahead. We need to clean up these, you know, police the area, roll up the fire hoses. So let's do it now, folks. So you know what? I'm the only officer in the class. So everyone gets up, including me. You know, I'm like, fuck it. You know, I'll roll up a hose or whatever. He's like, oh, no, sir, no. I'm like, what? So
he wouldn't let you.
Like, no, he would not let. And I literally said, Chief, it's not a problem. He's like, oh no, sir.
He wouldn't let
Dude,
you do it.
I am literally
Oh, shit.
one person sitting on bleachers and about 40 people are cleaning.
Did you feel bad for that? Did you feel bad?
I was so embarrassed.
Yeah, I'd feel bad too. I'd be like, hey, I can get in there. Yeah.
Well, I felt bad, but you know what? The motherfucking chief wouldn't let me do it.
Wow.
It's like, that's what I mean. I was in 01.
Why wouldn't he let you? What's the mindset on not
because
letting you? Like, what is the idea?
Officers don't do that.
It's just the rule, I guess. Okay, interesting.
Well, no, it is literally unless it's you know what, if bombs were dropping, everyone does what they need to do, but this was just a school.
Got it.
But my point is 01 E1, it's a world apart. The E1s were fucking rolling up fire hoses.
Oh, 01 E1. I mean, but isn't E9 the highest though? E9's the highest, right?
You know what?
Of E's.
E9 is the highest. And you know, in 01 and in E9, there's an experience thing. E9s train 01s to be good officers.
Gotcha.
However, they still call you sir. They still salute you. You can now. It's a little trickier with an E9, but you know what? By the time you're in 03, E9. Who cares?
Is the only difference OCS and or Naval Academy? Is that the only difference between the really, right? So if you graduate Naval Academy, you're automatically an 01, right?
If you pass it,
yeah. For OC.
Well, you broken up. I'm not going back to Bomb Cherry's channel, Deacon Dave. What makes you think I would even be welcome? By the way, Mella was here earlier. Mella, are you still around? All right, folks. Well, I actually have a whole... Let's see. I think John's supposed to come on at 9. Let's check this out. I actually have a very boring topic that I want to talk about. I want to finish the rest of this Black Truth thing. Oh, come on, Dave. Stan Autry, salute, sir. You will have to convince. I know we talked about this, Dave, but I'm just not. It's just not my shtick. Chief was, dude. Hey, Stan, I was actually embarrassed. I was like, God damn. But you know what? What was I gonna do? Literally, who knows? And you know what? I was literally I had just reported to my first ship. I'm out of OCS, had been through a couple schools. To be honest, that was probably the first time I got handed reality. Sir. No, sir, what are you doing? I'm like, well, Chief, you said. He's like, no, sir. I didn't mean you. I was like, dude, it was a wake-up call. And dude, I have had so many good. I'm gonna tell y'all another story. And Stan, hit the link if you want, because you'll enjoy this one. It involves Barcelona and me pissing on a dumpster next to a building. And this is why I value E7s and above greatly. They save officers' careers. especially the JOs and actually all officers. Once you make flag or 06, maybe not so much, but oh boy. No, it wasn't exactly in public AAE. I was behind a dumpster and it was at night. So let's play this video.
What every Democrat does when trying to change the subject from something they can't defend, he began blathering about jobs and healthcare, all the boilerplate, empty hot air. Never mind that illegal immigration has wrecked the job market by bringing in tons of low-cost, low-quality labor. Just look at the housing market. You want to know why so many of the homes being built for the last 25 to 30 years are built like crap? It's because these home building corporations keep hiring illegals and their buddies who they can pay under the table, and they don't care about the quality of the work. They don't even know what they're supposed to be doing. They don't care that these illegals don't know a thing about housing codes and don't care to learn. They charge a mint for houses that are crap because they're built dirt cheap, and that's all they care about. And as for healthcare, your emergency rooms and waiting rooms are filled with people who in many cases aren't even there legally, but they know that by law, they still have to be seen by a physician, which equates to free healthcare because they have no legal residency. There's no social security number. There's no information that can be used to track them or bill them, and they know it. So when you see idiots like this clown whining, what he's doing is he's helping to uphold the Democrats' overarching agenda of replacing the black vote with people who won't make any demands of white supremacy. He's exactly the kind of spineless, moist, zesty punk that Democrats like. He's the kind of grab the ankles loser that the white media loves to say is a rising star in the Democratic Party. That's what he's auditioning for. That's what he's trying to do. Oh, this Cunningham woman's actually standing for black people. Let me go ahead and break my neck and bend over backwards, showing massa that I'm going to fight her every step of the way. We're going to get attention off of these black people and put it where it belongs, on everyone else. That's why he couldn't wait to go in front of the white media and attack this woman. These bootlicks know what white power wants to see from them. He needs to be replaced by the voters in his district. He's the one who needs to go. Now, does Representative Cunningham's speech count as a pivotal moment in black empowerment history? I don't know, but I do know that it was the right statement at the right time. And I also know that she delivered it the right way. She made her statement, she stayed on point, and she also made it very clear that the interests of these illegal aliens and of these immigrants in general are not ours. She also made it clear immigration in general needs to be stopped, and she's right, because this has not been about immigration. It's been an anti-black.
What the hell do you mean they? Wait, they love to disrespect young black men who do not stay on code? The fuck are you talking about? Okay, I'm thoroughly confused here. Are you talking about me, ma'am? When you say stay on code, oh, what code?
Black political agenda that's been playing itself out. You can go all the way back to the days of Marcus Garvey with that one. Even he knew 100 plus years ago this immigration
You know what?
thing is not
I
being
can
used to
see,
help black people.
Dave,
It's
you're
being
just going
used
to
drown
rub
out
this,
black people's political
rub this in,
authority
aren't you?
and whatever
Stay
kind of
focused.
leverage we're supposed
Stop
to be
worrying
having for
about
ourselves.
me
That's
in
what
this
it's
chat.
always been used to do. Keep the doors open for
on the
any and
panel.
every group who's going to be antagonistic against us.
You
Now,
afraid
all
to
the
say
white
it in
folks who are already
person,
here
ma'am?
who are not able to outpopulate us on their own, just go ahead and import reinforcements, even if they don't come from Europe. All they have to be is anti-black. And tragically, because of how white supremacy is spread around the world and just these cultures in general, unfortunately, there is no lack of those kind of individuals. That's who they vet for. That's who they want. So it's a good thing that Representative Cunningham pointed that out. And she did it on a stage large enough to be heard. That's why you got all these clowns who are crashing out about it. Regardless of what you may think about the woman's other views on other issues, I don't expect you to support everything that she stands for. The question is, can you get behind this one? At least on this issue, say, you know what? She's right on this. She may not be right on anything else, but she's right on this. Immigration has been a can of worms that's done us all harm and no good. Black people are the ones who need to be benefited because we've been the ones targeted for deprivation. And all of these people coming here doing this mess, they know exactly what they're doing. So don't sit here talking about how this is some sort of humanitarian issue. No, the treatment of foundational Black Americans, that's what the humanitarian issue has been that's been neglected. And the people who have been doing it are the ones who need to be caught by law enforcement and sent back to their home countries. And speaking of the thugs in blue, these corrupt and violent punks who call themselves police and sheriff's deputies, they don't deserve any slack. I just told you last week about how in Louisiana you had multiple police chiefs arrested because they were helping an immigrant carry out a visa scam operation. So the reason you got all these sheriffs and police chiefs who are opposed to enforcing immigration law is because they themselves have found ways to make money off of these illegal immigrants. Police are themselves a form of organized crime. And what's called for here is not to merely require them to actually enforce the law, but there must be harsh penalties in place to put felony charges on police when they don't do it. All right, now in closing, for the people who don't hear so well, I'm not here to put a halo on Representative Cunningham. She delivered an excellent statement on this issue. She did it boldly and unapologetically. But one good speech doesn't mean that we nominate her for sainthood. Black people have a bad habit of wanting to bow down and worship someone merely for doing one good deed or one good thing that seems in line with what we're saying and doing. We need to pump our brakes. We don't get carried away here. She didn't side with the Republicans on this because she's a Republican or because she supports their entire agenda, nor should she. The GOP are not our friends any more than Trump is. Representative Cunningham simply agreed with this one policy. And until I learn more about her, I take a similar stance where she's concerned. I like the speech and the sentiments behind it, and I think she deserves support for this. But beyond that, we'll have to take it as it goes. I know that may seem disheartening to some, but when you're practicing political maturity, this is what it means. I give credit to Representative Cunningham. She took the right kind of stance and used her platform correctly. Now the next step would be for her to get informed about how to properly identify her lineage. There's a reason that we dropped African American. ADOS is also equally illegitimate. People from the Caribbean or from South America can and do claim to be American descendants of slaves because, hey, there was slavery in the Caribbean and South America too, right? In fact, non-Black people from places in Asia and the Middle East can and inevitably will claim the exact same thing on the exact same grounds. They will claim to be Americans and also say we were enslaved too, hence we are ADOS too. So whatever these niggers are getting, we deserve it too. ADOS was a term created by people who didn't have the legitimacy to use the term descendants of American slaves. Now, the brother who coined that term, DAS, he had come to odds with the ADOS crowd and with good reason. The term ADOS is a problem, just like the people who created it. The same way you have people like Elon Musk who can claim to be African American, quote unquote, and you got that Arab Indian guy running for mayor in New York. He identified himself as African American on his school applications. These labels created by people who are only out for themselves and that leave the door wide open for everyone else to claim to be us, that cannot be allowed. It matters how you identify yourself because the word identity means what are you most similar to? And for us, are we most similar to some tether who tries to palm himself off as being from our lineage so he can help everybody except us? Are you most like some white supremacist colonizer who invaded Africa and now claims some perverted legitimacy to say that he is an African? Specificity matters because when you're specific, you're also crystal clear. Sure, people will hate it because it doesn't include them. Oh, these labels that you're using, they're divisive. Well, power is not inclusive. Power is exclusive. Everybody else has been acting that way towards us. And it's way past time we began exercising our power too. And as for these other Negroes in the South Carolina legislature who either chose to remain silent or worse, openly oppose Representative Cunningham, when it comes to these bootlicking clowns, I don't say shame on them. I say to hell with them because these guys are not on anyone's side other than white supremacies. And if you live out there in South Carolina and you have the misfortune of being in the district of one of these suck-ups who decided to stay quiet or to oppose Representative Cunningham, you
okay, he gets this wrong. Mecklenburg County is North Carolina. He
be letting them know that they're in the wrong, that they're supposed to be saying what she's saying because she actually represents the position and the interest of her constituents, and she represents yours as well. This is the time to be letting these guys know that all these fools who think that they're going to be remaining quiet right now, their silence speaks volumes. They're supposed to be siding with her and supporting her because she's right. And if these idiots think that sucking up to the same old white political donors in the Democratic Party is going to be their ticket to political longevity, then Black citizens who get together and make it very clear that their silence will be punished at the polls, now that would be a pivotal moment in Black empowerment politics, and it would be one that needs to be replicated nationwide. They want to take the side against their own Black constituents, and they decide they're going to side with people who practice violent anti-Black racism every single day. That's fine. When all of these illegal aliens go, they won't be the only ones put out on their ear. These corrupt and crumbling cowards also should, and I hope will, find themselves without any sort of political or career home either. And when they do see their would-be careers brought to an unceremonious end, I hope that the words of Representative Cunningham echo in their otherwise empty heads. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our...
Yeah, okay. He has said what he said. I just sometimes wonder if people hear the same thing I hear.
Which is what,
a lot of the
Stanley?
time.
Please share. Which is what?
I just think, you know what? Maybe one day we'll do a Saturday show. I just don't think people mentally don't use the right tool for the right job. There's a certain I don't know. I'm just it's hard to describe without just sounding elitist, but everything isn't the same. Right tool for the right job, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Just sound elitist. Who cares? Just do it.
Well, I
Don't
kind of
just
run
say
a
it, just do
I
it.
kind of run a YouTube show, and I literally think that I fuss about books and people not reading them.
People don't read. You know that. These people don't read.
And they really should. But
Okay, but they're not going to.
well, here's the horrible thing. They want to talk about things they don't know. And everyone does it to a certain degree.
Yes, welcome to YouTube.
Some people are just, it's their modus operandi.
To be dumb. They're just making content. He's this one, Black Truth, Jason Black.
Wait, no, I'm talking about people in general.
Okay, people in general, sure. Okay, so just respond to the upload.
What upload?
That you just went through with Professor Black.
Oh, you know what? It's not important, and I will think on it. And actually, this next video, I'm actually thinking about doing like a standalone on this, because it kind of goes back to culture. And,
no, it goes back to elitism. You just mentioned elitism. That's exactly what this young woman is referencing. I saw this video the other day. This young lady.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Well,
And
what makes you think I'm really caring about the topic? I might just be looking at her.
Well, I wish she didn't have that nasty tattoo. Such a pretty girl. He's such with that nasty. Oh my God, these young
She
girls.
could have worn a T-shirt.
They love these tattoos. They do, and she has it on her jacket.
I cannot understand why people think it adds. It does not add to attractiveness. Now, you can honestly, that whole thing about, hey, I dress because I want to dress this way, and if you leer at me, that's on you. That's obviously not true.
So this video, she brings up, she's referencing the new Ralph Lauren campaign. I actually mentioned to you, Stanley, the other day that
you did. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't have known about it.
It's absolutely beautiful. The gentleman who was the chief architect for this particular Ralph.
He was the creative director, yes. Morehouse graduate.
And
2013 Morehouse graduate.
Fresh
I've
graduate
actually done a bit of research.
just amazing. The clothes beautiful. Martha's Vineyard. I cannot wait to blow all my money, part of my bonus on the
Really?
collection. It just looks so beautiful. It's just so
You know,
beautiful.
there's a
This is how I
point
dress
though.
when I'm out and about. Like this entire collection is just me at work when I'm out and about. Like this literally is me.
Well,
I'm
there is a point. You know, I don't want a big ass M on my sweater. And since you want to bring up age and boomerhood, you know what? I it is good for people who want to do that. I appreciate the cultural point. The suits, the men's suits, were about the only thing that I would buy, but I don't need a suit. Um, but if my son said, "Hey, look, you know, I want this suit," yeah, I he would look good in some of those suits, but like the white, like more. I have a thing for logos, and I just when I was a kid, like in 8th grade, you know, that time, maybe even through college, but you know, when you're 60, who cares? I need it to, um, you know, be functional. The one thing I will say is I've got polo shirts that I have had since I was in my 30s. Some of these things are 20, 25 years old. Now I never wore them a lot. Maybe that's why. But you know, I think you ought to just go out and buy clothes to last. And if you have to pay a couple extra bucks to have it last 10, 20 years, it's worth the money. But you know, these are things you start thinking about as you get older. And you know, I had more money to blow at 30 than I did at 40. You know, because money went towards, you know, a family. So
And like we
I
mentioned,
like the sentiment, the cultural points.
yes,
I don't particularly like the clothes, but
it's more
you know,
useful.
now the women in the white dresses, those white summer sun type dresses, oh,
Love
they're
that look.
my God, they
Love
like
that look.
really classic.
Love that look. And that type
But
of
the
look
stuff with all the Morehouse and the
never
Spelman
goes out of
logos, and
style.
I'm just not.
It never
I
goes
didn't go to Morehouse.
right. The tailored look, it never goes out of
Yeah,
style. The dresses
right.
will never go out of style. Every woman
Well, I don't think khakis in a polo shirt ever goes out of
no,
style.
never. It never will. It never will. You buy that's why you buy it more on the quality side. This is going to be great.
Right.
And Ralph Lauren has always been more upper middle class prep, uh, very chic, very tailored. That Martha's Vineyard look, similar to how Tommy Hilfiger was back in the 90s. But once hip hop got involved with Tommy Hilfiger, it became more on the logo side. It did. And that
Mhm.
logo, that logo is more
Well,
for like
you remember the look
the
where, you
logo.
know, people would keep the price tags on 'em? You remember that? I mean, people would literally like it
Oh
was
no,
almost,
I've
you
never.
know who Minnie Pearl is? You know
No.
how she used to always have that tag. If you'd have to be of a certain age to know who Minnie Pearl is, but she always had like a price tag on her little straw, like expensive hat. Now, maybe where you live, but it was literally a thing. People would keep the tags on their clothes, and I never understood that part.
I don't. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. To keep that's like you're about to return it. I don't return. I never return clothes. I
No,
buy.
no, no. It was just like a status symbol. Like, hey, I bought an expensive shirt. You don't remember that, do you? Maybe it
No, I
was
don't do that. No, no,
well,
I don't.
it
I
was
don't.
a thing. It was actually a thing. Like you would keep like if it maybe it was an authenticity thing. Like if you got had a Tommy Hilfiger shirt, you would keep like the original store tag on it, you know,
No,
that said Tommy Hilfiger to
I
prove it was
never
genuine.
remember. No, Tommy Hilfiger really transitioned more into the black.
Well, I don't. I'm just using Tommy Hilfiger as an example.
Okay. But to touch on Sin 7, Stanley, I have a question. The lady who did the Ralph Lauren video, do you think she sounds like a professional journalist or someone whose career is a network newscast?
Which Tommy Hilfiger video? I watched the 22-minute
Ralph Lauren video. That's what Sin 7 is asking. Ralph Lauren.
Right, and there are several. I subscribe to the Tommy Hilfiger YouTube channel. I did watch the Oak Bluffs.
Right, that's what
there's
she's
a 22. Was it a woman? To be honest, I didn't even notice, and I need to run that. That's an interesting question. I think she's illiterate. C7. Sin 7. I literally think she's illiterate. She said Southern. She's a Southern belle, but she says or swears she speaks English properly.
Probably not.
I was unimpressed. And I was also unimpressed with the thing. Look, I'm kind of a vicious. She just didn't look like a professional journalist. I'll put it that way. Is she really? Wait, hold it. Let's go back.
The Southern accent, from what I've been told.
No, that wasn't a Southern accent. That was illiteracy.
Oh, that's sad. Well, shame on
I
her.
mean, well, you know what? Since Ms. Sin has brought it up, I've showed it as the opening video, but maybe it's worth watching again. Look, she lost me when she said Southern. Like, what? It caught me by surprise. I was okay until she said Southern, and I'm just like, what? I've literally never heard anyone pronounce it Southern.
I buy polo shirts, but I would never subscribe to a fashion channel, mainly because it's gay. Ryan. Ryan.
Ryan, you know what? I know you wear those cheap Walmart flannel shirts. If that's your aesthetic.
No, Ryan wears polo.
I read what he said. It's a separate joke. It's literally meant as a joke.
It's like a
literally
perfect
meant as a joke.
uniform for like the man. It's just a great uniform because, of course, especially
you know what? There's a movie that George C. Scott was in, and I can't remember the name of it, but he makes a joke about boys who wear, a shirt with an alligator on the tit.
Yeah, that's Lacoste.
That's literally what Ryan reminded me of.
Okay, yeah, Lacoste. Correct, Lacoste.
Right. I'm talking about the movie where George C. Scott, who played Patton, makes a joke about boys who wear shirts with alligators on the tit. It was a joke.
Okay, Stanley.
And when Ryan buys polo shirts, he just wants a little horsey polo player on his tit. We aren't impressed, Ryan. Is my point.
True. It's just that's the brand.
Oh my God. What? Do you actually get jokes?
No, I don't do no. She was dating Prince.
Well, we have some stuff to work on, ma'am.
No, that's okay. I don't do jokes. No.
Of course you do jokes.
No. But
do you laugh?
Stanley, what I do like is where this direction of Black elitism. There needs to be a very hard line with behavior and manner. So if
it does not. Let people be who they are.
Okay, yeah, let people be who they are. If some Black people want to call it elitism, oh well, too bad, so sad. Because that's the argument they're making with this new Oak Bluffs campaign. You're having black people.
Oh wait, hold it. Fred, our content producer actually has something better. This looks good, Fred. Thank you. Let us do. Hold on one sec. Get rid of that. Get rid of this.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh, here we go. Oh my God. Not these characters. She's going to start complaining. Oh, this
Who
group
is he?
Freddie, thank you for this link. Here we go. They're going to start
Well,
complaining.
no, Fred. No. Fred is the man. He is literally. I've known.
Okay,
I've
Stanley,
known
let's
him
go
for
back
quite
and
some
forth.
time.
That's great. Freddie, thank you for this link. I just know this link, these people, Native Land Podcast, I know this group, this three, they're going
Do
to
you?
start complaining.
About what?
Thank you, Freddie. I understand, Freddie.
About
Sharing does
what?
not- Freddie, thank you. I know sharing does not mean endorsement. Thank you for sharing the link. This upload is going to be 17 hours. This is going to be good.
So
I
now
know
you're
that-
backing away from it, Fred.
Because
You know what?
all
I'll
they do is
probably endorse it.
complain. This is this group, and Bakari Sellers is part of this nonsense too. Oh, this is going to be good.
Right. I know who Bakari Sellers is. The failed, like
Freddie, thank you for
weirdly
sharing the link.
druggy.
More than
No. No. Wait, hold it. Bakari
person is
Sellers.
ad
That's not
hominem.
Bakari Sellers. That's Andrew Gillum.
Yeah, that Gillum, whatever. This guy. That's his
Yeah,
name.
and who is like, dude? I don't even like talking about him.
Right. So don't talk about him. There's no reason to bring
That
up
weird. That
So-
weird. I got caught with a man.
Stanley, you make a
high
lot
as
of
a
ad
kite.
hominem attacks.
But I was almost governor of Florida.
Yeah,
That
you make a
does
lot of
not
ad
bode
hominem
well.
attacks on people. Some people have messy personal lives. It has nothing to do. Just
And
Steve
you
Irwin
know
makes
what?
that
They
point.
should not be running for
Oh,
governor
wow.
of Florida.
Yeah, and they all whatever. Who cares? But he's
What do you mean,
Andrew
whatever?
Gillum.
Who cares? You care if you live in Florida.
Andrew Gillum, this woman who was on she was on
Yes, ma'am. We know.
and
We
then
know.
I forgot the other one. She was on CNN. She likes to complain too.
Tiffany Cross.
Not Tiffany Cross and the other young lady, the other woman.
Oh,
Angela
Angela Ryan.
Angela Rye. Oh,
Angela Ryan. Well,
But I'm
anyway,
And because like
there's
we
your
say
boy.
that like
There's
it's
your
a
boy.
bad thing. You know, like black people they shouldn't have money. Like black people shouldn't have nice like why is that when we say black elitism, like what is it that we're attacking? You know, like what is our issue with that? Now, if we're talking about elitism as it relates to like white supremacy and classism and you know a skin complexion and all that, then yes, like we have to erode those systems. But a part of me feels like when I look at like the flappers and like you know Josephine Baker and like the glorified beautiful people of the Harlem Renaissance, you know they call the founding of the NAACP elitism, and you know the wars that kind of took place between Marcus Garvey and
Well,
W.E.B.
you know
Du
what?
Bois.
Let's stop it right there. The elitism was W.E.B. Du Bois, who talked about a talented tenth. There might be some grounds for. He was one of the founders of the NAACP. There might be some grounds for that elitism.
That's not what she's talking about.
I'm not saying I'm not quoting her verbatim. Whoa. I'm not quoting her verbatim. I am reading into
aesthetic.
Okay, you know what? Do I have to pull your power pack?
Yeah, go ahead. The Energizer Bunny. Go ahead.
No. I'm making a Lost in Space. You never watched Lost in Space as a kid, did you?
No.
When the robot just got too obnoxious, they would pull his power pack.
Tiffany Cross right now.
Oh my God.
She mentioned Du Bois. Freddie.
No, she was talking about elitism.
Okay. She
mentioned NAACP and elitism. Du Bois was one of the founders, and he talked about the talented tenth. Why can't y'all fucking connect dots?
Okay. Anyway,
I don't have to, dude. I don't have to. I literally
She mentioned
You
the
guys,
fact that
you
Tiffany
guys are
Cross-
robots.
She's speaking about the aesthetic.
Okay,
What
I'm not even looking at the chat.
aesthetic. What chat? I'm repeating what Tiffany Cross just said. Tiffany
Stop
Cross
repeating and read between the lines.
whatever, Stanley.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
Tiffany
reading
Cross just correctly
between the
said.
lines.
Okay, you do that.
Let
I'm
me
going
let
to
me help you
respond
out, Ms.
directly
Philosophy
to what
Major.
she
Ms.
just said.
Philosophy Major, and you must have specialized in analytical philosophy. Now damn it. Now she's run. Look, she mentioned elitism. She mentioned NAACP. Du Bois was one of the founders of the NAACP. He was considered an elitist by many, and he mentioned a talented 10th. That's the connection I'm making. God damn it. No, she didn't mention Du Bois. I'm making a joke, an inferential joke. Man, y'all are taxing my patience. Damn, it's just a joke. Let the joke flow.
I think there's a conversation to be had around that too. Like, what are we
That's
calling
fair.
Black elitism, and why are we mad about it? I don't know if it's like you should.
Fred, that is literally reinforcing my point about elitism.
Shouldn't be aspirational to participate in the white man system of capitalism, which is fair. Then let's have that conversation. But sometimes I feel like we're saying because you don't know where people came from. You may have come from the gutter, but you have built up this thing, and now you're automatically considered Black elite, which means you are no longer a part of the community I recognize. You can't advocate for me. You don't understand, the struggle, and so there's a disconnect. And I don't want to demonize anybody who has that thought, but I find it curious. So anyway, we can get into that.
I don't know that people draw down all of those inferences from elitism.
Mhm.
I think we can refer to the Black elite without attaching to it derogatory or sort of sentiment. I don't think the word elite in and of itself is a negative, is a pejorative. I think elite means set out and set apart. And I don't know what Webster's would say about that, but that's sort of how I view it. Now, if I were saying someone was acting stuck up, that would be something different than what I would associate with elite. I don't know if either of you all are watching The Gilded Age.
Don't say anything about it. I'm about to start.
All I'll say, so Felicia Rashad.
By the way, I love The Gilded Age. I have a thing for period, like historical period shows and movies. So
has entered this season.
I feel like you're about to ruin something.
Yeah, he
season
definitely
3.
about to. Spoiler alert.
No,
everybody
I'm
that you
not.
don't-
I'm not. All I'm going to say about it is with her entry into the show, this idea of the really dynamism that exists within the Black community, that we are not all one thing. You're going to see, if you watch that show, you'll see that beautifully, I think, demonstrated in this show. The fact that even post emancipation and not long after, you had Black folks who for generations already were in, parts of this country vacationing and owning second homes and spending seasons there. And we would never be associated with having had that in our lineage. But I think that show will help to put it on full display. And it was, honestly, I got to tell you, probably my first time ever seeing a period piece like The Gilded Age that did such a dynamic job with showing the
sin. That was a regular occurrence. As a matter of fact, like one of the Kennedys, like maybe it was Joseph Kennedy Sr., married some English person that broke English lords marrying white American heiresses. Yeah, it was a thing. And yeah, it does happen in The Gilded Age, by the way. It's very interesting. But it's a TV show.
Range of blackness, even though the show seems to be centered around whiteness. If you have that impression, I would ask you to challenge it and take another look.
People love it. They've been talking about it a lot.
I think that the elite conversation is very nuanced. I think there are some people that see the word elite and feel excluded. I just talked earlier about being at the National Bar Convention, and my first National Bar Conventions I went to as a law school student. I'm the only lawyer in my family. My family's pretty well educated, mostly college educated, but we didn't own a lot. My grandmother, and this gets back to our conversation that we were having a couple of weeks ago, my grandparents worked really hard. Grandmother was in a union at Boeing. Grandfather was a Pullman porter. They worked very, very hard to buy the house they had. And then when my grandmother was older, she did a reverse mortgage. So that's a property in our family that we didn't keep. I had other members of my dad's family who owned their homes and sold them. My mom's siblings owned their homes and sold them. When I was a baby, my parents owned a home in a prestigious area in Seattle called Madison Park. My dad fell upon hard times and sold that. So we're not a family where there's generational wealth that has been passed down. When my mom's mom passed, she left some money, but it wasn't a lot. So coming to this conference, this convention when I was in law school, and I saw people who brought their children, and their children are raised together, judges' kids playing together. They have spouses events and things, you join in the links that I now have quit. But, they had link spouses, and you're an era link, and all of these things. That is a part of Black elitism that is exclusionary. And I don't think it's by design. If they're trying to create spaces where they're saying this is okay. But for those of us who were not born into it, it feels very isolating. It feels very like, where do I belong? Where do I fit? And is there a space for me to on-ramp my family into this? And I don't want to do that at the exclusion of other Black folks. So I just wish that in those conversations, especially when you bring up WEB, where he talks about the talented 10th was a reality, but it's not the vision, right? And so I just would like for us to hold true multiple things. One is that we need to figure out a way to on-ramp more Black people into something they so desperately and righteously deserve, but also be aware of the fact that we do create these cliques, for lack of a better term, or silos, I'll say, that feel like there's everybody doesn't belong. So I just wish that we could knock out some of that.
You know what?
It's going to be controversial.
I was going to say I have a disagreement too. But
yeah, okay. I was just talking about my experience.
No, it's not a disagreement. I think me and Andrew might be about to say the same thing. So you go for it, Andrew.
No, so I'll just say my wife was of that, right? So her daddy was a university president in the Boule, her mother, a Link member, and she grew up in Jack and Jill and all those groups that I had no appreciation for whatsoever growing up, because I wasn't a part of any of that. And my family, my parents very specifically didn't come from that kind of upbringing, a good home, but certainly not that. You mentioned that those groups then themselves sort of become exclusionary. And yeah, there is some exclusion to the sense that there are certain qualifications that you have to meet in order to qualify for membership, as similar to sororities and fraternities, right? You can't be a Delta or an AK or any other Divine Nine if you hadn't gone to college. Otherwise, you'd have to be honorary, right? You'd have to be made an honorary member. So that even has criteria to it. But I actually think these organizations serve a really important and vital role at helping to keep those who have ascended into certain levels of wealth and entry into certain echelons of society, who felt, quite frankly, that they didn't look around and see their peers.
That's true.
They were surrounded by all white faces in places that they found themselves either having to assimilate to, sort of rich whiteness in order to be included, or you found yourself really shying away from it, separating yourself, which also has the effect of sort of stunting your further evolution in those spaces. And what I think some of these organizations do is they say, you're not by yourself, brother. You're not by yourself, sister. Like, together, we may not be in the same company. We may not own the same company. We may not be invested in the same places, but we understand almost without speaking what the culture is that all of us have to sort of deal with and encounter. The same thing, for instance, what do you call it? The Masons, the Masonic organization, which I have to tell you, I got to give a hat off to the Masons and the Masonic lodges in Florida, because I wasn't a member when I ran for governor. But when I was invited into their halls and to talk to their members, you hit every rung of society in those spaces. I have cousins who haven't dreamt of going to college, didn't go, don't want to go, but are so high up within those organizations. My grandfather was a member. My grandmother was an Eastern Star, and they were working people. And, my granddaddy cut yards, and my grandmother made house and raised, 18 head of children. Yes, by the same man, right? And they held those organizations, the Eastern Stars and the and my grandfather's Masonic Association, like they were family. They were family, and they learned about organization and Robert's Rules of Order, and they ascended. And so I'll just say, yes, does it have its exclusion? Yes, but I think back to a time where we were in places where we just didn't have many comrades with us, and that the only place you could go to find it was probably church on Sunday. And short of that, there were no professional organizations and otherwise that brought you in and held you, and in your toughest of moments, steeled your body so you didn't feel like you had to quit.
Mhm.
And I think those organizations kind of serve that really vital function.
Well, I might be controversial still. I thought we were going to say the same thing, but I appreciate both your points. I think, this isn't a conversation necessarily with disagreement, though I imagine our viewers might have some disagreement with us, and we welcome that, of course. So drop us a video. And again, if you like the conversation, please share it with a friend, because we'd love to make this more interactive. But I think, I grew up not elite at all. Whatever the opposite of elite is, like, that's how I grew up. No one in my family went to college, even like a few people dropped out of high school. I mean, it was just not, we didn't have money. A lot of my family's on public assistance. And so, but we were, it's not like we were out there panhandling. We just didn't come from a lot. When my life began to change, because I made it change, there were times where I didn't want to be around that. And I think this is kind of a part of the conversation we'll have today, because the Vineyard, for example, I have not enjoyed the Vineyard as much the past couple of years, because I think the crowd has changed. Now, the Vineyard was a Black beach where Black families could go and have safety. And it still exists like that. I think that's one of the beautiful things. Like, when you are a Black parent on the Vineyard and your 12-year-old comes over and says, "Mommy, I just met Johnny, I'm going to his house." Mamas and daddies like, "Okay, bye." Like, I don't have to meet them. I don't have to know them. It's impolite to lock your doors. Like, it's just a community. It's turned into like a Hollywood gathering now. And what I loved about it is you just go get out the beach hair. My hair would look like I licked my finger and stuck it in a socket. And I'm walking down the street and it's all good and it's great. And it was fine. Now, like, you see in weave and lashes on the Vineyard, you see in heels to the beach party. It's just a different environment. And it's not as down. People thought it was elite, but now it's more like aspirationally elite. Like, because you saw the Obamas went there. So,
Well, see, I kind of get what Tiffany is saying. It's been ruined.
now you want to go. But really, it was regular ass Black folks who could afford a second home or rented a second home for the summer. And it was just a great, safe time to relax into who you were. All you do is pork chop and sit on people's. And it's just changed so much. So there are spaces that I want to go that everybody's not invited. And I don't think that's a bad thing. There are places I can't go, that I'm not invited. There are rooms I can't get in. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think what's bad is when you're in these spaces and you're looking down on another space. When you feel like I'm in this space and I am better than. I am, subconsciously aspiring for white approval or whiteness. I want to live like white folks, when really we're in these spaces sometimes amongst ourselves having a good time. But it ain't no difference between me being here, at the Inkwell than it is between you at Edgewater Beach in Cleveland or on the beach in Alabama. Like, wherever you are my family and I am yours. So that's my thought on Black elitism.
That's fair.
I appreciate that.
That's fair.
Native Land Pod is a production of iHeartRadio in partnership with Reason Choice Media. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts.
Thank you for that, Fred. Our contributing editor, producer, always providing, content that I don't have. This is interesting. So anyway, I was actually going into some of this I don't know. I think my big takeaway is not so much that I care about, class, because the Black community, especially 100 years ago, and it still is a microcosm of the larger class system in America. So there's nothing new under the sun, in my opinion. Uh, I think the part about the part that I assume you mean Tiffany talking about, her experience, recent experience on Martha's Vineyard is, I think it probably got that way after the Obamas moved there. You know, it's almost like, I've had that experience years ago living up on the mountain, up in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Northern Virginia. When I first moved there, and definitely like 20 years before I moved there, it was a little secret. You know, very few people knew about. It was wonderful. And I moved away and then moved back like maybe 4 or 5 years later, moved back. And it had totally changed. So, yeah, it became more commercial. They were actually building like housing developments up there. It had totally changed. And I don't know. Being elite ain't so elite when other people want to aspire to be elite. That is a very good argument for buying your own 50 acres. You can be all elite on your own property.
Issue with Ralph Lauren's latest
Oops.
collection of some Black people are finding an issue with Ralph Lauren's latest collection of
Now, this is the video I played at the start of this broadcast, or this stream. Everything is fine until she starts injecting her own thoughts and then describing her background and everything. And I hate to be all persnickety, but I'm not sure she is the best messenger for this message.
Oak Bluff and saying that it's basically pushing Black elitism. Now, I'm going to save my commentary to the end.
Sin, this is the woman you're saying she says she's a broadcaster? That is hard for me to believe. She doesn't, it's hard for me to believe that she is a broadcaster. Oh, really? Interesting. They didn't, she looks drunk. I don't know about that, Sin. She doesn't really look drunk to me. She is a little, I don't know. She doesn't look drunk. I'll just well, elite folks or normal Black folks, broke genius, by the way. They put their pants on one leg at a time like the rest of us. She looks drunk. I think her hair and I think her diction, there's some problems. Like I said, I'm not sure she's the right messenger for this message, but
So y'all make sure to stick around for that. I'm going to go ahead and review some videos to kind of get an idea of what everybody is mad about.
You're not the target audience for this. It wasn't meant for you, and that's okay. Why is Black people being shown in a positive light such a problem for you? We didn't all grow up stealing. In fact, if I'd ever thought about stealing, my mom would probably put me 6 feet under. It's not one band, one sound. We are not a monolith, and we all grew up with different experiences. Not everything is out of a Tyler Perry struggle movie. The same people that have a problem with this are the same people in school talking about, look at that nigga reading. Why does he talk so white? You're so articulate. Are you trying to be white? Just for simply wanting to do well in school. This collection does an excellent job.
I guarantee you this guy is from New Jersey. He literally speaks like like a Jersey Shore sort of thing.
In showcasing that we have diverse style.
And one of the problems I have with this particular photo, none of these people are athletes. Look at their fucking flaccid, skinny, non-muscular legs. Why are they even dressed? Look, you would do much better, at least in my opinion, is put some people in those clothes who look like they actually play tennis. Those legs are skinny.
Diverse opinions within the Black community. We started dandyism. We can dress preppy. We can do great tailoring. This collection is out of your budget and that's why you're upset. That's a totally different conversation to have. But in this day and age where we have brands like American Eagle pushing eugenics with Cindy Sweeney, it's even more important to be able to have this type of representation as a part of American culture. And having a major fashion brand like Ralph Lauren doing this is giving it exactly the amount of visibility that it needs to get. Before you guys get on here with your thought pieces, actually think about people that live outside of your bubble. You're not the target audience.
Oak Bluffs is home. I was going to say that. Sorry.
Ralph Lauren just dropped a collection both inspired by and based on Black wealth. And the best part is, it's not performative, so let's tap in. I'm gonna give a quick breakdown, but I highly recommend that you watch their campaign video. It's 20 minutes long, but it's very well worth it, trust me. Just last year, Morehouse graduate James Jeter became the first Black creative director at Ralph Lauren, and he ain't waste no time. He's already been spearheading the Morehouse and Spelman collaborations for years, and now we got this Oak Bluffs collections, which is fire, by the way. If you ain't know, Oak Bluffs is a historic Black
through
vacation
this
spot.
part. I played it earlier, and I am kind of worried. But I also want to make a point. If you look at the title of this show, the next TikTok person that comes up is specifically why I thought of the title of this show. And you'll probably make the connection.
Includes Black heritage, not just your average Ivy League preppy school bullshit. Now I'm dead serious. Y'all better go watch.
People in the fucking Ivy League don't dress like this. Hardly anyone does. It is literally a photo shoot. Nobody dresses like this, but you can if you have the money.
Video, but anyways, y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments.
I do not want a Black all-American story when it comes to Polo Ralph Lauren, because that is not
This
how
dude.
And people who look like me have engaged with Polo Ralph Lauren. It's never been about some elite bourgeoisie shit. We stole that shit.
We did not steal Ralph Lauren polo. You might have, the people around you might have, and you are better off saying
This part about boosting Black culture. If you watch that TikToker, the one before this guy, he talked about boosting stuff from Macy's and stuff like that. So, and then he talks about, well, you know, this elite stuff isn't Black culture. I put it all together, boosting Black culture. We stole that, like we stole Ralph Lauren. It's like stealing is a cultural thing in the Black community. People, it's an idiotic point. Stealing is not like a plank of the Black culture platform.
that, you know what I mean, we spent our last dimes on trying to get Ralph Lauren, especially during the Yandro era. You know, everybody wasn't stealing out of Ralph Lauren. As a matter of fact, if you lived in like Georgia, I don't know where this man's from, but if you in Georgia, most of the polo stores are on the white side of Georgia. You're not going over there to steal, buddy. You're not going over there to steal. Ralph Lauren has always been high fashion. It's always been expensive. Always. It's never not been. It came into the game expensive.
You're just
right. So I don't think,
Dave, you're just trying to wave a red flag, aren't you? Red flag and a red cape in front of the bull. That's what you're doing with this comment. I get you. Jim Dandyism. Organized retail fraud is definitely an issue within the Black community. AAE, once again, you fail to get my point. I'm saying it does not define the Black community. Organized retail fraud is a problem in all the communities. God damn it. Bank fraud is a thing in the, you know what? These motherfucking meticulous, narrow-minded morons who don't know the difference, but this has been a frustrating morning. And a problem in the community is not defining the community. That's the point I'm struggling to get across to fucking bullet heads.
people are focused on the the ticket price of these things, right? They're more focused on the historical fact of Oak Bluff. They're more focused on the fact that Black people were given this space to be creatives, to be themselves, things like that, right? That's what the point was. That was the point, right? And I even agree with him on one of his videos. He was saying that Young Dro should have a collab with
Sin, that's because white people are in the banks doing bank fraud. These arguments, these anti-black bullshit points that Juan and Sin 7 and Dave and dude, y'all are so hyper focused on shitting on the Black community that you're ignoring what happens in the white community. It's so sad.
them. I agree. I agree with that. But that should not, but we stole that.
By the way, racializing crime is probably one of the problems, the impediments to eliminating crime. If you know a crime is something in the Black community, a particular type of crime, racializing it is the best way to solve it, right? White people don't do retail crime. They do bank fraud.
That shit should not be a talking point in this particular video. And that's just how I feel, bro. It kind of makes us look bad. It's kind of anti-Black. That's very anti-Black.
I do. So let me get this straight. Y'all mad at Ralph Lauren for portraying Black people in a positive light, looking like educated Black men showing.
Oh, wait, hold it. Let's
look
at this. Let's look at this. This lady is a philosophy major. Also, this bank fraud. What bank fraud are you talking about? Check fraud? Yes. Black people. And then the CPN fraud. Motherfucker, have you ever heard of like the SEC? Have you ever heard of insider trading? AAE, you are literally dealing with someone. Your philosophy major has done you wrong if you literally can't think. Literally, I don't think that you are that great a thinker here. You are brittle of mind. And I don't care what you were asking about, Juan. I was just asking a rhetorical question based on the clip played about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, you were just asking, Juan. It sounded like a statement to me.
of black men going to
Hey, wait,
historical
hold
black.
it. What? Wait, hold it. Let's go back to your question, Juan, that I found so problematic. Okay. Literally, the guy is talking about Polo specifically. You won't steal over there, buddy. I don't see a question mark there. That's the white side of town. So why would you steal from other hardworking blacks? The motherfucker didn't talk about the black side of town or what they stole. He talked about Polo and what they didn't steal on the black side of town, and said, probably hyperbolically, that all the stores where they sold it. Juan, do better.
Black colleges and being elite black men, because you and your little dirtball ass friends used to steal polos from Macy's. That's what you want. That's what you want black people to be portrayed as. You and your little dirtball ass friends that used to run around stealing polos from Macy's.
I'm sorry. I'm just seeing so many bad points. Stanley should clarify this. I literally just clarified it. But white collar crime, since Stanley wants to bring this up, I'm doing a whataboutism. Blacks doing retail theft. I'm saying white people do it too. All kinds of people do theft. You just want to concentrate on a specific type of theft and concentrate on the black community. What I'm struggling to say is that theft is something all communities do. That's my goddamn point. Philosophy major, you are struggling here. You are lost in the sauce of your own making. Stupid sauce is what you are stirring. No. Stan, they don't want to hear about this shit. Only black people steal. Only black people steal, and it's retail theft in particular. Goddamn, these little boys and girls struggling. The anti-black blacks are up early on a Monday morning trying to pretend blacks are the only people who commit theft in the United States. So sad. Y'all anti-black blacks, you need to do better.
Man, y'all gotta stop, man. Something gotta give, bro. Y'all gotta let this poor shit go, bro. My whole life as a black man, I grew up never seeing black boys portrayed in a positive light. Every single movie, every single music video, every single piece of art that was pushed to us is to portray us in a poorest fashion possible, so we can look violent, so we can look like nonsensical, like we lack depth, like black people is just a monolith. This is the reason that immigrants come to this country and think this of us, because they never portrayed us in. These immigrants come from countries full of violence, abusers, and corruption. But they think that they're better than black Americans because of the way we're portrayed in the media, in fashion, in different spaces. And y'all mad now. We've been saying this all our life, that we need to portray ourselves in a different light. And now you upset. And it's not all of I know a lot of y'all got some sense. But to that one.
Okay. Here, Stan. Read this, Stan. Stan Autry, you want to bring up Madoff. Madoff also was the president of the NASDAQ and started the NSCC. If you are going to bring up what he did bad, bring up what he did good. That's the most moronic, fucking, anti-black, fucking kissing white ass comment I've heard today. The point, goddammit, that I was struggling to make, and apparently it just does not go through your wooden head, AAE. Theft is not a black thing. It is an all people thing. And as soon as Stan brings up, well, Madoff did it. He stole. You want to talk about the good that he did. Well, how about you bring up the good things black people do and we'll call it goddamn even? Moronic. Stay in the chat. Don't bother coming up here because I will shit all over these anti-black motherfuckers. God damn. For all the motherfucking philosophy you've read, the best you can do is bring up the good stuff that Madoff did. The motherfucker is practically in jail for life, and you want to talk about the good a convicted criminal did? Jesus God, do you know how moronic this sounds? Philosophy major? God damn, this is hilarious. Dude, welcome to America. We are a mite stupid here. Talk about the good that Bernie Madoff did. It wasn't all bad.
That one colorful do-rag, that dude, he just...
This motherfucker, you know, retail theft isn't necessarily gonna ruin people's lives. Bernie Madoff fucked up bigger than any retail theft could possibly. This motherfucker ruined retirements. He ruined people's generational wealth. And AAE, Questions to Ponder, wants to talk about the good he did. God damn it. I'm just going to end this goddamn stream. The good that Bernie Madoff did. This is what passes. This is what passes for college graduates today. We want to be even-handed in how we talk about Bernie Madoff. Well, he did some good too, Stanley. Motherfucker, he ruined his family's life. Didn't one of his sons commit suicide? But you want to talk about the good that Bernie Madoff did. Questions to ponder. We're going to have to put you in timeout. I should end the stream. You know what? I am literally, dude, Ponder, and I mean this with all due respect, you have literally said the stupidest thing I've ever heard an adult say on a YouTube stream. You literally want to talk about the good that Bernie Madoff did? What good? Motherfucker, he had a son commit suicide. This is what philosophy majors do? Oh my God. Dude, it's going to take me a while to recover from that stupidity.
Piss me off.
This woman.
Why is it so cool to...
I have to rag on this some more. The good that Bernie Madoff did is actually a thing. My mother used to tell me that the bad outweighs the good. People will never remember the good things you did when you totally wreck generational wealth for all these people and you have kids committing suicide. Because you know what? What about the good parenting he did? His son committed suicide, but think about the other kids. He was a good dad. Not all his kids committed suicide. This is literally a philosophy major. Jesus.
Be poor to y'all. We need black representation in these places. I never seen myself with some of these jobs as an engineer, a fashion designer, an architect. I never saw myself as any of that because I never seen black men in these places. The movies that I saw, they was in the streets.
All right, he made some great points. And as he was talking, I started to think about Prince of Bel-Air and
Yeah,
how
I don't get it.
Carlton was not the cool one.
You know what? All of a sudden, I don't feel like talking about Ralph Lauren anymore. I want to talk about black people and their fucking kiss ass white ways warping their minds and their ability to reason. Literally, I was told today, look at the bright side of the Madoff. Look at the bright side, Stanley. See, look at the bright side. Oh, there's retail theft. And we're going to shit on blacks. And then when I talk about Madoff, well, he wasn't all bad. This is literally the most anti-black shit you have won the Nobel Prize of Kundum, AAE. This dude, literally, ma'am, you have won a Nobel Prize for coonery. I am not in the mood for your bullshit.
Can I just say
Ryan.
something real quick, though?
Oh, you know what? You always want to say something real quick.
In terms of dollar for dollar, the whites
Okay,
steal a lot more money.
Let's stop. Let's stop.
I was going to agree
right
with
there.
you, but then you got to kill that too.
No. All you had to say is I agree with you. I don't need a detailed explanation.
Yeah, but I can't even
of
finish a
why
statement.
you agree. Some things don't need to be explained.
Dollar for dollar, whites are the most stealing group in the world. Like there's, well, at least in the U.S. for sure, probably
You know
100 times more. Probably 100 times.
No. Let's talk retail theft of polo shirts. Let's talk Polo Gang. Polo Gang is literally going to take America down, but Bernie Madoff. Let's talk about some of the good things Bernie Madoff did. What the?
There's an industry called risk management built out of like how much money he stole $50 billion.
Oh no! But you know what? He didn't kill anybody except he had a son commit suicide. But he didn't kill anybody.
So yeah, I think it's really kind of two different types of crime anyway. So
no, why do you have to volunteer that sin? You have a sterling silver raccoon ring. I don't even know what that means. Is that like a commemorative token of coonery? Why do you bring this up? Help me out here, Sin.
How are you even comparing
Have you come up and just no? Look at her. She's gonna try and defend.
Smart as Madoff.
Literally, the dumbest thing I have literally heard a black person say.
It is dumb because it's not at your level, Stanley.
You made the comment. Why are you trying to defend it? I'm mocking you.
Brought up Madoff. How can you bring up Madoff?
No, you. Oh wait, hold it. I simply said
you brought up Madoff.
No. What you're gonna do is not take me out of context, ma'am. You will not take me out of context. I brought him up. Tell me why I brought him up.
Bernie Madoff.
Why did I bring up Madoff?
You brought up Bernie Madoff.
I did. Tell me why I did. See, what you want to do is say I brought him up. I'm saying Bernie Madoff far exceeded any damage that retail theft could possibly do in a lifetime. Stealing a couple polo shirts is literally nowhere near what a Bernie Madoff did. If we must racialize crime, I'm literally going to tell you white boy Madoff is generational, astronomically more damaging than boosting some goddamn polo shirts. That's what I'm saying. If you are going to say I brought up Madoff, tell us why I brought up Madoff. Oh, look at the good he did, Stanley. Look at the
Why
good.
would you even bring him up? You just proved my point.
Motherfucker, you don't get to tell me what and why I bring up something. I brought him up because white theft is astronomically more disastrous than black theft if we must racialize it. That's why, God damn it.
Why are you bringing him up then?
Because
You just proved
did
my
I not
point.
just explain? Okay, no. She's a philosophy major. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
Why would
You
bring up
keep
Madoff
asking me
in the
why,
same
and I keep
sentence?
explaining it.
Why would you bring up Bernie Madoff in the same
Because
sentence
he
as
is worse than
as
retail
black
theft in the black
Why
community.
the
Just
same
okay,
guy?
you're gonna goddamn keep talking. You ask me why, and much like a drunk as shit solid snake, you ask a question and keep talking. Learn some decorum, woman. Now you're starting to piss me off. Okay, dude, you must think I'm goddamn patient. I said you're pissing me off. Heal.
He caused more damage.
He caused more damage exponentially.
The president of the NSCC, the president of the NASDAQ, a man who started the
You know what? All I'm gonna fucking
That's
do
who
is
you're
make a
gonna
fool
bring
out
up
of you.
to
I'm
black
literally
crime?
gonna take
You're
your
so
philosophy degree and
Stanley.
beat you over the
You are
head with it.
consistently disingenuous.
Literally,
The
I'm
level
going
of
to
action
mock
this man
the
basically
shit out of you
the
to a point to where you
infrastructure
won't
of
want to
modern
join the panel
plans
again.
and
I'm
settlement.
gonna
That's
do
what
it.
we're going to compare black
You
people to.
literally
Bernie
sound
Madoff,
like a
who helped bring
miseducated
electronic
fool.
transaction
Your
to the
philosophy
financial
degree
system.
has
That's
gone
what you're
to
going to
waste
compare black
on
people
your
to. You're so
you
disingenuous,
cannot
Stanley.
reason your way
You're
out
going
of
to
a
compare
motherfucking
Bernie
paper
Madoff.
bag.
You don't even
Your
know the
philosophy
significance
degree
of this
is a
man.
waste
Nothing to
of
do with philosophy.
sheepskin.
You're so disingenuous. You
I'm
know
going
so
to,
about this
motherfucker,
country's
I'm so
financial system.
disingenuous,
You're
except
going
I
to
know you are a
compare,
goddamn
guys,
fool.
you're
You
going
are
to
a
compare
fool with a
Bernie Madoff
degree.
to black
You
people in their
literally
prime.
are
One
a
man
waste of a
who caused
philosophy
more
degree.
damage.
Why
One
the
man
fuck
who
did
was
you go to
also
college
the
at all?
president of the
Why
NASDAQ.
the fuck
Someone who
did
held
you
so
go
much power.
to college
A
at
man
all?
who
You
clearly
literally
knows what
are
the
explaining
NSCC
a
is.
criminal.
You're going to
You are
compare black
literally
people to. You
justifying
don't even
a
know Bernie
criminal.
Madoff's background. How
You are
significant this man is
literally
to the financial
explaining,
Bernie
defending
Madoff
a
is the
goddamn
best
criminal
move
who
the
ruined
system from
lives.
paper to
He took
electronic
generational
transactions.
wealth in
This
a
man is
Ponzi
so
scheme, and
significant.
your dumb
You
black
have no
ass is
idea how
defending it. Your
important
dumb
Bernie Madoff is
anti-black
to the
black
financial
ass
system.
is
You're going to
defending
compare
a
his crime
motherfucking
to
criminal.
black crime.
This
You're
is
so
what
disingenuous.
anti-black blacks
You have
do. If
such
it's
little
white, it's
knowledge,
right.
Stanley.
White
All you do
crime
is you
is
like
better
to
than
do
black
for
crime
self-harm.
because a white
You're
person
not even
is a
well
better
read,
class
Stanley.
of criminal.
You come off
You
like an aggressive
literally,
are a better
dude,
class of
you are
criminals. And they
literally,
have more access. They are more
you are
significant in what
literally
they
a
do.
smart, well-educated bomb
Bernie
cherry right
Madoff,
now.
you are actually
I'm gonna
benefiting off
boot
what
your dumb
Bernie
ass
Madoff
because you're
invented.
annoying me.
Electronic transaction. You're still using what he did. You want to
What
compare
a
black
dumb
people crime?
fucking
You have no idea who
dude. I'm
Bernie
gonna have to
Madoff
use the
is.
B word
You're
in a
going
minute.
to
I'm warning you now.
N-word. I
I'm
use
gonna
the N-word.
go
You really are
into
the
calling you
N-word.
what you're
You are
acting
that
like.
dumb, Stanley.
I'm gonna
You
call
don't
you
even know
what
how to
you're acting
properly
like.
argue. You're not even
You
at the same
defending
caliber or
white
level as
criminality
me.
is John Galt level coonery.
No, you were at the level. You're not even
Literally, you are a
You have
motherfucking
little
coon with
knowledge
a
of
goddamn
how this
philosophy
country and these
degree.
financial systems. You have
If
such
I
little knowledge
put
of this
a
country.
more, if I dressed you up in a college robe and a mortar on your head, you would be a, you graduated from Coon U with a philosophy degree. Those white philosophers fucking educated you out of your blackness. Some of us don't suffer the loss that you have questions to ponder. get a sense of humor, get some mother wit, or fucking just ignore what I say. Because when I say something, I'm telling you right now, I'm about 20 times smarter than your dumb, rigid intellect. You are a fucking fool, and you deserve the scorn I'm giving you.
No, it's not. No, you're not, Steve.
You are literally a fucking fool.
Every time I'm on these lives,
I don't even have to mock you as a woman, because as an intellect, you are Hey, your brain is not able to think. You got a goddamn philosophy degree, and you are not putting it to good use. I'm only going to win this argument, ma'am. You defended Bernie Madoff. That stands by itself is a huge problem. You are a problem. Good luck with defending whiteness. Good luck with defending whiteness. Dude, you are on my panel. You are on my panel. I'm not on yours.
Eating off what he's
You are literally on my panel. I am not on yours.
Are you done, Stanley?
Do better. No, God damn it. I'm never done on my panel. You are a dumbass.
I'm a dumbass.
You are literally, you have literally said the dumbest thing I've ever heard a black person say. Dude, I have a 19-year-old and he could outthink you. He could. Oh, you're still going on about Bernie Madoff? I'm calling you a waste of a degree, and you want to concentrate on. See, you are inflexible, you are rigid, you are humorless, and it is your downfall.
Everything is a joke.
You are doing the right job because you probably use checklists, don't you?
Oh, you need organization? You should probably do that.
Oh, no. Dude, I don't need a checklist to be organized. And at my age, I get to do what I want to do. Your dumb ass has come up against someone who can outthink you in his sleep. I literally think you are dumb.
Of course I'm dumb.
I wasn't quite so sure until you started talking about the good things Bernie Madoff did. NASDAQ, he was the president of NASDAQ, therefore he can do no wrong. You are literally a fucked up individual. What fucked you up? What fucked you up? What kind of you must have had some abuse in your childhood, because that's the only reason I could ever think you defend monsters. You defend monsters. It is a classic sign. It is literally a classic sign where it is. I enjoy shitting on idiots like you. I get a rush out of telling people who can quote chapter and verse but can't think. You cannot think beyond the printed page. If I take your book from you, you are literally like a robot without programming. If I take a rule book from you, you would fucking starve because you're not smart enough to go to McDonald's. You would fucking starve. Phew.
Okay. Take a deep breath, old man. You need it.
You know what? All I want to do is go see my son and talk to a smart young person, because you're not it.
Right, Stan Autry. How did the government not know?
Okay, look at you fight. You want to talk about Stan Autry when the Stanley on this panel is calling you. You are literally dumb as fuck. You are literally a brainless person. If I take no, she's a goddamn idiot. She's a goddamn idiot.
How did this
criminal? Motherfucker, I have literally I have literally seen people who could read out of a goddamn book be fucking klutzes as leaders. She's a moron.
Okay.
She can
she's
quote
not
chapter and verse, but you drop her in the middle of somewhere she's never been, she's gonna die. Literally. She would not be able to think her way out of any major situation. I've met people like her.
She never said.
They are.
He
God
did
damn it,
call-
dude! You're defending the indefensible, really?
I know more about Bernie Madoff.
I
than
am
probably anyone on
literally
here.
saying she is a robot. If you take away her operating system, she will not survive.
Okay. Well, okay.
And you know it, and I know it. You're motherfucking 55 years old. There are
No,
a
I'm
lot
not
of
55,
smart.
I'm younger.
There
I'm
are
55.
a lot of smart idiots out there. I've seen them.
She's not defending Madoff. She's saying he did do a couple of good things, which were good for.
And I'm
society.
saying that is a moronic thing to say.
Why would you compare someone at the level
Because
of
I
Madoff
can,
to black
woman.
crime? Okay, then do that.
Because I can.
You're not. Black people are not even remotely at the level of Madoff. A man who got
Look, hear this bullshit. Black people are not anywhere near. You know what? This defense of horrible white people is like you win the Nobel Prize for coonery.
She's not defending him. She's not defending him.
Ryan, you're a goddamn moron too, apparently.
You don't.
She's not saying what he did was right.
Okay,
He was bad, but he did do a couple
you
of things that were good.
literally are incapable of thought. Who is all I'm saying? All I'm saying. Okay, fuss as much as you want. You are unable to hold a cogent conversation, and Ryan, your dumbass can't either. The point is, I'm saying Bernie Madoff, his theft was astronomically more damaging, but no one ever talks about theft in the white community. These goddamn coons want to talk about theft, retail theft in the black community. Like it motherfucking matters. Madoff fucking ruined people's lives. Retail boosting a couple fucking polo shirts does not even measure up to what Bernie Madoff did. But as soon as I mentioned, well, Bernie Madoff, like fucking coons come out of their trees to fucking defend him. It is disgusting.
Are you done, Stanley? Are you done?
Oh, motherfucker, I haven't, I'm pissed off enough to just boot your ass.
To rationalize black crime.
I love to tell people that they are goddamn fools. Okay, I'm saying, look, the silly bitch cannot figure out my point. Nope. Bernie Madoff's theft is astronomically worse than anything that a retail polo shirt booster could do. That's my point. Now I have to hear about the good things Bernie Madoff did? Dude, white people, this white collar crime is they steal billions. And y'all want to shit on a cup of motherfucker who boosts polo. It is disgusting. You anti-black blacks are a laughing stock.
Are you done, Stanley? Black people who steal from other black
No, you better, as a matter of fact, the better question is, are you done? Because if you keep up this bullshit, I'm going to keep shitting on you. You need to be done, not me, ma'am.
The back. Keep putting me in the back, Stanley.
Literally, I haven't tossed you.
Put me in the back.
Are you done, ma'am? Are you done, ma'am? Are you done? Are you? See, you seem to think we're some sort of equal here. Your disastrous white defense is laughing stock material. You are literally defending a horrible white person, telling me the good that he did. Black people aren't anywhere near the status of Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff was rich. He was the president of the NASDAQ. If he committed a crime, it's okay. It's okay. He's always going to be better than black people because he was president of the NASDAQ. I defend Bernie Madoff's honor with the utmost respect. I respect Bernie Madoff, but I can shit on black people. You dumb fucking idiot. You are literally a goddamn idiot, and you're getting your fucking comeuppance, you coon. You are a fucking coon defending Bernie Madoff. That is the point. I don't give a fuck what you have to say, coon. You are a coon. You are a motherfucking coon. You need to go among your species. There are no coons. There are no coons allowed on this panel. I bet you're going to use the N-word next. Aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you?
Why bring up Madoff? He has nothing to do with
God damn it. I told you why I brought him up, and your dumb fucking ass can't digest why I brought him up. Don't come back, Ponder. We're done. What's up, Stan?
Hey, good morning, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, you know what? I thought this was going to be a Garden Variety Monday until this silly woman fucking is defending a fucking Ponzi scheme motherfucker. Well, Bernie Madoff was superior to black people. What the fuck?
She didn't say that.
Okay, goddamn it, Ryan, you might as well shut the fuck up. I'm done with. No. What you can do is shut the fuck up
about something.
Don't defend. You want? Is this
I'm not going to defend
thing?
him. I'm not going to defend him.
You are going to defend questions to Ponder. That's what I'm fussing about. It's indefensible. She is a moron, and you are going to defend. You defending Ponder is like Ponder defending Madoff. It's irrational and pure stupidity. It is lit. Fuck no.
I've seen you leave panels for that same thing.
Okay, I have. You know what? I use the word. Why would I leave the panel?
No. I've seen you leave other panels.
Wait, you have seen me do a lot of things. I meant what I said. I meant what I said. Why would I apologize for something that I think is true? It's a true description.
I don't think you really think that.
Well, motherfucker, I didn't ask you what you thought, did I?
She's not saying he's good.
Did I ask you what you thought? Did I ask you what you thought?
You didn't. You didn't. But
okay, then why offer something I didn't ask for? I think you're hitting below the belt. Why offer something I did not ask for?
Okay, that's fine.
I know it's fine.
I actually took your position too.
Okay, dude, I don't really care what position you took. The position you open yourself up for huge criticism defending Ponder's point. She keeps asking me the same goddamn question over and over. Why did I bring up Madoff? Because I think Madoff is astronomically more detrimental.
I agree with that.
His Ponzi scheme ruined generational wealth.
It ruined thousands of people's
retail theft. The Polo Boys, while they did probably millions in damage, it was a bunch of goddamn shirts.
Yeah, she was saying there it's two different things.
That's what, motherfucker, I heard what she said.
Metal. What is
I
metal?
think what
But
she
net
said is, I think what she said was one step above retardation.
Black people. Birdie battle.
Yeah, look at that. Hear her anti-black bullshit. Black people, Bernie Madoff. Oh, Bernie Madoff wasn't black. He had a higher station in life than black people. How could you make the
She didn't say that
comparison?
either. She didn't say that either.
Motherfucker, I'm putting words in her mouth.
She didn't say that.
I am literally manipulating her words. I do it for the fun of it.
Who the fuck? Such a piece of
Yeah, keep defending your dumbass point, and I will keep shitting on it.
Just no name calling. It's fine. You're better than
Oh, motherfucker, I will call her names and mock her more.
Okay.
I'm literally disrespecting her. Why should I hide it? Isn't it obvious? I am disrespecting her intelligence. I'm disrespecting her ability to even think beyond her frontal lobe. I'm shitting on her. I'm manipulating her words. I'm doing all the rhetorical shitting I can possibly do. Are there any questions about what I'm doing now, Ryan?
There's no question.
The answer should be no.
You missed her point, though. She had a different point than what you're saying.
Her point is worthless. Her point is worthless. Her point is not worth me considering.
So basically,
I am discounting her intelligence as well as the point her intelligence miscreated.
Okay.
I don't know how to be more disrespectful.
Stanley, just go ahead and kick me off StreamYard, but you're
No,
not.
you leave. I need you to leave of your own steam. I want you to leave on your own power. I'm not gonna give you the respect of kicking you. You need to take yourself out. Take yourself
Because I
out.
bring you content. When I'm here, you have the most views every single time I'm here. Stanley, there's
Oh
nobody
no,
else
this is like American man level megalomania.
content. You like disrespecting her. You're no different.
So
than
if you
other
leave,
men
ponder. If you leave, see, I can't. Apparently, she thinks she's indispensable too.
Brave has enough sense to just go after you.
Brave is a goddamn racist moron, and I'm beginning to think you're a racist moron too.
After women the way you do.
Okay, no. Are you really? I didn't go after your. Okay, see, I did not go after your femininity. I went after your intellect. You are a stupid person. I'm not calling you a woman. I'm not going after your femininity or your sex. I'm calling you an intellectual lightweight and a waste of a philosophy degree. See, what's pissing you off is why you're still... Hey, you're still here because I have not approached your femininity other than to call you a bitch. But I call men bitches too.
None of your content is original.
I literally have not gone after your womanhood. I've called you an intellectual screw up.
I'm an intellectual
Your womanhood is not your problem. Your intellect is your. You are literally your own speed bump. You are literally your own speed bump, and you keep. There's only one speed bump, and you keep tripping over it.
I know. I'm bringing you content.
You are giving me so many views, Ponder. Keep fussing.
Yes,
keep letting me shit on you.
Yes, I am giving you views.
Stanley's going after me because I'm a woman. You know what? I'm going after you because you're dumb. You are literally unintelligent. You are a one-trick pony.
Everybody's unintelligent. You cannot keep
most everybody is. Most everybody is. And now I can add you to that group. I can now add you to the group. Thank you. Stan, I'm sorry for this, but you know what? When the morons keep digging holes, I have to keep telling them they're digging holes.
You need to dig holes. You're going to compare Black people and their despicable crimes against other Black people to Bernie Madoff. Right, Stanley. Smart move.
I think it's a crime that you think you're smart.
Black people and their
Let's
crimes.
add to all the Black people's crimes that you consider yourself an intelligent person is one of those crimes.
Yes, Stanley, I'm not intelligent. I have a low IQ. I keep
Oh, no. You are literally a moron.
Literally, I'm a moron.
You are literally
I know, Stanley.
a moron.
I know I'm a moron. Go ahead, Stanley. Keep it up.
Good.
Yes.
But you know what?
Good. Keep it up.
I'm not calling you a woman moron. I'm just calling you a moron. You would be a moron if you were a man or a woman or a homosexual or a trans. You would just be a moron. You are a garden variety moron. You're not a moron because you're a woman. You're a moron because you're a moron.
Comments. And then you cry about
keep struggling. Look at you. You know what? I don't think you're intelligent, Ms. Ponder. I do not consider you a smart person after the Madoff comparison.
And you were the only one. Nobody.
I am the only one talking to you right now.
Misogynist.
I'm smarter than you. That might be all that matters right now.
A very derogatory.
I am literally smarter than you. I have a mind that's a little bit more flexible than yours. I can actually compare Madoff and his. Your dumbass thinks that I'm talking about Madoff person. I'm talking about Madoff's theft. I'm literally talking about the criminal acts that Madoff did, and I'm comparing it to criminal acts that Black people have done theft-wise. You are a fucking moron and a coon. You know what? It's bad enough. It's bad. I think being a moron is one thing, but you're a racist moron too.
You want to bring off Madoff, who committed crimes against other white people. Who are the Black people affected by
Look
Bernie
at the
Madoff?
stupid point you're making.
Who are the Black
Okay,
people?
so that Madoff committed crimes against white people?
Who are the
Oh,
Black
Jesus, God, you are limited. You are truly limited.
Bernie
Oh,
Madoff,
look at her.
president of the NASDAQ.
Dude,
What exactly have
dude.
Black people done?
I've met people like you
Black
before.
criminals. What have they
You
done?
are a
They
natural
went
bean counter.
Ricky
You are
Ross
not a leader. You would never have made it in any sort of situation where you had to think outside of the box.
finance. Anita
Your
Baker,
inflexibility of intellect, you are doing the right thing.
dealer who used dope that he received giving dope to other Black women. He used a portion of that money to actually finance, I think it was Anita Baker, one of her albums.
Who gives a fuck?
Wait, yeah. So who
Who
gives
gives a
about Bernie
fuck?
Madoff? You
Who
mentioned
gives
Bernie
a
Madoff.
fuck? Oh, you're insulted because I talked about Bernie Madoff? Really? Are you a relative? Are you a relative of Bernie Madoff?
Are you a relative of
Why are
Bernie
you so sensitive about Bernie Madoff?
Why would you?
Why are you so sensitive about Bernie Madoff? Is there a kinship?
Plenty of Black criminals who actually have donated to the community using
You
illicit
literally
funds.
sound like a nitwit.
You literally sound like the
You are
misogynist
bringing up all
jack
kinds
off
of
that you
things
are.
just to justify your stupid point.
Stanley Square. So
You are literally grasping at straws, trying to seem
65
literally,
Ponzi scheme.
literally,
The president,
literally all tetchy over Bernie Madoff.
architect,
Literally, I cannot believe that you are fussing like a goddamn clucking hen over Bernie Madoff.
And Bernie Madoff in the same sentence as Black people and their organized crime. Black
You
people
are a fucking
crime,
moron.
Black people stick to the rivers and lakes. That
Look at this coonery.
Ricky
The
Ross.
coon has come out in you.
The millions they moved.
Literally.
Bring up
I
Black
knew it
crime.
would come out
Why are
eventually.
you bringing up Bernie Madoff? You're not at the level of Bernie
Oh,
Madoff.
you know,
You're at the level of that criminal.
Wait, hold it. This motherfucker. I'm not at the level of Bernie Madoff. That motherfucker's in prison.
Keep cursing, just like all the other black women you support. Keep laughing.
I don't have a goddamn prisoner's number.
You keep laughing.
I'm not at that. I'm not at that level.
Why don't you bring up other fraud, CPN fraud, check fraud, credit card fraud? Bring up all the fraud that black people engage.
Yeah, you know what? I don't like getting buried in details that don't matter. I leave that to fucking idiots like you. Idiot savants. Idiot savants like yourself. I leave the details to idiot savants like yourself.
Bernie Madoff. You're not even black people.
Oh, Bernie Madoff. Oh.
Ooh, Bernie Madoff. How could you even bring up Madoff? You don't even know who this man is.
Do you? Wait, hold it. Do you know who Bernie Madoff is? Have you met him?
Activity that you do know: credit card fraud, CPN, check fraud.
Look at this child.
Identity fraud.
Look at this child.
Fraud that
she's literally defending a fucking criminal.
Racialized criminality.
What, were you his defense lawyer?
So how are you going to even bring up Madoff?
Don't you ever ask me how I did.
You stick to your own criminal
activity. Okay, so I need your goddamn permission to bring up Madoff? Is that what you're saying? I need your permission? I need your permission? So I need your permission to bring up something.
To even make a $65 billion.
Who the fuck are you, madam?
To drugs.
Who the fuck are you, madam?
Stick to check fraud.
No, I will stick to whatever the fuck I want to stick to. And you don't get to tell me. You have zero influence over what I talk about. Literally, you are a stranger. I don't have to check in with you, Ponder. I don't have to check in with you.
Clear inside job. Hey, you know what? Since you want to bring up Bernie Madoff, bring up
this silly woman.
Bring up 2008. That type of fraud. Since you want to bring up fraud and criminal activity, bring up 2008.
Hey, do you need to go and wipe the sweat off your brow? This passionate defense must have given you. I bet you're glistening right now with the passion.
2008. You seriously
wipe your brow, madam. I can hear the sweat hitting the microphone.
Bring up 2008, Stanley. Since you want to bring
up, I will bring up what I want to bring up.
Bring up what we know, Stanley.
I will bring up whatever I goddamn please to bring up. I will do what I damn well please, and I don't need to check in with you. I literally do not need to check in with you.
Bernie Madoff also hosts.
Do I need to check in with you when I speak, Ponder? Okay, I'm going to change the topic because I need to level set your dumb ass. Questions to ponder. Questions to ponder. Do I need to clear what I talk about with you? See, you know what? She needs to cool off because she's not even hearing questions right now. The questions to you, or the question to you, do I need to clear what I talk about or how I talk about things with you, madam? Do I need to check in before I bring up a topic, ma'am?
Stanley, black people are too broke to bring up Madoff.
Okay, see, you can't even fucking answer a simple question. Yeah, see, this is typical coonery.
The black community.
I just, Stan, let's just go ahead and talk about what you want to talk about. This silly woman is worked up.
Someone in your chat even mentioned Bernie Madoff had great parties. He did. He was known for great parties where nobody had to pay. Since when do black?
Why are we talking about Bernie Madoff parties?
Because you brought him up.
So now we have to talk about his parties?
So when do black people host a party?
Oh my God.
Where nobody has to pay?
You know what? You are going to force me to go all.
Don't even know that you're supposed to tip 20%, but you want to bring up Bernie Madoff, who can host a party with hundreds of people and nobody.
He can't now. Can he host a party? Can he host a party now?
He's in the ground now, Stanley. Hey,
Is he? You know what?
he
I
couldn't
thought he
hack
was.
it.
I thought he was still alive.
Nah, he was in NC. He passed away right in Butner, right in my state. He passed away. Yeah, he passed away, man. He wasn't gonna make it.
Your criminal activity is so destructive.
I cannot. Damn, what kind of nerve did we strike with this woman?
I know, man. I'm just amazed.
So isolated.
I'm amazed too.
So deranged. It's so deranged and isolated. You only accept other Black people.
Hey, Stanley. Whenever she gets done, I like to say something.
Oh, can we change the topic now? Questions to ponder. Hey, Ponderbot. Can we change the topic? Stan wants to talk. Someone else wants to talk now. Someone else wants to talk now. No, what she's trying to do is get me to bounce her from the panel so she feels righteous.
Yeah. Hey, Stanley.
I don't care, Stanley. I don't
care. Hey, Stanley, what I thought was amazing, right?
I can't believe you. Why are you talking over the other panelists? Why are you being so impolite?
I take over. That's what I've been told.
Okay, I literally cannot understand why she's being so impolite.
I'm so impolite. I know. I'm so impolite. I take over.
Well, Stan, have you even talked to Stan Autry before? Why are you being so impolite to someone you?
I know she's hot. I know she's hot. I know she's hot.
Hot as in what?
The hottest fish grease.
You have the IQ of 100. Of course, you're going to use some analogy to fish grease.
And you know, being.
Hey, I was just trying to be nice because at the end of the day, I'll help you out real quick.
What is this woman doing?
Hey, Stanley, I understood what you was doing because I saw all those chats coming up there when you was talking about retail theft, right? They was talking about the polo shirts and they was saying all this stuff. Okay, well, you talking about stealing and you were saying about white collar crimes and all that. And then we picked the wrong one, Bernie Madoff. Say, whoa, don't choose him. He's a national treasure. Wait a minute. Man, I saw so many messages to my, that's what these Black people do. And they stealing polos. I said, man, I even put it in the list. All these people he affected. We can go to Brad Farr. He went and took from poor people. I'm telling you this. It's amazing to me. With all this intelligence that we're supposed to have, that we cannot be able to say, hey, that, and I got where you were going, Stanley. You said it's not just Black people doing these things. They was already on Black people. Man, they were stomping them out.
Well, look, this is, well, you know what this channel is. I mean, it is about the most this is a channel full of anti-Blacks who are Black. That's why I say anti-Black Blacks. It's like, it amazes me that Bernie Madoff, who has done way more financial damage than retail theft of polo shirts has ever done, but yet he gets a robust defense. I have never heard this. Honestly, Stan, and I am not even being hyperbolic here, that is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard a Black person say. Literally.
You know, so that's
look at
thing,
all
right?
the good things Bernie Madoff did.
Yeah, we understand we have issues in our community, right, as Black people, right? However, you were just you were showing the stuff about the polo shirt. And then you were just making you was making the connection. You're like, okay, guys,
well, the point is this particular audience, they will go in on all the crime in the Black community and they will totally ignore someone like a Bernie Madoff. And you know what? In a way, she's kind of justified my opinion because look at that vigorous defense.
Yeah.
It's like this motherfucker ruined generational wealth for a bunch of people and they can't get, I think they some of them got some money back, but overall.
It was pennies on the dollar, man.
Hold on one second, Dirty Dude. I see you.
They couldn't even recover.
Dude, I'm just flabbergasted.
Hey,
I'm literally like, they are literally comparing someone who boosted some polo shirts.
Yeah. So let me tell you about reading, right? I don't know if you remember back in the 80s, the big Enron, because I was reading Forbes magazine,
Yeah,
and
absolutely I do.
how these bastards, right? And I call them bastards. It's husband and wife that worked at this company for like 40 something plus years, right? Both of them, right? And they told them, hey, go ahead, buy more stock. We're good. We're in good shape. And the whole while they was dumping their stock, right? And that affected not just brown people, white people too. And I'm
Yeah.
like, man, you talking about, so I got a low IQ. I read and I'm very knowledgeable, and I never took a shot at Ponder. But at the end of the day, it's just like, man, this stuff is going on, but we forgive the white collar stuff and we just let it. That's what's affecting us the most. And then we turn around and we look at this subset, which 12-13% of the population. You talking about this other population that's affected 100% of the population? Come on, man. We got to be able to be wise enough to see what the play is.
And Stan, and not only that, like, let's just say he only did hurt white people, right? Let's just say that he only just hurt white people that have money and great investments. And let's just say that these people also had companies where they actually employed all type of class of people.
Right. Bingo.
So
bingo.
If
let me make one quick point.
Effect, it trickles down.
I need people to understand, I'm not saying retail theft is good. I'm not making excuses. It is a crime. People should be prosecuted for theft, but I also want people to kind of get some perspective here. If you want to just shit on the black community, all I'm saying is that you do realize white people do it on a massive scale, sometimes an international scale.
But dude, the worst drug dealers, they'll make a comparison and they'll say the drug dealers in the street.
They shouldn't. Racializing it is why it doesn't get solved.
Say pharmaceuticals are worse because they actually they get you addicted to the drug, so you could be self-dependent on them.
Oh, look, the Sacklers.
So at the end of the day, it's a lot of bullshit. It's just we can't just look at one side and say that this side is.
I mean, what the Sacklers did is they've ruined like generations.
And if we really want to
families.
talk about scammers, the scammers right now in 2025 in the past 4 years have been Indians, bro.
All I'm saying is that and I'm not gonna cover ground, but dude, y'all need to get a sense of perspective and history. Dude, look at some of this stuff through a historical perspective, and you might get some semblance of proportion. Yes, retail theft, the Polo Boys or the Polo Gang, horrible theft. Go to jail. But goddamn. Don't just look at the black people. It happens all over the place. Here for the tea. It's good to see you.
Hey, T, how you doing?
I'm pretty sure that most of retail theft and like credit card scamming and stuff, all that stuff is insured. So those companies might have to pay more in a premium of insurance at the end of the year, but they really not losing much because they get all that money back.
Hey,
I'm not saying that it's okay.
Hey, Stanley, I'm gonna see if you remember this crew called the Billionaires Boys Club.
I remember this.
Vaguely.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Another Ponzi scheme, right? And you know, a lot of them cut deals and a lot of them are out now. But one of the guys that was the leader of it is a bunch of yuppies, Ivy League guys, because smart guys can get away with everything. He's still sitting in there. Ress's buddy cut a deal against him. But I'm telling you, but we turn and look the other way. It's just not one dimensional on what's going on in America. And we try to just slice out pies. But it came back on the other night and it just happened to come on the news. And I was watching it and I was like, boy, I remember that when it first hit years ago. I'm just telling you, but when you dog pounding on one race and that is wild enough, and then it's your own like they take pleasure in it though. It's like they be like
Well,
salivating.
Well, they do take pleasure. The anti-black blacks take pleasure in this sort of thing. Apparently it's a cottage industry. But let me, and to backtrack just a little bit, since Ponder brought up Be Brave, I think one of the problems, racializing crime, especially inner city crime, racializing it's black crime, it's black culture, literally justifies in some minds, hey, it's black people need to solve that. We're not going to bring national attention or national resources. Black people, like the people in the hood, need to solve that. And that's why it persists. You literally racializing crime is, I think, one of the reasons it doesn't get solved. And the example, Ponder writes, black people now are engaging in the same financial scams. Oh, all of a sudden, it's the affirmative action of crime. Black people are now doing what white people did. You know what? This racializing, these people who criticize black people for talking about race literally are doing it. They're doing the same. They are being the people they're criticizing.
It's like they look up to the mob, but hate the gangsters. And it's like, ain't they all the same thing?
Hey, to here for the tease point, y'all make sure you hit the like button, please. And please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. And I'm going to drop it into John Galt's because I need some subscribers. That way, maybe I get monetized in 9 years versus 10 years. Make sure you hit the like button while you're there. I'm asking people in the John Galt chat, go over to Stanley Cross 6000, hit the like, and subscribe and come back over if you want. I'm simulcasting to both channels. And then make sure you also subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's where John's street interviews and shows get chopped up into little funny clips, I guess. And there we go. Now AAE, what does she have to say? You are not going to get, you curse too much during your lives. Clean your
Oh, Stanley, I corrected my previous comment. I corrected my previous comment.
What are you going to wash my mouth out with soap?
I corrected my previous comment.
Hey, all I have to say is I'm nowhere near being monetized, so I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
Also, like I corrected my previous comment, black people crime does not even affect white people because of insurance.
Okay, and your point is what? Crime is crime, right?
Black people. So stay focused to what you know.
You just proved my point. Racializing it.
Stop going to Madoff. Your crimes are not Madoff. Madoff is a criminal, 65 billion, and also actually started a financial firm that eventually became what we understand as the NASDAQ, the NSCC, things that black people do not understand, nor can even contribute to. Stick to what you know. The fact that black
what I know is that your point is horribly bad. What I know is a good argument, and you don't have one. You literally, Ponder, I hate to tell you this. You need to go back to school.
Black people will illicit gains and still not even tip 20%.
Black people. That's all I'm hearing from you today. Black people.
Yes, You're the one who wants to
works
racialize
on a
crime.
daily basis.
When you want to,
And
Stanley,
3 of these women happen to be
People,
black.
the blacks.
you want to racialize.
That's
And
what
they
I'm
work-
hearing.
And they work in that
That's
industry,
what
bro.
you
Like,
are
what are you talking
racializing
about?
crime.
Okay, all I have to say, questions to ponder,
what
is
about
racialize.
Black
See,
people
you're
crime
doing
is
the
Madoff.
same
Like, what the
thing.
hell?
You're doing the
Racializing
same thing.
crime.
See, Be Brave.
Black
Be
people
Brave
criminals
has
is
influenced
Bernie
this
Madoff.
girl.
How can you even mention black
Smart with
Okay,
criminality
if I could ever
and
get a word
Bernie
in edgewise,
Madoff? Makes no sense.
what you're doing is the same thing Be Brave does.
God.
Black people, their crime affects black people. So what's your point? What most white murders are against other white people. What the fuck is your point?
A lot of Dominicans do credit card scams too. Like, it's not only a black thing, dude.
This woman is limited.
Like, Chinese people do this shit too.
White collar criminality. It's not at your level.
Okay, now she wants to defend
Compare
white collar
credit card
criminality.
scam to what Madoff did.
Do you even have a
It's
point?
not even-
What is
no,
your
it's
point?
not.
Can you just cut to the
What is
chase?
your point?
Her point is
My
that you can rob.
point is that crime happens.
crime, dude.
Crime is not
Crime is
Yes, it is.
literally
Crime is crime.
colorblind.
If I was to steal from you from
you brought
if
up
I
the
was to steal
Sackler
from you,
family.
like,
Okay.
from an
Oh,
investment
goddamn.
perspective, right?
Questions to
me going
ponder.
the store
You
and
know
stealing
what?
something.
Hold on one sec, Latino.
How many black
Your
people
information
even own their own pharmacy?
information puddles in your brain, and you aren't able to drain it or process it or anything. What I say collects in your brain like a big ass puddle, and maybe you need to shake your head to get rid of it or process it. You literally are fucking yapping so much you don't even hear what I say. Random bits of flotsam and jetsam that I say pool in your head like a goddamn puddle, and you need to drain it or sift it and process it. I'm tired of this bullshit. You are literally a bore. That's my point.
Women that my
Attorney
wife
General,
works with happen to not
Black
be
people do not own pharmacies.
Oh, this silly woman has
rob
been talking the whole
The
time.
Sackler family got sued by
You
the
know what?
Attorney
At
General.
least
Who
I
manufactured
can say when Solid Snake keeps
You are
talking
not
after I
at
put
the
him in the back,
level of
he's
these
drunk.
white-collar
This woman is
criminals.
stone cold sober.
You are not at the level. You don't even engage in the level.
You aren't either. You are not even at my
you
level.
are not
You
either.
are not even at my level.
You should have
If you
racialized
want to
crime.
concentrate
You
on
learned
levels,
the problem.
okay, if you want to concentrate on levels, you aren't mentally capable right now of being at my level.
Jesus Christ.
And you are doing struggle logic here. You are doing
Stanley.
struggle logic. You are flooding the zone with facts. Facts need to be processed and put into some sort of narrative. All you're doing is just it's like a goddamn book report. Okay. Back in high school, when you did a book report, you would just basically tell the teacher the story. Okay. You didn't necessarily like get themes or lessons or any sort of meta points. Like if the teacher asked for 4, you would write 5. And you know what? She would give you an A because she probably got goddamn tired of reading the drivel. You're doing this now. You are confusing volume of words with intellect. I'm not that stupid, and I will motherfucking tell you that you are wordy, but you never make any points. You want to basically overtalk everyone. You're spewing words, you're fire hosing it, but you're not making any sense. Okay, and people are too kind to tell you you're a goddamn idiot. Less words and more meaning. Your fucking teacher should have told you that. I literally think philosophy was wasted on you.
It's crazy, man.
Oh, it's mean, but I'm right.
Hey, Stanley, we got this acronym in the military called BLUF. Bottom line up front. We ain't got time for
Yeah.
to listen to all the stuff, right?
Be like Clarence Thomas, 90 words, straight to the point.
Why you think they cut up? Why you think
Like,
they
come
cut
on,
off
man.
the length of characters when you can type in the chat, right? Why do they limit everybody, right? Because they know if they let you go, man, your whole chat be full with a damn 5,000 words in there, and nobody else. You can't see any other chats, right? But yeah. But
Hey, Solid Snake, it doesn't matter what I say. All you hear are words. They don't process. Sorry, Snake.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll tell you this, we got to understand, man, we know it's not just a race thing, right? Because it's about impoverished people, poor people,
There you go. Classism.
and yeah, because you remember when in the early 80s, 90s when the crack hit the scene, right? Watch this. They couldn't get any help or anything, right? Because it wasn't just us in there. Anybody that knows, and you can check the history for yourself, because I ain't gonna belabor my point, is that it was only until it hit Wall Street when the big boys started doing it, and now they got resorts for you to go for rehab centers, right? And we know that it would have never happened if it just stayed in the impoverished communities, man. So when people try to racialize things, man, you missing the boat because you one step from getting kicked in the head yourself. And I don't like when black people think that they so indignant. I'm a part of the crew. Man, they'll sell you up the river faster than they'll sell their mom. You look at everybody that's been under Trump's cabinet when he was going through all that legal trouble, right? All of them went to prison, but not him. So y'all need to stop in thinking that you belong to something that you don't belong to. Just watch the way the play goes. But when you putting another race down, and that was like primarily your own with no facts, no anything. You're not on their level. Man, who wants to be on the level that you end up expiring in prison? Well, he went to prison. Yeah, with $65 billion in his pocket, you got $2.50. You get more time than him. So come on, man. Let's live in the real world. Welcome to America.
And not
Yeah.
only that, he does time in his house. Chilling, still with his maids and all that, still with the money he stole. And while the other guy that probably stole some medicine from Walgreens for his grandmother, he gets to do at least 5 to 2 years. But that other guy that stole billions of dollars and funded it through different accounts and all that, and they know he guilty, he get locked up in his house for 5 years. So you like I find that to be disgusting. So I think that person should also be locked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying there's plenty of wrongdoing. I just don't find the other than the bean counters, I think it is useful, to say, well, this community has a problem with this crime. What can we do to fix it? If that's why you're compiling the statistics. The problem is at least on YouTube, all I hear, like from, a Be Brave or someone like that, is, there's like racial theory being built upon the statistics. And when you point out the problem with the method or just his racism, his racist behaviors, they will either A, call you a racist, or B, they'll say, oh, you're justifying it. My point in bringing Bernie Madoff up is that crime goes on everywhere, and in the white community in particular, there are a bunch of like there's a saying that you can't be a billionaire if you haven't like basically been a bad actor. You cheated someone. Now, I don't know about all that, but what I am saying is that if you want to concentrate on retail theft, and really the whole reason I brought up Madoff is there was excessive And if I was looking in the chat, well, black people do this, black people do that. They're just all I'm trying to do is bring some perspective to it. Yeah, it's a problem. You know, it's horrible that theft like this happens, but let's not lose sight of the fact that theft is pretty much colorblind. All kinds of people do it. That's really my only point. If you want to fucking get spun up because I brought up Bernie Madoff, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Hey Stanley, real quick before you play the video, it's amazing.
I'm in no
right?
rush to play it.
Okay, so it's really amazing to me that people don't get it. I mean, me personally being involved, you as well. We can go to other countries, set up ECPs, or entry control points, and we can calm down a whole country, but we can't go in these neighborhoods. They know that they don't want to put the resources into those neighborhoods, but we can do it in other countries. So
Right.
you mean to tell me all of us are here that if they really want to stop all the homelessness and stop
Yep.
all this stuff, who's fooling who?
Well, the problem is there's a whole lot of what is it? Basically like a respectability politics. The American ethos is basically you can be anything you want to be.
Right.
And if you're not successful, if you're homeless, it's your fault. And a lot of times that might be the case. But you know what? What if it's not? Are we willing to basically write off everybody?
So if crime is really a crime, right? If crime is really the issue, like she was saying earlier, why don't we do something to stop it?
Well,
They don't want to stop
Well,
it.
my point is that racializing it basically excuses it. Okay, if it's inner city crime, again, I'm kind of basing it on, a lifetime of, including YouTube. And I keep picking on Be Brave because he is the archetype for white stupidity. And I'm just going to be blunt about it. He wants to talk about how violence in the inner city is bringing America down. But the thing is that racializing it, basically saying it's black crime, it's inner city crime, that literally is saying it's not a national problem, it's a black problem. And I see it when they his point about black culture not being a part of American culture. They don't want to solve it because it's only a black problem. It's not treated as a national or an American problem. It's a black problem. And you see it in news reports. They may not come out and say it, but it's in reading between the lines, kind of hearing the narrative. And the bottom line is America's a racist country. That's just, and racism is literally racializing crime. It's a systemic thing. And I get called a racist all the time. And if you call out a racial issue, you're all of a sudden the racist. And the thing, I'm okay with the Be Brave doing that because I don't respect his intelligence. But when I hear a Questions to Ponder or a John Galt, I'm literally going, man, y'all are fuck ups. You literally are so fucking like, I don't know whether it's something. You are so toxic, dysfunctional that you want to blame. You basically can't see the reality of the situation. And look,
I totally agree.
this young lady, there is whataboutism and then there is Stanley. Well, sometimes whataboutism is a tool to point out glaring errors in logic. Metaphors are whataboutism.
But yeah, I don't like the racial thinking that crime is just one race. You
Well,
can
what
go to
stunts
panel to
me
panel.
is it's black people who are saying it.
Right. That's the magical part of it, right? That's the gift that keeps on giving, right? And that I don't want for Christmas, right? It's just that if we really look out, get outside of ourselves, right? Because no matter what that happens to me, I'm taking care of the rest of my life. I bust my ass. I did investments. I did what I needed to do. But I know that's not everybody's reality. It's not like it was a room somebody pull you to the side and say, hey, let me tell you. But the other people, they told them. Fine, we get it, right? We're in America, right? That's why I always say, welcome to America. You got the right to listen or don't listen, right? However, if you don't understand that eventually, if you don't take care of people, eventually they be kicking in your door. Now, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's just like that's why they give these assistants they want to keep down there because when you if you special, right? How do you know you special? It got to be people that you stand out in the crowd. But if everybody's same as you, everybody's billionaires. I had a conversation. I'm gonna make this real quick. I had a conversation with one of my partners. He make over $250,000 a year, right? And he was talking about something about Elon, right? They said if Elon gave everybody $1 million in the United States, he'd still be a billionaire. I said, now let's think about that, bruh. Because he was getting his roof redone. I said, you think if I had $1 million in my pocket that I'm gonna climb up on a roof and I'm gonna do this work? You're gonna empty the trash, you got $1 million in your pocket. Eventually, that money will get washed down, right? So, guys, we got to understand is that, man, just giving people just running water and giving people just a place to stay, we act like that's so hard and so far-fetched. And all that getting out of the mud and all that stuff, I never told my children that. My late father, my hero, never told me that. His father never told him that. Man, they already went through getting these licks on their head. Why I got to get the same licks? I should be more advanced than them, in which each one of our generations, we got more advanced. But if I had to start all the way back 4 generations, 3 generations, bro, how the hell I ever move up? That mud stuff and all that stuff that people kowtow. See, it's easy to say because I took some classes, and I'm gonna land right here, Stanley. I took some classes, man, that most people fail, right? You know, there's one thing I've always told people. I said, man, that test was challenging. But the people, when they pass it, they say, oh, man, that's easy. Anybody can do it. And they telling them a damn lie. It's just a setup. It's a setup. You went through some challenging classes. You didn't go in there and say, you told when you was mentoring your sailors or whatever. And just like the soldiers, I said, man, this is what you need to do to prepare for it. Because I've already went through it. Why I say, man, they can learn on their own. Why would I want somebody else to get the same hits and same licks? If that's the case, get rid of your car, get you a horse and buggy, and let's stay back there in that generation. Somebody had to take the hit for that, right? Get rid of your cars, get rid of your house, get rid of your indoor plumbing. Somebody had to take the hit for that, but they real selective what they want to go back to. They want to go back to something else. Let's get rid of all this modern stuff and then start from there. You see how insane that sounds? But they want to tell somebody else to do something they would never do. And I land the plane there, brother.
What was Free Zone trying to
I don't know.
To?
I asked him to restate it.
Because I do agree.
They don't want to white or Latino crime like next trafficking either. Y'all are.
Yeah, because Latinos do traffic a lot, bro.
Do you understand what he's talking about?
I don't know, but if he's talking about trafficking people, I kind of agree with that.
You know what? I'm just gonna say everybody does it. It's
everybody does it, but but I think Latinos do it higher than anybody else.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're talking coyotes, the border thing, and I would imagine a lot of that, the border
and
closed.
Also, And also, believe it or not,
Chinese.
it's a,
Well,
it's
you
a
know,
bad
you hear
statistic to
about
say.
Chinese people every now and again stuffed in a container. So
It's a bad thing to say, but here in the U.S., like Latinos are known more for SA than any other race.
Yeah.
I
So
thought it was
I
white.
never even commented on that. So I don't know what the effing idiots are.
No. Lou, he's probably busy. He's usually pretty cogent when he writes.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm not sure what that I don't know
Well, I asked him
where
to
that came from.
restate. No idea what this means.
Yeah, I'm like,
So
okay,
he'll get
I
around
didn't.
to it. Lou, well, you know Lou. He's
Yeah, I know him.
I don't
So
I
I'm
don't
like,
I don't beat him up too much because he's usually pretty coherent. So
no, he's
I
good. He's good. 'Cause I was trying to figure out what that statement came from because I don't remember talking about it. I think my man came up and
he
he
could
said
be
something
talking to
about something.
somebody in the chat.
Yeah. So
So
yeah,
I'm gonna watch this cutie pie. I've been wanting to do it. I'm an old creepy man apparently.
I like her hair.
I do too. You know what? I'm gonna have to. Let's do this.
Ralph Lauren dropped a campaign
Damn
that
it.
was centered around
Here,
bluffs.
I'm gonna
The
have
imagery
to
was soft, it was
kill this
elegant, it
tab
was
because it's not
beautiful, and some people
working
still
right.
had something negative.
I'll bring it back up.
All people have something negative to say nowadays. Everybody's butthurt.
Look, the problem is, if I point out something, I'm by no means saying I'm above or it doesn't happen in other communities. But what I'm not going to tolerate is people just shitting on blacks for no apparent reason. This particular channel and this particular sector, they want to do a whole lot of shitting on blacks sometimes while being the people they're describing, and I find it just really it's just shocking. There's some things that I am learning slowly but surely being on YouTube, and I've actually had to move somewhat more towards hood-servatives' opinion on women. And I don't want to do it, but you know what? If you're right, you're right. And I might have to rethink some things.
Yeah, Stanley. I've never been the one that say you can't beat them, join them, right?
Right.
Right is right, wrong is wrong. But when black people start just dog pounding them, you say, well, we can't beat them, so let's join them. Man, you is one step from somebody touching you on your shoulder and telling you your services are no longer needed. I'm like, wow. And I mean, and then you notice everybody, the majority of people, right? When they get in trouble, where do they go? They go back to want the black community to rally around them. The same ones that they talked about and treated like they were nothing. Hey man, I hope that plan works out for you, but it won't. And especially not in 2025. Back in the day, people more understanding. Well, we get it. He got to fit an image or she got to fit an image. Now they're like, nah, man, you forgot about us. Now we forgot about you.
Okay, hold on here, Lou. I guess it's a good thing you wrote this. No, I think if black crime is heavily scrutinized, it's on YouTube. I'm not saying out in the real world black crime is singled out. I didn't if you heard that or you got that, impression, no. I am saying that certain crimes are more prevalent in some communities versus others. But just like, people want to say, well, the statistics are true, all that stuff, statistics bear out my point. Now, I also think that sometimes statistics can be kind of like a gilded cage. A crime is a crime really, to me, is a better framing, but it's YouTube idiots who want to, and I kind of understand to a point, because we're talking about Ralph Lauren, we're talking about a specific topic. The reason I kind of raised the Bernie Madoff point is y'all were dogpiling, and you know what? Yeah, we're talking about black people, we're talking about Ralph Lauren, but let's not pretend that, let's not go overboard, okay? And knowing what I know about a lot of people's points of view on the black community in this John Galt universe, I just didn't want it to go too far. I had to level set, and fuck you if you don't like it. I will level set, and I will be blunt. If you can't deal with it, that's why I get low numbers, because I enjoy saying things people don't want to. I enjoy saying things people don't want to hear. Sometimes I relish it.
Hey, yeah, hey, freeze on, Lou. I'm thank you for sending that back. But the thing is, that was my point, is that they stop what they want to stop, and I never said one way or the other, whether it's black or whatever. I'm saying impoverished communities, and it's not just black people in there. But watch the news; they think it's only us in these places, right? And it's just that, man, if they want to stop something, they could. And and that's why I want people to focus on that. You got all these senators
I
and all these
mean,
congressmen, and and all this. If they really wanted to stop something, we see them stop stuff all the time that they don't like. But if they really wanted to stop it, they could. And that was my point. But salute to you, Freeze on, Luke.
I don't know. This is a place called Patterson, New Jersey, and
Oh, no, right where it is.
there's a lot of Latinos that live there, and that community is always in trouble with crime. So I don't know.
Wait, a crime is a crime is a crime is a big no. Oh my God. You know what? Are you deliberately ignorant, or are you just not hearing what I'm saying? If you're in the middle of work questions to ponder, that's understandable. I didn't say a crime is a crime is a crime. I said racializing crime. A crime is a crime is a crime. It's colorblind. Crime, if you commit a crime, it's a crime. It's not a black crime. It's not a white crime. It's not a Latino crime. It's a crime. That's my point. And I think you're just being confrontational just because you're finding it amusing. And if that's how you want to amuse yourself, I understand. Because I'm certainly not taking a lot of this stuff seriously. So let's see. Crime is more prevalent in some communities, is John and Brave's point. So I guess Stanley agrees with them. See, Ryan, again, I think you are literally a selective hearer. I literally said that statistics are statistics. Okay. I'm not one to dispute the statistics. I am one to dispute how statistics get interpreted. John is a goddamn moron. Brave is a goddamn moron. And I guess you are in good company now, Renato Manioni. You're a goddamn moron too, for misunderstanding, misinterpreting, or mishearing my point. The statistics aren't the problem. It's the interpretation of the statistics. Statistics are like words. You give them a narrative. Literally. And to be honest, if we were going to fight crime according to statistics, there would be an overwhelming police presence in inner city and high crime neighborhoods. That's not the case. So maybe the cops should take advantage of the statistics. Even the cops aren't following the statistics. Ryan, you're not good at this. and neither is Brave, and neither is John. So I guess this is going to be the Monday Stanley shits on everybody, but y'all are slow. Statistics are like words. You give them a narrative. Yes, I said that. Tell me how I'm wrong.
It's like one day, chocolate is good for your heart. Next week, chocolate is not good for your heart. It's like they always give you that statistic in the news. So it all depends
Look
on
at
how
this
you're reading it.
moron. Now this moron thinks I'm defending criminals. Jesus.
Didn't you just say
What?
that crime is crime?
This motherfucker's a where on earth
when he's a criminal. When he's a criminal and trying to get out of a situation right now. Jesus Christ.
Where would he get that from?
Bro. I don't know. But I'm gonna just say this real quick, bro. It's just that, being in positions, right? Like you have been and I have been, we had enforced policies and procedures, right?
Right.
And we had, and
you didn't always agree with him, by the way.
No, and then we follow orders in the mission, right? And then you got invited in the room, you can draft some up. But at the end of the day, it wasn't based on race. If this soldier did this, in my case, if that sailor did that, they're getting this, right? And it's just like, man, we as humans, we blur the line. The paperwork says what it is for this act. But as humans, as human beings, we use our biases and all that. Well, he gave his wife bring cookies every morning, so we ain't going to give him that same punishment, right? That's the human side, right? So no, man, it's already written in black and white what the act is, but they give you what they call exception to policies and all that. So that's the human factor, right? Because you might know it might be more merits or whatever, just like why they get character witnesses, right? So you don't get sent to Boot Hill for the rest of your life, and versus doing 10, 15 and get probation. That's the human factor. I don't know what world that people think is going to be 100% solution. It doesn't exist to me. I've never seen it. Only time I knew I had 100%, and some people don't play spades, but when I had the big joker, I knew for 100% I had at least one book. That's the only place I ever saw that I had a guarantee, right? And they even got guarantee written on the card. I mean, but as humans, where people feel a certain way and their biases, the way they grew up and the way they came up the ranks or came up their jobs, that's the human factor. But you got to make sure that you're using the policy and don't take liberties you don't have, right? So I'll leave it there because we both been in that position.
Quick question, and it's related but not exactly on topic. What do when I was in the Navy, you had like captain's mast. It's non-judicial punishment. Somebody would go UA or AWOL or whatever. And then, you would go before the captain of the ship. He was basically kind of like a judge. Did they do that in the Army? Like you might be restricted to, the ship for 2 days or a week or whatever.
Restricted quarters. Yes, absolutely.
So how did the NJP non-judicial punishment get administered? Did the colonel do it? Did the commanding,
you got to at least be 06, and depending on the offense, it has to be a flag officer, right? But
really?
But yeah, but typically, the brigade commander is enough in the Army. And you tell them,
is
man,
that an 05?
06.
Because in the Navy, if you were captain of a ship, it really, because their lieutenant, they're 04 ship captains who, smaller ships. So I mean, it was more position. If you were a commanding officer, like of a unit, you could do it. And usually like you'd be 05 and above. Let's just say that. Sometimes 04, but usually 05 and above.
Yeah, it just depends on what the infraction is, right? So we got company, we got then battalion, then brigade, and then it goes up to division corps and all this other crazy stuff, right? But it depends on what it is, whether you got to see the '06 or you get to see whatever it is, right? But if you go in there and the guy said, "Man, I've been putting in for leave. I've been putting in for leave. My baby's sick, or my wife's sick, or my mother's sick, and she's not doing well in the hospital," because people play dirty games. They won't even give the people the leave, right? So if it's compelling enough, and you can show where you kept putting in your leave request, now the crap rolls downhill. Why do you deny this soldier this request? But that's why they give you that's why everybody gets the right. You got open door policies, right? Because before they send you to Boot Hill, they give you opportunity to talk to them, have all your stuff together now, because they busy. They ain't got time to be listening to you fumbling and bumbling. You got to have your stuff highlighted, and I taught all my soldiers how to do it. When things happen, you bullet points, this is this, get to the point, and this and that. And I had a great success rate, man, because all people are not created equal. Some commanders, they just whatever, and some sergeants, first sergeants, or whatever. But they give you relief, right? They give you a chance to give redress, right? So that's what I loved about it, because if they said no, you got a right to go above them and go to their boss. And that's one thing I loved about the chain of command, is that when I go to you and you blow me off, then I have a right to go above you, right? So that's how you break down all the buddy system. So it worked. You get your buddy, y'all went to the academy together and all that. I mean, I don't care nothing about that. I'm going up top.
Let's read this from Solid Snake.
What is that?
Well, Ryan says he actually tries to understand people and want people to understand me, like actual communicate. LOL.
Wow.
And I'm going to come back to this comment because I have comments on this comment. But Solid Snake's response: "Well, you do sometimes, Ryan, but I will never be offended by your level of racism." So Solid Snake is basically saying, "Hey, even though you're a racist, Ryan, you're fair." These motherfuckers, they're hilarious.
Come on, Stanley.
But let me concentrate. Let me get a sip of water here. Let me concentrate on this particular comment. I actually try to understand people and want people to understand me. Now, if you go back a few years ago, maybe let's just say maybe 5 years ago, there was kind of this heterodox academy type view where, you know what, you should always let people speak their piece and be polite and hear them out. And I usually just shook my head and went, bullshit. Not all points are worth hearing. If you keep repeating bad points, I'm not going to hear them out of sheer politeness because I'm an impatient man. And I don't need a 10-page book report to make a one-sentence point. I'm old. I only have so much time left on this earth, and I refuse to spend it listening to idiotic points. Especially
A to B.
Look, sometimes you need a narrative to make a point. And if it's a good story, sure, why not? But dude, we talk about kind of the same things constantly in this space. You don't you don't need a whole bunch of gift wrap to give me the same present over and over. And Ryan, I'm going to be blunt. I know you struggle to be fair and you're a good conversationalist. We agree on a lot of points, but dude, your heroes are fucking racists. John and Solid Snake are out and out fucking racists. And I'm not shy in telling them that. I will tell them if they're on the panel and have often done it, much to my amusement, by the way. I'm not going to be shy. So no, if you feel that I cut you off, it's because I get bored easily when you keep making the same points. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We're all adults. So anyway, that's my comment on this comment. Let's see, Solid Snake. That's actually a poke. B Brave's comment about everyone is a racist. You know what, Solid Snake? You're a fucking 47-year-old man, and I swear you're a child.
That's a hard 47. Damn.
You're a child.
Come on, man. Why you gotta talk about me like that, Stanley?
This fucking point about B Brave's comment about everyone is a racist is literally a cop-out. It's like black crime. We're not going to worry about it because it only affects black neighborhoods. That is literally American history. Let them kill themselves. Has often been kind of the attitude. Everyone is a racist basically justifies being a racist. If everyone does it, hey, it's not so bad if I do it. It's a goddamn bullshit point.
He'll say, I can't be racist. I got
made by a white man who has literally, dude, y'all, it's all the racists who say everyone is a racist. I'm not like you. Everyone might be a racist, but not everybody's trying to be better, apparently.
Solid hard for me.
I don't give a fuck if I hurt his feelings. He knows me. He'll survive. I guess AE and everyone who disagrees with you. What's there to disagree with? That racism is bad? Being a racist is a bad thing. You disagree with that point, Ryan? You think being a racist is a good thing? Jeez, y'all are just weak.
Street was soft, elegant.
Can y'all hear
beautiful, and some people still had something negative to say. And I want to talk about why this is even controversial.
Because for some reason, I might have to go out and come back in.
Oak Bluffs is a town in Martha's Vineyard. It holds a significant place in Black history because it was considered a safe haven and a cultural hub for African Americans, especially during the early 20th century, and still continuing to this day. It became a really popular destination for upper and middle class Black American families who were seeking respite from discrimination.
Man, if she could get rid of those tattoos, she would really be gorgeous.
So in this campaign, we saw a lot of luxury and a lot of softness and a lot of beauty just all throughout. I actually watched the 23-minute documentary, I guess you would call it, on Oak Bluffs that Ralph Lauren put together. And they interviewed people whose families have been in Oak Bluffs for generations, whether they live there full time or they vacation there. And it was so interesting because it just felt so warm and so inviting. The way that they portrayed the history and the way that they portrayed the place just seemed like it was so welcoming and warm and inviting and safe. And they kept using the term safe. And I think that it just makes you want to be a part of it. I thought it was an absolutely beautiful campaign. I would totally recommend watching the 23-minute video. It's completely worth it, especially if you don't know the history, which I did not. But overall, this campaign highlighted pride, intergenerational beauty. There was no trauma. It was really just Black excellence all around. So at this point, you may be thinking, why would anyone be upset about that? And of course, people get upset over anything. So really, are we surprised at this point? I think that the negativity toward this campaign mostly started ramping up on TikTok from this one creator. I had CapCut transcribe what he says in the video so that I can read it to you, because there was a lot of cursing going on and I just don't want to do that on my channel. I didn't want to beep out everything. I'm just going to read and tell you what he said. Black elitism has got to get the F out the same way that white supremacy does. I don't give a F how you present it to me. I don't care. James Jeter just dropped a second collection with Polo Ralph Lauren. The first one, Morehouse and Spelman HBCUs were the craze. Totally get it. Layup, I understand. Now we're in the second collection. It's based off of Oak Bluff, the only section in Martha's Vineyard where Black people could gather and do their thing. Cool. I don't give a F about none of that. I don't want a Black all-American story when it comes to Polo Ralph Lauren, because that's not how we and people who look like me have engaged with the brand. It's never been about some elite bourgeoisie stuff. We stole that. The things that you're creating, the things that you're trying to create, the things that like, this is Black excellence or Black elite or whatever, we stole that. That is not how we engage with Polo Ralph Lauren. And while I feel like you're overly qualified to sit in the seat as creative director, you must tell these people, if you're going to leverage my Blackness to help your company, then we have
like
to
he's
do it
speaking
how
sign
Black people
language.
have done it. We have to. We at some point have to recognize the lowlifes. It was a rebellion to the American dream, to the all-American standard. We stole that. And for us who are using our dollar to buy Polo, at best, we're talking about Macy's dealer level.
And again, I want to point out the show title based on this dude, boosting Black culture. We stole that. That's literally the most ridiculous thing. Second only to ponder today. Not going to work, Stanley. You're saying hate. No, Lou, again, I'm dead serious. When I say you and Ponder share an IQ, I mean you split it down the middle. You take half the IQ, she takes the other half. I brought up Bernie Madoff just as a level set. Retail crime in the Black community is a crime, but theft as a category of criminality is not something limited to the Black community. If you actually want to do a comparison, white collar crime is billions of dollars at a clip. Either you get it or you don't, Lou.
And for most of us, it's Marshalls and Ross level, and you have to get it if you're going to sit in the creative director seat. We're going to steal that up there. That $600
Okay,
jacket,
this dumb motherfucker.
I'm not saying this to
God
like
damn
promote
it.
it. You know what I'm saying?
What did y'all eat for
Shenanigans. I'm
breakfast
saying
this
it because
morning?
that's how we engage with this.
Now, this idiot wants to compare tribalism to racism. Look, people resort to tribalism in parentheses racism. Dude, all I have to say, Ryan, is you should stop talking about stuff you actually don't understand. You don't understand racism. You don't understand tribalism. I bet you couldn't figure out how to work caste into this statement. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Ryan. And I'm going to be blunt. Be Brave doesn't know what he's talking about. John Galt doesn't know what he's talking about. Y'all talk about a race and stuff without ever. Y'all basically shoot from the hip without ever reading about it, studying it, looking at the history. Y'all just fucking like it's Fox News. I say what I feel without any sort of studying up on it, just to ground your points. That's why I shit on you. Tribalism. Tribalism is not racism, asshole.
And he essentially ends it by saying that it's kind of disingenuous the way that, things are being portrayed here. And of course, it resonated with some people. Some people do agree that this does not represent how Black people interact with the brand. However, I want to point out one thing, and I feel like this is something that I should not have to say.
If
But
you
somebody said it in the
put
comments, and the
tribalism
creator
and in
replied to that comment, so
parentheses
I am going to talk about it.
racism, you're
It's the
literally
whole Black
making
people
a
are not a
comparison,
monolith thing.
Lou.
Like, we all know that.
It's
I feel
called
like I don't even have to
English.
say this at this point because it's such like a overused statement because we're always having to say it. Somebody said, Black people are not a monolith. I'm from the burbs, and I've always seen how we engage with the brand from the hood, the middle class, and the elite. Personally, I love seeing the ad that reflected us in a light that so many don't get to see normally. We aren't all struggling and scraping. And the original creator responds and says, Black people are a monolith because it was essential to our survival. Fundamentally, we are all the same. We may cope with oppression in different ways. We may have different interests, but in order to survive, we are a monolith. Obviously, like that statement in itself is problematic now, like, because you're starting it off with struggling. I made a few videos a little while back about how struggle content is ruining your mindset. And I feel like this has a lot to do with it. If there's pushback on content that is soft and beautiful and showing people in a really positive and lovely light, and there's pushback to that, then it's going to keep us in the same place and we're going to keep seeing Tyler Perry movies. I specifically talked about Tyler Perry's Straw in another video and how damaging that can be to someone's mindset. If you're always seeing people who look like you portrayed in a specific way and it's negative, then of course you're not going to feel great. And you're also going to feel uncomfortable when you see it then portrayed differently. And sometimes when something seems unfamiliar, it seems inauthentic. But let's remember here that just because something is not relatable to you does not mean it's not relatable to someone, which is funny to me because a lot of times people talk about like generational wealth and building empires and all of those kinds of things. Well, do you think that there's not Black people who have already done that? Like, what do you think that they're living like? And obviously not all like rich or wealthy or middle class, upper middle class Black people are going to have the same aesthetic like this Oak Bluffs collection. They're not going to have that same aesthetic, but some of them do. This is somebody's actual story. This is something that somebody relates to. This is somebody's actual real life. And just because it's not your story doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve to be told. Another issue that some people had with this was why didn't the creative director do this with a Black-owned brand? And to be honest, I don't really feel like we necessarily need to dig super far into that because Ralph Lauren is one of the most well-known brands in the world. This has a huge amount of reach, and this campaign portraying people in such a positive light, portraying Black people in such a positive light, and representing this specific group of
what?
Black people.
I was just like, well, Sean John is not available. Do they still have FUBU?
There's a good one.
Dude, you know what?
You're gonna sell shirts with baby oil on it.
Excuse me. I've been fussing so much, my throat is all dry. I'm not saying that's a bad question, but I mean, if there were a Black brand that had the reach of Ralph Lauren, I mean, sure, that question would be valid, but I mean, the dude works for Ralph Lauren. He literally works for Ralph Lauren. Why would they? He's a Morehouse graduate. And maybe that questioner didn't know all that. There's a connection. And not only that creative director, I can't think of his name. Not only is he a graduate of Morehouse, but he actually has family connection to Oak Bluffs. So,
Stanley, you think that a man of that stature would have investments and would be involved in the stock market?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You think that a man of that stature would have investments in the stock market?
Who, Ralph Lauren?
The dude that you were saying that went to Morehouse or whatever.
Yeah, I guess, but he's a 2013 graduate, if I recall. So I mean, he's not that old. He's still in his 30s, I would imagine. So I mean, I don't know, but I'm guessing he makes a pretty penny. Hopefully, he's investing wisely. And I guarantee you, he's probably, the way some of these jobs work, he's probably kind of getting some sort of bonus, based on sales, I would think. So, why do you ask? That's an odd question.
No, free zone understood where I was going with this.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't. Help me out.
Well, earlier there was some statements made that that blacks don't invest and stuff, and they don't know anything about investment. So that's the reason
Okay.
why
Let
I asked.
me put it to you this way. When I was a kid, my father used to talk about penny stocks. So I know some blacks invest. So, this fucking bullshit about blacks don't invest, that's for the anti-black blacks, to square. I know better. What brands do you think that a group of black New Englanders were wearing back then? Surely it wasn't just well, you know what? I don't know, but I do know that things like because I actually lived in Newport for a couple years. It would be like Woolrich. Some of the Pendleton, like some of it, Azad, yeah, roller skater, you're right. You're roughly my age. Back when I was in high school, like Lacoste, the little alligator. That was a big deal.
No, it was not a big deal. Stanley,
Hey,
stop
no, literally,
hijacking.
you're
No,
not.
it was
No, no,
not.
no, no.
No, it was
You are
not.
not going
I
to
said
tell.
Lacoste.
Okay,
Now
this
you
silly
were.
woman. You're not going to tell me my fucking high school experience. What the fuck? Why is she erupting like this? Don't tell me. I'm literally talking the 80s. You weren't even alive. The hell? Ugh. What caused this eruption? Back when I was a kid, things like Sperry Topsider, Lacoste was a big deal. Woolrich, there was Pendleton, even way back then. There were a lot of brands that were super expensive. But I'm also going to tell you, for kids and stuff like that, I mean, Tough Skins, Sears, J.C. Penney. You're not going to spend unless you're just really wealthy, you're not spending a whole lot of money on kids' clothes that they'll outgrow in a year. So, Hunt Club, yep, that was J.C. Penney. Yeah, for kids, you're not going to spend a whole lot of money. For the adults, to be honest, I don't know. I'm just kind of going on my little Savannah, middle class existence, but I can't imagine it was much different. I would think, women, Chanel was a big thing. But to be honest, I'm just kind of guessing based on my own limited experience. I've never been, we were, again, I'm just guessing. But I do know that, that I will say about this Lauren collection, I like the suits, like the actual suits for men, the tailored suits. And I like the dresses, in the Oak Bluffs collection. The Morehouse stuff with the big M's and all that stuff. Nah, I'd never buy that stuff. If I could get a sweater, and quite frankly, even the white sweaters, white wool sweaters, I actually do own a sweater like that, which isn't useful in Georgia. But I don't like a whole like big ass, the RL, that big RL shit with the giant polo on the front. If you gave it to me as a gift, I'm going to ask you for the receipt so I can take it back and get something I want. So, Ponder, what was your eruption about Lacoste?
Yes, Stanley, sure. Lacoste. You just remember little alligator. I brought
It was Izod Lacoste. Okay, again, it was Izod Lacoste. Dude, the reason I know this is when my high school uniforms, literally the sweaters that were part of the uniform and the golf jackets were Izod Lacoste. They were actually kind of one like company or connection.
Stanley,
They
even though
split
you
off.
brought this up, you
Okay,
had
dude, you're literally gonna tell me my parents bought the uniforms. I wore the jackets and the sweaters to school as part of a uniform. You're literally gonna tell me my lived experience? You know what? I'm not your husband. Stop that. All right.
I mean, this is a live. People can go back and hear what you said. So this is
What did I say?
it's alive. It's alive, Stanley. You just Lacoste. Sure, Stanley.
They were Lacoste. It was Izod Lacoste.
Lacoste. If I
Oh
had
my
to
God.
Lacoste. And
you know what? Were you even born in the
That's
80s?
lying.
Were you
That's
even born in the 80s?
You just said little
Were
alligator.
you even
I
born
said,
in
you
the
mean
80s? Can
Lacoste?
you
Little
answer
alligator?
that
Why did you
question?
call it little alligator? You mean Lacoste? And Stanley,
Okay,
how
well,
could your
by the
Catholic
way, not all the
talking
not all the Lacoste had alligators
not
on it.
all the Lacoste and
My
alligator
my
person.
okay,
You know, you
again.
went to a Benedict.
Guys, oh my God, silly woman. Literally, my high school uniform, the sweater, the fucking golf jacket did not have alligators on it. They were Izod Lacoste. My sweater had a monogram with my initials on it, and the golf jacket had no logo. God damn it. Stop. You know what? I think you were just a young whippersnapper know-it-all.
Sure, Stanley. We want to just make up stories, but whatever. It doesn't
Oh
matter.
my
Who
God.
choosing what to?
What is it with these young people?
She'll probably think that.
I literally have my high school sweater.
She probably thinks that the Kentucky Derby is just like a white thing.
No, you know what? I'm just going to chalk it up to inexperience and youthful exuberance. Yeah, Deacon Dave. Yeah, Izod Lacoste was a brand together, and not all of it had alligators on it. I just don't understand why. Dude.
In Abercrombie and Fish, we used to be a fishing and gun store, I believe.
Could be. I honestly don't know. They didn't have them in Savannah when I was growing up. I understand the I bet she used to sit in the front of the class and raise her hand. You know, if you've seen TV shows where, you know, the know-it-all sits in the front row and she raises her hand on every question and the teacher gets so annoyed that he starts avoiding her, he or she. It's like, yeah, I see your hand. Let's hear from somebody else. That was little questions to ponder as a girl. That was girl ponder.
People who, you know, this is their life. And while I would love to see this from a Black-owned business as well, I love seeing it here too. That doesn't mean that I don't love seeing it from this brand. Now, my personal point of view, I grew up in the suburbs. I was not like a Jack and Jill kid, though. If you're familiar with the group Jack and Jill, I don't know how you would exactly explain it. The only things that I actually know about Jack and Jill are from what I remember. I have my computer here. I'm going to look up like the official, I don't know, is it like a club? Jack and Jill of America is an American leadership organization for African American mothers.
Yeah, it was a bunch of snots.
In 1938. Isn't it funny? Because like I haven't heard anything about Jack and Jill in a long time. And like that, somebody mentioned it on TikTok when they were talking to their opinion on this campaign.
Like, you see how we got people, you know, that go with this anti-Black bullshit all the time, right? And they go, see, this is the way that they should act. This is the way that they should move and all this. And they portraying a video with good, you know, Black excellence and all this stuff. And it's a problem too. It's like, dude, like, when can you win? Is there any in between?
Well, the problem is everybody has an opinion. I mean, everybody has an opinion, and you know, that's one of the things that I like to point out. Black people don't agree. That's why we're not a community. We are not a monolith. We are a demographic, which to me is a better way of describing it. We share a heritage, but we don't necessarily, you know, think alike.
It's
And
like, you want people to strive to be the book reader, to be the Carlton, let's say, Carlton from Prince of Bel-Air, but when it comes to the reality of it, that Carlton dude will get eaten up in the hood, bro. And it's like, I don't understand, man.
that's why he doesn't live in the hood. See,
exactly.
the problem,
So this is my thing, right? So
the problem is if you didn't grow up in the hood, you have no obligation to go to the hood or move to the hood. Carlton getting eaten up in the hood would be because he didn't grow up in the hood, doesn't understand the hood, and should not move to the hood unless for some reason or another he is, committed to doing it and learning the ways of the hood. But you know what? A lot of kids coming out of the hood moving into suburban environments. I mean, there's still a learning curve.
it's like the guy on the video, right? The guy on the video is basically trying to, without basically stating it, he's basically trying to say, why didn't they pander to, basically
Exactly.
the hood? And it's like, I'm just like, but why?
Well, the
this
other
is what Ralph
thing
Lauren
is,
wants to do.
well,
Why
it's
is this
not,
an issue?
I mean, it's the creative director. There was a black guy who was the creative director, a graduate of Morehouse. He was basically designing what he knows. And the problem is, that young guy with that red do-rag was basically saying that black culture is a hood culture in
Yeah, see,
2025.
that's what I
And
didn't
I
want to
think that's
say, but
bullshit.
that's what I was basically getting.
It's not.
And it's not. That's what I'm saying. Because oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, I've seen black people that skateboard, bro. I've hung out with them, bro. And you get what I'm saying, dude? And they're not ghetto, bro. They're like, dude, when you talk to them, it's like, yo, bro, totally. And you just you're not confused about it, but that's their environment.
Right. And you know what? There are black skaters, there are black military officers, there are blacks in almost everywhere. There are even black billionaires. But the bottom line is this dude basically thinking that look, he is basically looking through his prism. Okay, he is looking through a hood lens and thinking everything is hood. If you look through that perspective, everything should kind of fit your personal point of view. And that's why you gotta go some places. You gotta experience some things. And Stan makes this point. Dude, that's kind of why I'm not dude, I have a cousin who's my age. This motherfucker, his father was in the Air Force, my uncle, my father's brother. These dudes lived in Montana. I mean, they've been all over the place. So and I say dude a lot, it must be it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle coming out in me. I watched I used to watch it with my brother.
Shirtle time.
Bottom line is, if you think all black America is hood, then you got to get out of the hood and see some other parts of the country.
Facts.
Or read a book.
Facts. Get out, see more, man, because Jesus Christ.
Look at her.
There's more
look
than
at
the hood.
Renato, Ryan and Ponder bonding in the chat. they are be brave refugees.
Let me tell you here something, Stanley. Because the black race. It's like, dude. Oh,
So can you say 70%?
The 70%, the 30%.
Damn Skippy.
John,
Skippy. I love anchovies. Sorry about that. Humble is shaming me, dude. I love anchovies on my pizza. Hell, there's so dude. You can take anchovies. I eat them up. Anchovies and fresh tomatoes on my pizza. Hell yeah.
Ew. I don't even like olives on my pizza.
Oh, I like
Come
I like
on, man.
green olives on my pizza.
I get a veggie, but not with olives though. No olives. Keep the olives out.
Well, the problem is Be Brave rounds all numbers to 70 or 30, but the 70 and 30 are literally fictional numbers. I literally we did some debate / discussion on it, and I basically said, you know what? HB was the moderator. I told HB one of the conditions is Be Brave doesn't even talk about that shit unless he can give statistics, like actual statistics. Just because he thinks it doesn't make it so. Don't bring it to my debate because I'm going to trash him. And guess what Be Brave didn't do? Bring that 70% bullshit.
Wow, like I haven't heard that in a long time. It was almost like nostalgic, even though I wasn't a part of that. I went to a predominantly white school in a predominantly white town. I grew up in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. So I knew some Jack and Jill kids, but I was not one of them. So I always heard that it was like very like bougie and like pretentious is what I always heard about it when I was a kid. I don't know how it actually is because like I said, I wasn't a member, but like that's
Solid Snake, have you ever heard me talk about Wilfred Riley? I've literally shown videos. I think he is probably the smartest black conservative out there. I don't agree with a lot of his points, but I think he's actually smart. So I don't hate anyone, by the way. I do hate stupidity, but if you aren't stupidity, you're an actual human being, which sometimes I doubt.
Come on, man.
I think Solid Snake is actually a type. He's not actually a person.
He's a skinwalker.
I have to actually know you to hate you, and I can honestly say people I might hate, I don't give the time of day and I avoid. So no need to hate them.
That's what I always heard about it. I didn't go to an HBCU and I have never been to Oak Bluff. So this campaign doesn't represent my story. That doesn't mean that I didn't enjoy it.
Well, I see she's married.
It was amazing. Like I said, I watched that 23-minute documentary.
I was about to invite her to Georgia.
It did exactly what a campaign should do. At the end of the day, once you watch and you consume information and media from a campaign, you should feel like you want to be a part of what they are showing you. That's the whole idea of the marketing behind it. You should feel like you want to be in Oak Bluffs with your grandma at her house that she bought years and years ago so that the family could have a vacation spot and a second home. You should feel like you want to be there. And that's exactly how I felt watching it. The reason that campaigns make you feel like that, of course, is because, well, you know, if I can't have that exact life, or if that isn't my life, or if that's not what I'm from, then I can spend a couple $100s at Ralph Lauren and I can buy something that makes me feel a little bit of a part of that. That's what a campaign should be. And that's what it was. They did a fantastic job in this, in my opinion. Am I going to buy anything from there? Probably not, but that's because that's just not really me. Like, I like the style of it. I think that it's lovely. A lot of the items that I like are coats there. And first of all, they're like $700, which is like not terrible, but like $700 is a lot. I live in Arizona. Like, I really don't need a coat. Like, I don't need it. So I'm not going to really buy anything. I don't need a sweater. Like, I wear sweaters in the winter, but I have enough. It just doesn't get that cold here. I really like it. I probably won't buy anything from it, but I do like the collection. So like I said, this is not my story either. Just like the man in the original clip was saying that this is not how he associated with the brand, or this is not how he interacted with the brand, or people that he knew interacted with the brand. This is not representative of their life. It's not representative necessarily of mine either, but I still enjoy it. I still want to see content like this.
No, she's still a classy lady.
Content. When you show me something that's not struggle content, I'm happy. Like, what else could I want? Because I'm like, oh, there's too much struggle content, too much this, too much that. It's portraying Black women this way, that way, this way. This portrays us in a very good light, and I love it, and I love to see it, and I support it. Also, the creative director is Black with, I believe, a history of Oak Bluffs as well. This is in relation to him too. Like, this is representative of the brand that he is creative directing. So why are we mad at that? We shouldn't be mad about it, especially when there's other campaigns going on right now. I won't get fully into it, but y'all seen the Sydney Sweeney controversy for American Eagle? And you know what's funny? Like I was kind of like, okay, well, like how bad could it be? And then I saw it, and then I was like, oh. And then I saw what it was essentially based off of. Like American Eagle had based it off of the Brooke Shields campaign. I think it was for Calvin Klein. She goes into talking about jeans and like.
Hey, Jesus God.
Damn, son.
I'm like, what is this?
Damn, son.
This woman is wreaking chaos today.
Damn, son. Where you get that one from?
What on earth are you doing?
And cradling the cradle. Oh, we got a cradle. Oh, we got. Oh,
you are driving people from the show with these questions.
Ooh.
I can tell you questions to ponder. Don't be a menace to society.
Jesus Christ.
This is like well, no, this is like crazy. And you know what?
So
let me show you what roller skaters
Yeah, this is crazy.
This shit is so crazy. I'm just gonna you, sir, are completely insane. Like the shit is so crazy. She's associating Ponder with being a man. I will not converse with a crazy man.
That was confused until you put it together. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, I need you. No, well, roller skater. She's a she, but she's crazy like a man. I think you're right. Let me tell you something. Let me level set right quick. Ponder, don't go after you if you want to get banned from this channel. Bark up the wrong tree, and that is a wrong tree. I'm dead serious on this. You do not fuck with certain people. Hopefully you get my point.
Genetics and all of this stuff.
No pun intended.
He says essentially the same thing in the campaign.
Damn, this
like,
girl, I called her a girl. This woman is like a deep friend of this channel.
No pun intended.
Literally, she is a friend to all the hosts on this channel. Don't make this unanimous. Yeah, well, roller skater, don't just she has her days.
It's so one of them days.
Just go ahead and let me slightly defend her. Just you might just have to ignore. Sometimes, there are cliffs that people are comfortable jumping off.
They're blue, like talking about her eyes, and it's just a lot. If you haven't seen it, go see it. I'm not going to speak on it. I didn't prepare anything for this. It's just weird. Like y'all are just trying to sell some jeans, just sell the jeans. I don't know. So let's talk about why this is even more bigger.
Jesus God,
this specific campaign.
This girl's going to keep.
If you are
this girl, this woman, don't poke the bear. Questions to ponder. Don't poke the bear.
And maybe it feels inauthentic. I think that's what this creator was trying to say.
Wait, hold it.
It feels
what is it? You're telling me about my high school uniform. Now this is roller skater Texas girl. Why on you really did brag about on Chaotic's channel? Please stop. Roller skater. That's not roller. I'm sorry, A8 Ponder. That is not roller skater Texas girl. You want to be careful here. Do not go there, Ponder. Just cease and desist.
This is not how I.
It's like, what is she? You know what? I think Ponder is just bored on a Monday morning. or hell, it's Monday afternoon now. I think she's
relate to
just
the brand.
bored.
This is not how I've seen people who look like me interact with this brand. And I think that that part is completely understandable. However, just because it feels that way to you doesn't mean it feels that way to everybody. The problem is that when you do think that way, and when a lot of people think that way, it's really hard to change what representation looks like if that representation is typically negative. And while I didn't see a ton of negativity around it, I did see people calling it like a controversy, a
Ryan.
controversial campaign. I only saw a few like really, really negative TikToks about it. A lot of them were opposing those negative TikToks that were made about it. So I don't think that this is like a huge, huge issue here that we're dealing with. But I do think it is something to be aware of. It's something to be aware of in your own thought process. It's something that can be applied to other areas of your life too. This doesn't only apply to this specific thing. You got to take a look at things sometimes and say, just because it doesn't relate to me, doesn't mean that this isn't someone's reality. And just because it isn't my story, doesn't mean that it's a story that shouldn't be told. That is all that I have to say. Let me know how you feel in the comments down below.
Sorry about that. I was gonna go into unitary executive theory, which is bound to put some folks to sleep. But it's something. Well, you know what? Let's thread this needle. I copied a bit of a Steve Bannon frontline interview, and I found it kind of provocative. Let's see. What am I going to do here? Oops. Or I guess what I could do is just show it tomorrow morning as the opening video. Well, any burning topics on your minds, gentlemen and lady, or gentlemen and lady?
Nah, I was just wondering that story that we saw with the wig shop that was open 24/7. Was that the same shop that
Wig shop?
The salon?
Today?
No, yesterday I think it was, or Friday or some shit, where it was a massive line and they had to close it down because they didn't have permits and shit. But aside from
Was
that,
that on John's show or something?
I don't know, but I thought it was you that was talking about this like 2 days ago about a shop where it was going to be 24/7. This woman was opening it from Africa or something.
I don't think it was me. I don't keep up with hair and wigs. That's more a John thing. Yeah, Grace Thorpe is she losing weight? She looks skinnier in the face.
That salon you're speaking of is still open. I believe it's in the DMV area. It's still open.
Well, that would definitely be a John. I would
Yeah,
never
but I
know.
I was confused because I thought it was they keep saying owned by Jonathan or whatever, but I'm like, I don't think it's owned by him. He just promoted the store. I think it's owned by some lady.
Tony, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's owned by a Black immigrant woman.
Yeah. See. So I was right. Okay.
Okay, well that must have been a John story. It's not something I would cover.
That's what this is for.
Have you got a man in your house there, Ponder? Mood swings are a thing. Why is this artist saying the B word? Let's get back to talking about fashion. What? Have you got a video or something, Solid Snake? What fashion video do you want to? Probably just an older video. Oh, you think so? Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, that's why she looks different. Back in the days, it was before the dark side of the force. I made that joke about the dark side of the force and what it does to physical appearance. Show title. Oh, boosting Black culture. We stole that. Well, tell us about all the fashion you've stolen, Solid Snake. Walter Watson SR-71. That's an interesting point. Let's see here. I guess I could do it here. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Smithsonian. Colonel Walter L. Watson. Well, let's do this 3-minute thing here. I've been to the Air and Space Museum a couple times. It's right near Dulles Airport.
My name is Walter Watson. I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I spent almost 5 years flying the SR-71 Blackbird behind
5
me.
years? Shit.
I am the first, last, and only African-American to qualify to be a crew member in the SR-71. I served on the SR-71 Blackbird as a reconnaissance systems officer, RSO. That was my job. My job was to make sure that the airplane was electronically defended and to operate the various sensor systems on the airplane. Most of the RSOs will tell you we had to learn both cockpits. They didn't have to learn our cockpit. We had to know their cockpit far better than we knew our own cockpit because their cockpit got us home. It wasn't that I decided when I got in the Air Force I'm going to fly the SR-71. It didn't happen. The SR-71, late 60s, was very, very low profile. You kind of heard about it, but you didn't know anything about that. This airplane cruised at 2,000 miles an hour. If you're not doing 2,000 miles an hour, it's like driving around in your car with 1 foot on the brake, 1 foot on the gas. It's designed for its mission. Extremely high, 16 miles up, over 85,000 feet, and moving at 2,000 miles an hour. That's faster than a bullet. You may see the Mach meter head over toward Mach 1, and because as you go transonic, it does a little ditter and then it proceeds over. So you don't have that big rush or a whole lot of physical feeling. The biggest thing that happens to you is you're in a spacesuit. And inside the spacesuit, everything that you do, you share it with yourself intimately. Normally, you know a few days in advance where you're going to go and what you're going to do. Brian and I operated in just about every place on this globe, in the European area, in the Caribbean area, in the Southeast Asian area. A typical mission for us in the backseat, we may have an all-optical sensor package, we may have a radar package. We're always going to be doing some type of electronic intelligence, if you will. Hardest thing about all of that is keeping track of what's going on with the various sensors, because things are happening quite fast when you're moving at 33 miles a minute. If they said all of their ships are in port, are they in fact in port? That's the kind of information we went out after. which gave the National Command Authority a chance to be able to negotiate from a position of knowledge and power. The thing that got your attention is when you knew that somebody was looking at you and they intended to end your weekend. And when you picked up those signals, that was the time when Brian and I had to be able to communicate. If we can go faster, we can defeat most threats. It was a great experience, a very challenging experience, and an experience that opened up lots of opportunities, not just for me, but for the people who were around me.
Yeah, that's a beautiful plane. Oops. Uh-oh. Let's have a look at this.
I'm Walter L. Watson Jr. I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel, and I flew the SR-71 for almost 5 years. My earliest memories of air and space and my interest in it probably started when I was maybe somewhere between 7 and 8 years old. My father worked in the theater.
Okay,
and he
Stan.
took me to see a movie about jet airplanes called The Hunters. It was about guys who flew the F-86 during the Korean War. When I saw those airplanes and saw those guys flying, I thought this was something I wanted to do. One of my heroes is Charles McGee. Charles McGee is a Tuskegee Airman who flew combat in not only World War II, but he flew in Korea and in Vietnam. He inspires all those around him because he persevered. Even though he didn't get the treatment that he deserved and he had earned, he did his job excellently, and he inspired all those around him to do the same. My mother said, "Hey, I'll get you books on things you like to read." And what are they? I said, airplanes, monsters, and space. About that same time, started the beginning of the space program with the first astronauts, Alan Shepard, and etc. Because I was reading about them, it made it a lot more
Thank you,
exciting for
Stan.
me. I only failed one course in all of my academic life, and that was a course in dynamics. And I failed that course because I did more worrying than I did studying. When I did more studying and less time worrying, the outcome was extremely different. A type of bullying was always there, almost through middle school. Because I like science, like doing science projects, my teachers told me, don't worry about them. You do the things you like, and life will pay you dividends. I worked in highway construction. I didn't find that to be particularly enhancing my resume because I was at the business end of a shovel. And I must say that those kind of jobs inspired me to want to return to school and do well in my studies. The job that I did not leave off my resume was working in a theater as a projectionist. That to me was a pretty technical job, and it required me to understand something about mechanics and technology as it existed at that time. I had a unique experience in the SR-71. Brian Shule, my pilot, and I took off out of a base in England, and we flew up north toward the North Pole. We were going up there to do reconnaissance on some ships coming around the North Sea. And what I didn't realize on that particular time, it was in December, that we were going to see in a space of less than a half hour about 5 sunrises and sunsets. As we took off, we could see on one side of the airplane was night, on the other side of the airplane was day. And as we turned, those things reversed. And it was an odd feeling because you felt like you'd been through 5 days in about a half an hour. And all of this happened because you could move at 2,000 miles an hour. It was really unique and really had a tremendous impact on me.
All right. Well, Stan Autry sent me that hair thing. So we go from the sublimeness of Black excellence to this. This is Houston. So let's see what this is all about. Grand opening, North Houston shut down.
They about to close it down if y'all don't go back.
Ryan, to a certain extent, you're right about that. I need to get back to it. That's a sheriff? Holy cow.
There was a grand opening of a new hair store in North Houston, and it was a complete show.
I think most people know who Matthew Henson is. I would think they would. Shit, I learned about Matthew Henson in grade school.
Bundles, and of course, tons of people showed up. You even had people camping out in front of the store the night before. It was looking like the old school Black Friday, but in the summertime. A whole Boondocks episode. Customers waited all night long, and this is what it looked like by the morning. Complete chaos. People
free hair
arguing,
bundles.
fighting,
Interesting.
I heard somebody got hit by a car.
Welcome to-
At least 2 people had to get rushed to the emergency room, and HPD had to come shut the whole thing down. We're about to get into it, but first, take a second to make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. If you're watching from Houston, drop Houston below in the comments. Won't waste any time. Let's go ahead and get into it.
They come around the building, all the way to the dumpster, all the way to the street. Like
Houston, seriously, like y'all really gotta stop. Like it's no reason why y'all should be at this hair gallery acting a fool like this, y'all. First of all, I got up early this morning, y'all. I got about 5, so I'm like, oh, I'm finna go to the store, finna get me some hair. I wasn't even going for the bundles for real. I was going for the bundles, but if I was to get them, I was gonna get them. I was going for the pack hair, for the braiding hair. Because if you don't know, I'm doing a back to school drive, and I need the braiding hair. So I'm like, okay, period, let me go. I get there, it's about 5 something. Baby, the line is wrapped around the building. I'm like, yeah, see, I don't got time for this. I don't got time. Baby, it's no reason why Houston, y'all should be having people getting maced and this and that and this and that and people fighting behind a beauty supply. Like, are we serious, Houston? Like, it's no way y'all serious. Like, come on, like, seriously. Like, I get it. People really don't be having the funds during school time, so this was the perfect time. But let me tell y'all something. Y'all better be making sure them kids getting their hair combed before you put them 30-inch bundles up in your head. Like, let's be serious. Like, y'all was not standing in that line for y'all selves. Them kids, y'all was standing in line for y'all selves. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Like, for real. Like, y'all don't even get up that early to make it to church in the morning on one day out the week. But y'all standing in front of the hair galleria from 3 p.m. the other day. Like, God dang, baby. So y'all was standing in line preparing yourself, waiting on this. But y'all can't get up and go to church. Y'all can't make sure these kids is on time to school. Y'all cannot make sure these kids get to these doctor's appointments up to date for shot records. But y'all can make sure y'all make sure the beauty supply gets some free bundles. Houston, baby, y'all are sad. Like, it is no reason why people should have left
Is there a
that
reason
place,
she's
pepper
yelling?
sprayed, ran over by somebody, cars getting broken into, cars having a wreck, cars this, cars that. It never get that deep. It never get that deep. To where you gotta like do all that, like Houston, y'all gotta calm down a little bit. Y'all priorities are effed up. Like, let's be serious. Like, y'all priorities are somewhere else than where they need to be. Like, it's no reason why y'all should be all over the place like that. Like, sometimes we gotta act like we gotta live more cities. Like,
Talker.
She's speaking nothing but the truth. These are the same
She's
people
a
complaining
talker.
about
That's an
buying school
understatement.
supplies. So sorry they want the teacher to supply their kids with school supplies, as if teachers don't have enough to worry about trying to educate their kids that they neglect and leave in front of the phone or a tablet all day. Yeah, she's right. There's no reason why anybody should have been maced or hit or anything over beauty supplies and bundles.
a little sense. Like, please and thank you. Like, y'all, I get it. I get it. Like, we did want the free bundles. Everybody did. But baby, once y'all seen that line was 200 plus, you wasn't getting them free bundles, baby. You should have just went on about your business after that. It is what it is, y'all. Just
Her people is your people, Deacon Dave.
they having the same
What's up,
set Mars,
SKC?
agreed. Like, just not the free bundle part, but they just look at a little bit, you know.
Vernacular. Turn that down a little bit.
So I just went and checked on the dough. Hold on, let me go take a little video. Child, it's even worse than I thought. I don't even think they got their permits to be open. Crazy. That's crazy. Why would you do this? Okay, y'all. So I don't think they're gonna be open tomorrow. Just speaking from someone who has gone through Houston's. I had a shop out here in Houston. I know exactly what you need to do. Baby, they closed. They closed. There was Mason people and disorganized, Jonathan throwing out wind, people trying to push his car over. They closed. They closed. Yeah, so it says occupancy on the door, and the sheriff's like, oh, they just need a permit, they can get it today. No, you can't. You cannot get a city ordinance occupancy permit in one day. Absolutely not, especially on a Friday. Yeah, so they're
I can't. And the owner of the business didn't even have his business in order. This is crazy.
Well, this is in Houston, not Dallas,
Causing
SKC.
all this chaos. You know, every Keisha running down there for some free bundles, and you don't even
Every
have your
Keisha.
paperwork straight. Yeah, she's right. He's definitely not getting the permit over the weekend. This all went down on Friday. It's not happening.
So, hey, y'all, I just want to speak out about this video that I posted on the grand opening for Hair Galleria in Houston. First of all, it was a nightmare. Like, chaotic. Like, women, have some self-control. Like, it was just, I can't even pick up the words to explain how it was, because like people were out there camping since 5 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. People even came back and spin the block, and like people really waited. And then for people to skip people whenever it opened at 8 a.m., it went haywire. Like, it went crazy. Like,
Fred, do you mean since Hurricane Katrina?
Because initially I was just going at 10 p.m. just to see where is it located, how far is it from my house, because if I'm being honest,
Katrina,
I
yeah.
need a birthday hair, I need a hair for myself.
Would you say Atlanta
That's just
is
me.
suffering the
So I didn't know
same
that it was
thing,
going to be this
Fred?
big. Like, I didn't know, because on Cullen it was not people camping overnight for the fuck to open. No, it was not like that. It wasn't like that. And then on top of that, when we were there.
Wait, let me
overnight,
pause this, because this is an interesting comment here. This type of speaking behavior is throughout the U.S. among many blacks. And your point is what, SKC? Is the behavior good? Is it bad? You're known for your self-righteousness, SKC. So why don't you just pass judgment? I know you want to.
We're gonna give tickets out so there's no confusion. They never did. That's why it was so chaotic. Like, it was no organization whatsoever. Nothing. Nada. Zero.
While I do think the owner is completely unorganized and created all of this advertising free bundles and deeply discounted hair, knowing the type of traffic they would attract, without properly planning for this with adequate security, it's also embarrassing.
Can someone
This whole
tell me if
marriage
this is a
addiction, the
black-owned
obsession with
business?
Black women feeling like they need this. And that's why the value is set so high in their minds that they're willing to fight over it and camp out overnight for weed. I don't like it. The whole situation is very disturbing.
You didn't
Let's
like
go
it?
ahead and get the
How do you
conversation
know you
started.
didn't
Tell
like
me
it?
what
Were
you
you
think about
there?
this below. Special thank you to Rob P. I appreciate you, Rob, for always showing support for the channel.
Look at this
as well as
anti-black
Adrian.
black.
You can
Almost
show your
every
support as
black
well. The link to
community
PayPal is
in
below.
America.
Ladies,
Jesus
fellas, want a balanced
fucking
analysis,
Christ,
want the
what a-
truth from a woman's perspective? Then you're going to want to subscribe to this channel and don't forget to like and share.
I don't know. Y'all, you guys are just taxing. Taxing. All right, let's see what else is here. Because I think we are getting to a point to where I've just had enough of bathing in anti-blackness. It has taxed my very soul. Actually, this is something I was wanting to watch. The sister on this.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel.
Oops.
Like and subscribe button. I'm trying to get 1,000 subscribers. I can't say it enough. That's my goal. So we can go live and y'all can either talk junk with me or against me. It don't matter. We'll get to a good place in the end. But anyway, I woke up to this video. Well, actually, it was a post by Vivek.
You know what, Deacon Dave? What an odd question. Did God make you in the weight room? I think there are a lot of things that people do. You could ask that question about, and unless you were born with, on a bench press table, that's an odd question to ask. Calls the observers anti-black, but the people doing it. You know what? I actually concentrate on the judginess of people. I have no comment on the behavior because I look at someone saying this happens in almost every black community in America, and the first thing I want to think is if you haven't even been out of Louisiana or Texas, that's a mighty bold statement. You have been to every black community in America. Can you speak authoritatively, or are you just a goddamn racist? So unless you can back up what you say, I think if I'm looking at the video just before, I didn't see anybody fighting or anything. It was just a bunch of people. I didn't see anything of concern, to be honest.
Ramaswamy about the Ohio brawl, because we're gonna have to. I'm following this case because I'm telling you, it's not going anywhere. It's a message to black.
Oh yeah, you buy your looks, Deacon Dave. You pay a gym membership, right? Or do you lift weights at home? Maybe you have a home gym, but if you're paying like a gym membership fee, you're paying for your looks. You just aren't being honest with yourself.
Even talking about it, right?
And look at Ponder. Touche, Deacon Dave. Touche.
He was the only one. He got
No,
that
you are
tip
not
job by the
paying for your
government. I know
looks,
he wasn't
Dave.
really nothing either.
You look
He's a
fine
part-time
just the
dog.
way you are,
And the
Dave.
dog, him and Elon. Yeah, that part-time dog ain't really talking about too much.
You know what? Again,
it has gone up.
SKC, Deacon Dave's comment was paying for your looks. It wasn't specifically about weave. Once again, just making up shit and trying to think you're scoring points, but you're not. Weights aren't free. I keep trying to tell these folks that, Freddie, critical thinking is a rare commodity on this Monday morning. Oh yeah, if you're paying a membership, you're paying for your looks, Deacon Dave. If you had a home gym, maybe you might get away with it, but you're not. So you just can't admit that you are literally equivalent to a hair weave. Your- those muscles are like braids. You're paying for the look.
The chain of command in government, and within, I mean, look how fast this thing.
Tell me how I'm wrong,
Look at
Ms.
what their
Philosophy.
response is, even in the media. You know, they responded like they already sending them. They already been.
Yeah, well, see, Fred, you're not making stupid
It's
comments
already
though.
a wrap. They and you see how the roundup took place, but the
Look at
the video come out.
SKC. Let's, you know what? This is gonna be amusing. Artificial body part. Okay, hair extensions are not a body part, SKC. They are not biological, SKC. Yes, wow. Paying for your looks is the point, SKC. Try and stay with me. I know you probably just woke up or something. Artificial body part. Hair extensions are not a body part, sir. They're hair extensions. Artificial hair is not biological, SKC. If it's attached or weaved in, it is not a part of your biology. Keep up, Dave. I'm sorry, SKC. I keep calling you Dave. Now I'm getting the two of you mixed up.
The other guy doesn't get arrested. That proves my point when I tell black people we are not Americans. This is a more proof of you're not American. When they talk law and order, that's law and order is they talking about us. When they talk about
He's paying for his looks, SKC. Stick to my point. I know it's hard for you. I know you want to move the goalpost. Anti-black blacks are goalpost movers.
Although Ramaswamy, he's not black. But he is
lifting weights is not natural, Deacon Dave. It is a conscious exercise. You don't lift weights. You do it intentionally. It is not natural, Deacon Dave. You weren't born with barbells in your head in your hands, Deacon Dave.
Democrat stuff like that. Like Cuomo called him out again. Cuomo said Republic has been running the show for the last so and so how much time. Don't get me caught up in the stats, but that's what go watch it on News Nation. I ain't biting no clips, nothing like that no more. You can take my word for what I'm saying when I tell you, and you can go to News Nation and check the video out. But everything he was trying to,
okay,
use
questions to ponder. You and Logic is not your friend today. I don't know whether you haven't had your coffee or maybe you're smoking weed or something. Logic does not seem to be your forte this morning. My point is that if you pay for a gym membership, you are paying for your looks. You weren't born and lifting weights is not a natural activity. You are literally waking up and going to a place that's not your home and lifting weights. That is an intentional, productive act. The resistance, the process might be natural within your body, but you're paying for your looks is my point. And I'm sorry if you just aren't deft enough at thinking to understand the point. Bodybuilding, lifting weights is not a natural activity. God, man, did y'all you know what? I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna
objective, I guess. So especially when black people say something, we start talking about racist and
You're paying for your looks, Deacon Dave. If you pay a gym membership, you are paying for access to their weights and their equipment. You are paying for your looks, Deacon Dave. I don't know why you just don't say uncle. You are outmatched, outwitted, outthought.
But sad to say, you got more black people.
Okay,
and it's black men that condemn the black brothers in the
Deacon Dave, actually, wait, what
admit,
analogy are you talking about? You're paying for your looks, Deacon Dave.
Y'all didn't have to bank them.
If you pay a gym membership, it is a rough equivalent. They're very different, but the paying for your looks analogy holds up, Dave.
And then hitting the girl.
And your girlfriend
that was
questions to ponder. Of course, she's going to take your side with her good hair and your awesome looks. You are a power anti-black couple.
Just saying, they went home. Sandra Bland
I didn't say they were equivalent, Ponder. They are analogous, though.
Right.
Analogy doesn't imply equivalence. Ponder.
She went home. Sandra Bland ain't go home for nothing. For what? Nah, yeah. And it's amazing that they trying to draw this parallel of George Floyd to this brawl, this fight right here. These people went home. He didn't get choked to death. He took some ones and twos, some lefts and rights. I believe a man has some. He probably had to read them Nikes, but he went home. He read. Y'all, see, some of y'all young bucks don't know nothing about that. They gonna read these Nikes, baby. They gonna read these Nikes. Y'all don't know nothing about that. But shout out to Willie D. Ghetto Boys. But
Ghetto Boys.
Bam. Speaking of Ghetto Boys, the young bucks out here, a lot of the YouTubers I've seen, one of them was an older cat. Well, when I took a couple of them was about my age. A couple of them was older cats. But it amazed me how many black men that are condemning the younger brothers. Can y'all see that? You work with a couple of dudes like that. They had a job with you right now. You probably watching this video on your break. You be like, it's a sucker it's a sucker at my job like that, man. I know. He been there 25 years, ain't never got no other brother hired. Yeah. He want to be boss's only boy. It's a bunch of them out there like that. But I like to call it black indifference. But the thing about it, the black indifference, it hurts
Deacon
black
Dave,
people the worst.
I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings.
Don't really practice that.
You wanted to shit on black women and hair extensions.
Every time it happens,
all I'm saying is that
throw one of their own under
God did not make you with big muscles.
Look at
you are literally paying for big muscles, assuming you have big muscles. Who knows?
All the artists.
All I'm saying is God did not make you with a six-pack. If you are at the gym trying to maintain a six-pack, you are paying for your look. It is a straightforward analogy, and why your girlfriend, Ms. Ponder, wants to support you.
All white people racist and all white people racist.
Did you send her a picture of your big muscles yet?
They still representing them, and they could be nasty. They could be in the half representing them. We know all about that, right? And take his money too. The invisible empire. Remember that. Your generation has forgot what most people. My coffee's
Do you don't feel lonely sometimes, Solid Snake?
Anyway, yeah, y'all forgot about a lot of stuff, and especially y'all.
Yeah, Fred, I guess the horse is
younger
dead, and
guys.
so is some people's
No
brains.
solidarity amongst your own. You know, I know you had to get it from somewhere, but I think it's more than growing up on the Medea movies, and like we grew up on. We ain't
Ponder
had it,
is
and
your
y'all
future business
rap and
partner,
sabotage, but
strictly
that's another thing
professional? Sure,
altogether.
I believe that.
But it might contribute to why you think like you do, because it's just more busters nowadays. If you're thinking like that,
Strictly professional. Strictly
for real, that's what
professional.
I'm saying. Everybody know that. Look, this generation even have problem with their women. Y'all have problem. That's evidence right there that, you know what I mean? If I'm saying you're a buster, that's where that come from. Y'all can't even control y'all women. Y'all women don't even like y'all. That's a sign. Y'all generation, because when we was coming up, women liked them. We got love letters folded up like origami, and it had perfume on it. You smell. Yeah, you don't know nothing about that. But anyway.
Did they have Valentine's Day cards too?
Y'all like, subscribe to the channel, and help me get to 1,000 subscribers. Well, I'm gonna get off that Vivek Ramaswamy. He a mutt. He a part-time dog for Donald Trump, but he's an outsider. I'm more concerned about.
She tries just for you, Deacon Dave. She doesn't try for me, but she will try for you.
That's ready to throw their own under the bus, because the black indifference. The reason why it hurts us so much is because we are not.
Hey, Ponder and Deacon Dave, why don't y'all hit the link and come up to the panel, and we'll pretend it's like a dating game.
I don't want it to go overboard, because it's just me sitting there talking.
Just call me Stanley,
live going, we
the matchmaker.
But the black indifference, it was a dude.
Salute to Ponder.
In Nazi Germany around that time, you know, he wasn't a Jew. He was a German preacher. Just bear with me while I'm trying to run this down. But
I am the Chuck Woolery of YouTube.
In the comments for me. Oh yeah, and drop a comment on me. Talk junk. Do what you know. I mean, say what you got to say up in the comments. You know what you think about it. But the guy, he was a preacher, like Lutheran or Protestant or something. And anyway, the Nazi Party was in power, and he was like co-signing it when, you know, for a lot of that stuff, he wasn't really, you know, we preaching, yeah, you know, bump them Jews and all that, you know, he ain't really got no opinion on them. Either way, he ain't out there killing and smashing Jews, but he ain't, you know, busting across the head, he ain't doing nothing to him, but, you know, he ain't stopping it neither. So, right? Then they go for the other cats anyway. They finally get to him. And he spent the last 8 years of his life in Nazi concentration camps and in prison. And he wrote a powerful piece to this day. It's about indifference. And it goes, it says, it's up in the Holocaust Museum. A lot of black people, I mean, I know y'all don't want to go to the Smithsonian, the Black Smithsonian up there, which I believe they might be ready to shut it down. But the Holocaust Museum, that's one a lot of black people should go to and see that. But anyway, it's up in there. It's on the, you'll see the story or whatever. Anyway, Frederick, I can't remember his name. Let me mess it up. But put it in the comments if you know what I'm talking about. But he said when they came for, oh man, messing with y'all. When they came for the socialists, I said nothing. When they came for the industrialist people, I can't remember something. He said, I did nothing. When they came for me, there was no one there to speak for me. So what I take from that, when I see black people today, especially on social media, you're having gender wars, you're having you're fighting black men and black women openly. This is a gender war. You're fighting them with each other. Now it's a FBA, ADOS. They fight amongst each other. They can't get along. and it's another one in there. All of them can't stand each other. And then now you got the FBA against the Africans, right? Black people are the worst. Your first instinct is to attack your own. That's why I don't get off topic, but this is the expression of a thought I had years ago when I first heard the story of the brother from down in Florida that started. He started the Hebrew Israelites, the Yahweh temple stuff. I don't know what it was. Anyway, there's a story on that, and the Yahweh temple, yeah, and but man, was that from when I first saw that, then they morphed into that's when they became Hebrew Israelites sometime after him. But anyway, because he got sent to prison. But then Hebrew Israelites, and that's when then after everybody else caught on to it years later. But I always said that they're on to something, right? Black people are the real Jews. They're the real Hebrews. They're the real Jews. Because you look at how black people carry it. We always want the worst for ourselves. We want the worst. We shun the good things. Because if you believed in that we are the Hebrews, I mean, for the people who believe that, is what I'm saying is you think of the story of what's his name, Pilate. Remember when Pilate was doing the washing his hands of Jesus, but he said he had him and Barabbas. He had him at the thief. He had him and Barabbas. He said, you want Jesus or you want Barabbas, And all the Jews, give us Barabbas, give us Barabbas. He's like, well, man, he king, ain't he? I find no fault.
I don't think he's much mouth.
He ain't done nothing. This is a thief. I'll give us Barabbas. Crucify him.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's about that nigga.
You know what? That's an interesting comment, Lupin.
Just about the same thing, I think. Today, they still exhibit the same behavior. Well, I'm African. No, I'm African. And I know what y'all saying. No, you from North Carolina. You're African American. No, African American is an oxymoron. And it's saying that, I'm gonna wrap this video up because this, if anything, is not evidence of that. This brawl video and the fallout from it, the repercussions.
Lupin, that's an interesting comment. Lupin says, Stanley, most of our entrepreneurs start companies to be acquired and not generate institutional wealth. You mean generational or actual institutional wealth? I've never thought about it. Why do you think that is? Why not do a business to be passed down? Any idea? Or I mean, you probably know. I'm curious. That's an interesting comment that I never thought about. All right, I dropped the link. I'm not going to be on for that much longer because I am kind of getting tired. But I do have a video for after this. Lupin talking about 3% of the entire population. I don't even know what that means. So this is actually my favorite female historian. And why Trump is really building a White House ballroom. She's going to explain it. I must know.
The people immediately around Trump are trying to grab as much as they can as quickly as they can. So you're seeing, for example, the things I've talked
What's up,
about in the
Lasagna?
past, the ice ramping thing.
What's up, Stanley?
The grab to try
Well,
and
she's
get rid
explaining
of
to us
business
why
regulation
Trump
and
is
so
building a
on,
ballroom.
tax cuts, of course.
Is she a Republican and is she a Trump supporter? Because if she is, I hate her.
No,
Gonna
she's
leave the
not.
White House.
Okay.
And its announcement today.
She's a historian. And believe this or not, she makes more money on Substack than any other writer. She writes a newsletter called Letters from an American. It's a nightly, she basically talks about history and politics along the vein that history rhymes. American political history, it's new things do happen, but a lot of times they're just kind of like old themes. So, there's a lot of comparisons made between Andrew Jackson and Trump. Both were as depraved and
Wasn't
popular.
Andrew Jackson like a really hateful person?
He was the architect of the Trail of Tears. So if relocating and making people walk from,
Wait. Can I read a comment real quick, Stanley? When Deacon says, Lasagna trying to be on Stanley's good side, obviously, Stanley, I can tell you to go like
look,
suck your own,
these
like,
people have been frisky.
I'm very aware that I can tell you to go fuck off. That I have no.
Well, you wouldn't come all the way up here to do it, would you?
Well, I'm in kind of a good mood. But
well,
do
thank
not
God for
get it
that.
twisted, Stanley. If you say something out of pocket, I will say.
Oh, I say a lot of things. I've been saying things out of pocket all morning. So
Okay, well, that's one chat to know. I will speak my mind.
Whitney Webb. The name is familiar, but not off the top of my head. Tropes. Tell me about it. I guess I could Google it. Let me Google it right quick. The name is familiar.
That he's going to build with private money, or so they say, this giant ballroom
that's
at the
right.
White House is, I think, a sign that he is planning to stay forever. And here's a newsflash: he ain't staying forever. He's 79 years old and not in good either physical or mental shape. But it's also really interesting because does the White House need a ballroom? I mean, maybe it does, but there is quite a large public space at the State Department. So, it's not something that you've seen before where people said they had to have it. It's more sort of his Mar-a-Lagoizing of the White House, which is actually quite a small space. It looks grand when you see it from the outside, but remember, it was built a long time ago.
It's not echoing on my side.
The rooms are small and so on.
You know what? Actually, no. You're right. Because
but there is this
it's playing.
Sense, I think,
that
he
it's
doesn't
echoing through
intend
my
to
mic.
leave.
Let me
He
mute
intends
it.
to get as much out of it as he possibly can, and then stay on. But you're also seeing a number of his loyalists starting to explore the idea of running for governor in their home state or running for senators in their home states. So we saw yesterday that the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, is talking about running for governor in Tennessee. You're seeing a lot of people starting to spin off and thinking maybe that they will be somewhere else. It's certainly an option to think that Scott Bessent, Secretary of the Treasury, is angling to become the head of the Federal Reserve with the expectation that Trump will get rid of Jerome Powell. The Jerome Powell says he's not going anywhere. You can see other people sort of starting to test the waters to move somewhere else. Now, at the same time that you're seeing that, though, you're also seeing Trump and the MAGA people trying to lock in power forever. And you're seeing that in two major ways. You're seeing it, first of all, with the attempt to grab utter control of the judiciary. That was a program that started in 1986 under Ronald Reagan, when Ronald Reagan's attorney general, because they were concerned that voters would turn against the Republicans in the future and against Reagan's tax cut policies, that he intended to cement the Reagan Revolution in the courts where it wouldn't matter what the voters did. And I think you're seeing that on steroids now as Trump is trying to put as many of his people into judicial appointments as he possibly can, especially people like Emile Bovee, whom the Senate confirmed either yesterday or the day before, who's a real Trump loyalist. And, behind all of the sorts of things that Trump insisted on doing. And now, although you may not have seen it, Trump is trying hard to get
I'll be right back.
the head of the Judiciary Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, Iowa's Chuck Grassley, to stop the system, what's called the blue slip system, by which a senator from a state can object to a federal judge in that state, so they can try and make sure they don't they have some control over what happens in their states. And that's been a system that's been in place since, I think it's 1917, although boy, don't quote me on that one because that's off the top of my head. It's been there a very long time. And the idea that suddenly it's got to change for Trump so he can shove anybody he wants in there is something that Grassley, at least right now, is pushing back on, because the people like Bovee that they've put in place are people who have been quite open about the fact they don't believe in the rule of law, which is a little bit of a problem if you're trying to have a country that's based in the rule of law. So you're seeing it in the attempt to take over the legal system, and you're also seeing it in the attempt to redistrict the country in such a way that Democrats can never win. This, too, has been a longstanding program of the Republican Party. Redistricting, I talked about before, really took off in 2010 with Operation Red Map, the Republican Redistricting Majority Project, in which Republican operatives worked to get the Republicans to take over state houses, especially in purple states like North Carolina, Ohio, Kansas. Who am I missing there? There were a lot of them. In order that they would be able to redistrict their states in such a way that they could crack Democratic constituencies, shoving them into Republican majority districts, or pack them, take all the Democrats and squish them into one district so they didn't actually have power in other districts, which is how you get the gerrymandering districts like you see for Jim Jordan in Ohio, who couldn't win if he was in a normal district. So you're seeing that now in a really big way in Texas, where there is a fight going on right now for a mid-decade, that is right now instead of in 5 years, a mid-decade redistricting, because Trump has quite literally and openly said to Texas, which is already gerrymandered dramatically to make sure Republicans can win, to give 5 more seats to the Republicans. Although it's not clear it's mathematically possible, because it's already so gerrymandered that they can pull 5 more seats out of there. But Trump is saying he wants to pull 5 more seats out of Texas, and other Republican-dominated states are saying the same. Now, one of the things that's interesting about that is that for a long time now, I have been saying, I think, but certainly it's been in my head, that it looks to me as if what the radical Republicans are trying now to do is to take the system that they set up in the Reconstruction South and make it all over the country, put it all across the country.
Look, this is pretty much, I'd say 99% pro-Trump in this space, but I'm not part of that 99%. I think Trump is, I think he's managed.
Wait, Stanley, are you being facetious or are you being honest when you say that?
No, I think Trump is.
No, when you say 90% of the people on here.
No, 99%.
Wait, are you being for real, or are you just being?
No, I'm being for real. I'm saying they're like John Galt has 1,000 plus subscribers. I'm literally saying 99% of that 1,000.
Oh, so you're John was able to get all the coons to join a YouTube channel.
No, I wouldn't say all of them are coons. I'm saying all of them are pro-Trump. 99% of them. And I'm not exaggerating. I actually think, if it's not 99, it's 98.
Wait, how do you feel about that, Stanley? Because although we do disagree in a lot of things, we're both in the same kind of like political party. But what's your opinion about? Because you are a staple on this like channel, right? You're like a staple in a sphere where 98%, from your own words, 98% of the people are coons.
I wouldn't say 98%. I don't necessarily think being pro-Trump makes you a coon. It makes it highly probable that you are. But I wouldn't, just I would have to I would have to evaluate the person first because there
Can
are a
you
lot of
can you
people
can, I-
who
can
are
you tell me what your criteria to that you use in your own mental prefaces?
I
Do you
literally
think if someone's a
think that
coon or
if
not?
you are anti-black and you are black, you're a coon.
Well, isn't Trump anti-black? Didn't he like I'm
You
not
know
that
what?
very well versed, but didn't he
It's
kick out
very
like
there's a saying that Northerners like black culture, but they hate individual blacks. And in the South, Southerners like individual blacks, but they hate black culture. I think that um, race relations in the South, oddly enough, I actually think are better than they are in the North. People get along. Um, Blacks and whites have been kind of coexisting for centuries in the South. And if you ever have a flat tire and you have to borrow somebody's phone like way back in the old days, if they're hanging a Confederate flag over over their porch or on their porch, you might probably go next door where there's not a Confederate flag. Now, that is a very rough um, analogy, but I know if I were in that situation, I would probably pick the house that doesn't have a Confederate flag. However, I think if you are unreasonably critical of the black community just because if you basically are saying like Solid Snake said, you know, um, we were watching this hair store, like they sell like hair extensions and hair products and stuff. It was a grand opening and they were giving away free hair for braids. And, there was like crowds out in the parking lot. It's like people waiting for concert tickets or something overnight and all that. Well, Solid Snake's remark was, oh yeah, every black community, acts like this. And my my response is, how could you possibly say that if you're not a racist?
Yeah, I would agree. No, I would
You
agree
haven't
with you.
been to
That. No,
every
wait, no,
black community.
Stanley, what you just said right now, I would agree with that. That
Yeah.
sentiment, I would agree with that sentiment,
Now,
100%.
I mean, he might be right, but how would he know without some sort of empirical, you know? I think you say things like that if you are anti-black. And,
No, agreed. No,
and
agreed.
Solid,
Agreed.
Solid
100%
Snake
agreed.
happens to be black, so I think he's an anti-black black. Now, it's probably harsh to call him a coon, but he's not pro-black. He's not
Well, you can't be
like
a coon if you're white. Like 10th. Well, you're talking about 10th man, right?
no. I'm talking Solid Snake.
Oh, solid. Okay, I confused solid with 10. No,
You know
solid.
what?
I mean,
When they're
solid
drunk,
is
when they're
black. Yeah,
drunk,
yeah.
being drunk is colorblind.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Solid. Okay, solid is black, and solid is actually very funny. But if he said that, he is a coon. Like, there's
Well,
no,
he
there's
he
no
would
if
he
and buts
would
about
he
it.
would bow. He would take a bow and go, "Thank you, sir." That's so. But the thing is there are a lot of Solid Snakes. People who will go out of their way. Like, if 9 times out of 10, they're gonna shit on blacks. And oftentimes, the funny thing is Solid Snake acts like those women in the in front of the hair shop all the time. It's like they are the stereotype they criticize. That's what I can never get over.
Wait, Stanley, elaborate a little bit more, because this is
Well,
something we haven't really talked about.
loud, drunk, high, misbehaved, can't speak proper English. Yet they will criticize people for not speaking proper English. They will talk about black people talking Ebonics while speaking Ebonics.
Why do you like I have my own opinions, but I want to know yours. Why do you think Solid thinks like this? Do you think it's just
Well,
like
dude,
you
I've
grew up in,
known
like
Solid
in the
Snake
South?
I've known Solid Snake for at least a year. The one thing he does is he never wavers. He's always in character.
No, but I'm asking you, Stanley, why do
No,
you think
I have a year's worth of experiencing Solid Snake in the chat and on panels.
Yeah, so why do you think he thinks the way he thinks? Do you think
I
it's
have
because he
no
grew up
idea.
in like the deep South where it's like he was always
No,
like shitted on?
I think you know what? I don't know why people. There's nothing wrong with being a conservative black man or black person. It's taking it overboard. Like if you are extremely conservative, you're not a conservative.
No,
Conservatism.
Stanley, no, I 100% agree with you. But what I'm saying is like, why do you think that? Because
Dude, I
why
don't
do you think the way
presume to.
you think? Why do you think the way you think
Honestly,
is completely different from where Snake thought? Like, do you think
I've
it's just
read
you had
books.
different parents? You grew up in a different neighborhood?
I didn't grow up in the hood for one thing. You know, a lot of these people who have this negative, attitude grew up in the hood or, maybe in places where blacks, all they saw were blacks who, weren't, who were hood, I guess. I didn't. And, I I mean, there are probably a lot of a lot of people who grew up like I did, like Bob, for instance. Bob grew up probably in a better.
He's the airplane
He's a
pilot, right?
pilot, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Bob's parents were more affluent than mine. But he is pretty anti-black, so I don't know.
Well, no, okay, Stanley, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Bob? He's not anti-black. He just likes white women, but
No,
he's
he's
like
pretty
more.
anti-black.
Really? He's Republican?
Yeah, I guess. Well, being a Republican doesn't necessarily make you anti-black, though the likelihood.
Yeah,
is
that's what
there.
I'm saying. The likelihood. That's what I'm saying. In 2025, if you're Republican and if you're black, you're kind of 8 out of 10 times you're kind of a coon.
Well, there are people who really care about financial stuff, and you're going to be more inclined to be a Republican if economics is like how you view the world. I don't happen to be like an economic, like making money is not why I wake up in the morning necessarily.
Exactly. No.
I work to live. I didn't necessarily live to work.
No, exactly. Great point. But that's I understand what you're saying completely. It's like we all have we're not all going to live forever. Like it's like what do you prioritize? Do you prioritize like happiness or money? Like,
well, I think you could probably achieve both. There's just some people who that's why they're billionaires. $100
the people
million
that
is enough. I want to be a
the people
billionaire.
that prioritize money are billionaires are not. They prioritize like money, right? It's like there are no billionaires that do not have like second marriages or third marriages. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to go because see the thing is there are probably a lot of billionaires you never hear about. Like, what's his name? Berkshire Hathaway.
There aren't that many billionaires, Stanley.
There are quite a number. America has more billionaires than anywhere on earth.
Yeah, but I'm talking about globally. There aren't that many.
Right, but let me just say this. Someone like damn it, I'll remember his name in just a minute. I don't think being a billionaire automatically makes you a decrepit human being or unhappy, or you're going to necessarily, have be a horrible person. I
Yeah,
do
I don't
think
think so
there are a
either.
lot
I
of
think
billionaires that
yeah.
don't make the news and probably live, just a great
No,
life.
I would know, like Stanley, I would agree with you. There, like if you're a billionaire, like luck has to play a lot with it. Like the guy who won the lotto, or the guy who like
I don't know. I think you work to be a billionaire. I think
yeah,
talent.
but Stanley, a lot of people work very hard. The thing is that like I've seen a couple of interviews. It's like people like there's a difference between being a millionaire and a billionaire. Like I don't think like a billion compared to a million is like such a huge difference that like
Right.
it's more of
I mean, if you gave me $2 million when I was 20, I could probably live off that for the rest of my life. Now, you would probably have to work to invest it and, maintain
yeah,
it and grow
exactly,
it.
Stanley. You understand
But
the meta. You understand the meta. So that's what I'm
right.
saying. You
But
understand
the,
that
the bottom line
2
is
million 40 years ago
I
is not the same as 2 million now.
I was telling my son, you know what? Put in the work up front. Just, your goal, in my opinion, should be, yeah, Warren Buffett. Damn, John, I don't know why I keep forgetting his name. Warren Buffett seemed like a fairly normal person. Same house forever. Uh, I don't know that he ever had a whole bunch of marriage issues or anything like that. They just seem to be almost normal businessmen. Now, you don't get to be a billionaire without being ruthless. However,
That is true,
well,
Stanley.
apparently AA Ponder says he had marriage issues. So I'm just saying they're probably billionaires, who don't really live that dramatic or drama-filled life. But I'm just guessing. Charlie Munger is now a ghost. Did he die? I guess he died.
Yeah,
There
he
were. Oh,
died
that's right. He did
he died
die.
a couple of months ago. I would say
Yeah, yeah, I
maybe less than
remember
a
now.
year, but yeah.
But my point being, um, I would be perfectly happy. I don't need a Mercedes. Now I want to be able. There's there's an Erasmus quote. Let me look it up right quick. This,
Who's Erasmus? Is he like a Greek
he was
philosopher?
like a no, he was like a European. He was a contemporary of Thomas More, I think, which would put him back, what, 1500s?
I
When
have
was
no idea.
Henry
Like,
the Eighth? Hold on one sec. What,
I'm more to, like the nomenclature. It's like I know Plato
it's
and
either 14 or 15.
like and
Oops,
shit like that.
Erasmus. Hold on one sec. Let me look this up right quick. Because he has like a quote that kind of sums up. Uh, Here we go. So yeah, 14 to 15. Yeah, he spanned the 13th and 4th. I'm sorry, 15th and 16th centuries.
Was he a philosopher, or was
I
he
don't
like
know.
an
He was a Catholic priest apparently, but he was kind of like a precursor to being a Jesuit. But he has a quote that pretty much is kind of how I am. Quote.
It's funny that you use the Brave browser. That's a very
Well, the reason I do is it's really good with
yeah. It
ads.
is. It is. It actually is. I use it when I want to like do certain things. I
Oh, look
use
at this. He said, "In the
that
country of
browser.
the blind, a one-eyed man is king." I didn't know he said that. What was it? Happiest life is one which constantly. Damn it. And I should actually know this by rote. Oh, there it is.
What
There it
was
is.
the
When I have a little money, I buy books, and if I have any left, I buy food and clothes. That's kind of me.
But Stanley, what you're saying, and this is why, like, I do fuck with you. It's like I resonate like this. I fuck with this quote, and this is why you lean more towards like libertarian left Democratic side.
I wouldn't say libertarian because I'm gonna piss off some people. I think libertarians are morons.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying, my whole point
Now,
when I
I
say
do-
that is like,
I
are
get
you,
what you're saying.
yeah, that's
I'm
what
not gonna be limited. I have a lot of opinions that would be considered conservative. Someone basically said I'm kind of a pragmatist, like a political
Well,
pragmatist. I
Stanley,
want to do whatever works.
I also have some viewpoints that you would consider right wing, extremely right wing. I have
Right.
some points like that, but like at a certain age, like I'm 26, I'm about to be 27. At a certain age, you need to like. We're all sucking a poison. It's the poison that's gonna like. What's the better like? You know what I mean? It's just.
Right.
There's not gonna be a party that like placates to every part that you like. Just need to pick the party that has like 60% or 55% of the things that you enjoy.
Well, the problem is that both parties can be problematic. Um, like I wasn't a huge Kamala fan, but Trump is a disaster. I would I would rather, have the country progress sideways rather than have Trump.
Well, Stanley, let me ask you a question. Why weren't you a Kamala fan? Because I voted for her.
Well, no. I voted for her. I just don't think that she was the best choice, but she might have been the only choice. Look, I actually think that Biden totally fucked this country.
Yeah,
Okay.
Biden was like they
Well,
should.
no.
Yeah, he was fucked up.
He at first when he ran, he said he was going to be one term. And then he made a mistake when he said he was going to run again. He should have hung it up. And as it turned out, Kamala kind of got thrust into a role I'm not sure she was ready for. I would rather have Kamala versus Trump. But if Biden had said, "Hey, I'm not going to run," there could have been a full primary season, and probably whoever was standing when the dust cleared could have beaten Trump. Kamala did not lose to Trump by that much, at least popular vote. I think had she had a full season, I can't say whether she would have won or not.
Look,
I
Stanley,
guarantee
I
you,
agree with you.
whoever was standing at the end of an actual proper primary could have probably beaten Trump. Solid Snake says we are actually identifying the issues and some want to change. Stanley is surprisingly not a factor in this correction. Okay, if you think what's happening currently, Solid Snake, is a good thing, then you know what? You need to just do the Nazi salute to your dear leader, Trump. And what you need to, in this comment here, John makes a similar comment that I'm delusional. Actually, I think you two are the ones that are delusional. Y'all fucking think that all blacks should save the hood. We should all, whether we're from the hood or not, we should be beaten feet all the way back to the hood. Look, there is no black community. There are black communities.
No, Stanley, I actually think they think quite the opposite. They actually do not like the hood.
Well, John literally lives in the hood.
Yeah, no, but John is kind of like a symbiote. He's, in my opinion, he's like he wants black, and I kind of agree with him in a sense. It's like he wants his own culture to rise up. He wants black people to be as great as he is.
You know what?
And
I
the
don't
black
think
people that cannot rise up,
that
then they
hood
should
shit.
be to him.
That hood shit is not black culture. They swear that real blacks are hood culture. They couldn't be farther from the truth.
But Stanley, that's what John also believes. You actually agree with him.
John is wrong.
No, but you just said that you agree with him.
No, I don't agree with him. I don't think hood culture is the authentic black culture.
That's what John thinks.
and he is wrong. He does. No. John is all the time telling me. John thinks. Look, there's an all black, like you heard about these white people in Arkansas and apparently in Missouri too, who want to start like a whites only community.
Yes, and I would
Well,
encourage that. Yes, I would encourage that. I would encourage
5 years ago, there's something called the Freedom Initiative, all black community that they're planning and actually have actually it currently exists. They bought 96 acres in Georgia, somewhere outside of Macon and like the next county
Yeah,
over
but
or something.
Stanley, there's a
Let
difference.
me finish my point. I'm saying that these people went out, bought 96 acres, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the first thing John said was, "Oh, well, I think they should have saved that money and gone back to their own neighborhoods and improved their own neighborhoods." Now, they literally have done something that John Galt says black people don't do, which is pool their money, cooperate, go out and buy a project, pretty much everything that John thinks black people should do. And as soon as I point out an example of what these people did, first thing John does is shit on it. They shouldn't have bought the land. They should have gone back to their own neighborhoods and improved their own neighborhoods. But what if their neighborhoods were shitty and they just wanted to move out and start over? John thinks that all blacks should live in the inner city, and if you don't live in the inner city, then you're delusional. You basically he thinks you're being all uppity and something you shouldn't even be trying to be if you want to live outside the hood.
Well, I haven't heard that before, but
See John. I've known John for over a year. I have interacted. We have been on panels. We have gone back and forth, sometimes loudly. I'm not making it up. I'm not even exaggerating. Let me comment on this. Ponder says Renato Manioni, during the Hunter interview, he went off on Clooney. Wow. Why is the Hunter Biden interview even important? I've yet to figure out why who cares what Hunter Biden does? He's not in power, never was. I didn't realize it was Obama's birthday. I would have done a special show. Look at this balkanization of the US. The US has always been balkanized. We literally had a fucking civil war. Like balkanization is a new phenomenon in the United States. Come on, Ryan, do better. A lot of people in this John Galt space would do themselves a favor if they ever picked up a history book. Because some of the comments, like the balkanization of America, we've literally had a civil war. And I'm not going to even talk about bloody Kansas. Oh man, you guys are a hoot.
Stanley, you're such a good person. On the private chat, do you have like an email?
Yeah, it's right here. Stanley at oh, you know what? Gee, let me put this.
Can you post it on the private chat, please?
Yeah. It's Stanley at JGHB for John Galt HB.info. Oops, there you go. All right. Netanyahu. Let's see. I see they removed their attorney general. Let's see. Brian Nichols. What do you have
I
to
saw
say?
it, Stanley. I saw it.
Eve was the first. Eve was first teacher. Oh, Wicked. Well, Wicked. Let me drop the link for you. I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Let's see. Where are we time wise? Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna go over 9 hours. Not like I have a shitload of things to do today, but I'm actually kind of peaking. Let's see, Mr. Stanley, you're not afraid of other races buying America and pushing Black Americans out of America? No, I'm not afraid of that, Chris. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. But have you ever heard of? Funny you should say that. Derek Bell has he has like a short story called Space Traders, and it's basically a story about these aliens who come down and they tell America, hey, we want all your black people. If you give us all your black people, we're going to give you like some technology that will seriously advance or improve life on Earth. And there's a whole like back and forth about whether America should basically give up its black people. I'm dead serious. It's a real story. And ultimately America decides, yep, take the blacks. So when Chris talked about, about people coming in and pushing blacks out of America, the idea has been written about. It's actually kind of a funny story. Whites were willing to live without blacks for a price. So, Chris, I'm gonna say that's unlikely, but not impossible. Let's see, Stanley Cross. Well, let's split up then. We can just pick which stats go to which group. No idea what you're getting at.
Wait, but this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but if you're black, it's like you're never going to be part of the group. Like you're.
Well, I bet
just
you
it's so scuffed. Like what I would implore all black Republicans to see is just like, as much as you're trying to placate to like white American culture, let's say, okay, look, let's say if they accept you for a moment in time,
okay,
if it does eventually come to be what it wants to be, and if the majority is just, if the majority controls everything, these people are
let
going
me
to,
let
these
me
people are
propose an alternate scenario.
dogs.
What if blacks just didn't get?
Black people. That's what I'm saying. Like Republic.
Oh,
Like,
hold on.
blacks,
What
they
if?
don't like
What
you.
if?
You're a
What if?
scapegoat.
What if blacks just stopped giving a fuck what white people think?
But it doesn't matter because blacks do not have enough power in America
You
to
would
make
be
a difference.
you would be surprised at the power black people have.
Yes,
The
yeah. But
bottom.
you're talking. Okay, wait. You're talking. Okay, Stanley. You're talking
Now,
about
I'm not
black.
talking political power.
No. But you are though, because you're talking
No,
about
not really.
blacks as a conglomerate, right? Are we talking about
Look,
blacks?
let me.
Are we talking
No,
about blacks
that
as a
that's the
whole in
problem.
America?
That's the problem. People like blacks are not a monolith. We're not a
They're not a
conglomeration.
monolith.
Well, listen to what I'm saying, though. I think blacks ought to be a lot more individualistic. Stop thinking as a group. Stop thinking, John
Wait.
Galt.
No.
Stop thinking blacks need to be a credit to their race.
But whites think that whites or Spanish or other or Chinese, they think as a monolith. What are you talking?
I don't even think that's right.
You don't think Spanish people think as a
No.
model?
Mexicans and Cubans and Venezuela, they don't fucking get along.
Okay,
You
but
didn't know that?
wait, Stanley, like black people have been oppressed for decades. Why do you
Right.
think it's a
For
problem?
centuries.
Why do you think it's a problem now? Like
I don't think it's a problem now.
Wait, Trump's like, in my estimation, this is just my estimation, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but in my estimation, Trump is actually like, most people hate him. What's his biggest promise is deporting Spanish people. This is what I'm saying.
No. You got to be way more specific. Illegal people who are here
No.
illegally.
But that's not what he's. That's not what
Okay,
he's.
what I
That's
need
not what
you
he's
to
targeting.
do
That's not what he's
is
targeting.
slow down. He
That's
didn't
not what
say
he's
he's going to deport Spanish people.
But I don't care what he
said
says.
he's
I don't care what he
Okay,
said.
well,
What is he
you
doing?
really should
What is he
care
doing?
what people say.
Why? What are their
Well, he
actions?
didn't
What
say
are their
Spanish
actions?
people. He said people who
But what is he
are
doing?
here
What
illegally.
is he
Well,
doing?
he's not doing exactly what he said.
That's what
but
I'm
he's
saying.
not. He's not deporting Hispanics who are citizens, and he's not
He is.
deporting.
He is.
No,
He
and
is.
Brian.
He is.
Okay, no, he's not. He's not deporting
Wait,
American
Stanley. Let
citizens
me tell you something
unless
right now.
you
Let
mean
me tell you something right now.
kids.
This is where there's a huge difference, right? It's like, and I don't want to be. It's
Okay,
gonna
just
sound
get to
really
the
racist,
point.
but there's a huge difference between Spanish people and black people.
Okay, and again, let's break this down into digestible bits. Trump did not say he's deporting Spanish people. He said he was deporting illegals and people.
But what does he do? But
Okay, dude, I don't know why you have to cut me off.
Okay. So you agree? So
He did not
you're a
say
Trump supporter
Spanish
then?
people. He
So you're a
said
Trump
people
supporter.
who were, no. I'm telling
So
you
then
what
why are
he
you saying what he
Okay,
said?
I don't understand why I can't finish a sentence all of a
Okay,
sudden.
go ahead.
He did not say he's deporting Spanish people. He was relatively specific. Now, has he overextended or he's doing more than what he said he was going to do? Yes, he is.
Okay, so
But
then that's
he's
the
not only
problem.
deporting Spanish people. There have been some, like an Iranian grandmother that he almost deported. There have been Africans he's deported. There have been
Okay,
like some
Stanley,
Russian grad student.
so fucking scuffed.
Okay, what you don't like is having your argument exploded. It's not just Spanish people that he's
Do
deporting.
you think? Okay, Stanley, do you think Trump?
Tell me, is it
do you
just
think-
Spanish people he's deporting?
I don't care if it's Spanish,
Okay, well then,
white,
if
or
you
black. I
don't
don't care.
care,
But do you
why
think?
are
Do
you
you think?
making a big difference?
Do you
A
think
big
Trump
deal?
is winning right now in this current climate?
Is he what?
Winning.
Yes. Now
Wait,
he's
wait,
not.
you think
Well,
Trump
hold
is
on.
winning right now?
He's not popular, but yeah, shit, he's firing people he wants to fire.
Yeah. Because
Congress is
the
pretty much
midterms,
Congress is
they're
pretty much defanged. He's telling
yeah,
Congress
I
what he wants
understand that.
done.
But what
The
I'm saying is,
judges,
like,
the Supreme Court, yeah, he's winning.
yeah, I'm talking about the people though. Do you think the
Oh,
majority
he's
of the
not
population?
popular, no.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but
Midterms
see, the
coming.
difference, popular and winning are two different things.
No, they're not.
Of course they are.
No, because if you're popular, eventually you're gonna win.
Okay, why do you think Trump is trying to get 5 extra congressmen out of Texas? Because him winning the House, Republicans winning the House is kind of shaky because of unpopular policies. So what he's trying to do is rig the game.
But it doesn't matter because the majority.
I think if you're winning, you're winning, whether you're popular or not.
Yeah, but the reason why he won in the first place is because of the majority vote. So the majority vote is the preface of winning.
Okay, but you got to think he didn't win a majority in 2016, but he did win the House. I'm sorry, the college, the Electoral College. So winning a majority isn't. Presidents aren't elected by direct vote. So he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton, but he still wound up being president because of the Electoral College. So yeah,
Yeah.
he can win. He can win and not be popular.
No, that's just because everybody was just being congenial and being fair,
It's
right?
literally Republicans a lot of times have not won popular votes, but they win.
Well, Stanley, did you not see the current news that that California is basically threatening for all the seats in California to be blue because that's what the Republicans are trying to do with Texas.
I saw that. Basically retaliatory.
Exactly. It's what I'm
And
saying.
New York and Illinois kind of made similar threats.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't look. Eventually, I think we're gonna win. Like within this next election, I do think that the blue states are gonna win. But
You're a lot more confident than I am. You mean 2026 or 2028? No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
2026
It
and
wasn't a strong mandate.
Listen, it's going to be a sweep. But what I do not like is that I want there to be like a middle ground, right? Like Trump. The reason why I hate Trump.
You know what? You are full of. Hold on one sec. I'm fussing at questions to ponder here. Questions to ponder. I don't give a shit about the superfluous information. Bottom line is he lost the popular vote in 2016, but he won the electorate. I don't give a fuck about counties. Dude, useless information is as good as no information, to be honest.
Yeah.
What is it with you in these, like, sorry.
But Stanley, why do you care? Like these people are
Because
plebs,
it's annoying.
Right?
It's just truly annoying. And she has
Wait, Stanley,
gotten on my last nerve today. You missed that part.
Yeah, I probably missed that part. But Stanley, I'm gonna say something to you. It's you're probably gonna like ban me for this, but the people that are commenting like that are probably your same age. Probably people who are like 60 or
Well,
70.
you know what? You're absolutely
People that should have died long ago, then have no place.
No. Most of my audience is, I think, 35 to 55. Because they break it down by by age. Most people, a lot of young people, most people under 35 don't listen to this particular show. And there aren't too many people that are over 55. So, actually most of my audience is about 5 years younger, 5 or more years younger, but not younger than 25.
But Stanley, okay,
35 to 55 is roughly my audience.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. And there's a reason why I talk to you with some type of respect, because Stanley, you agree with 90% of the things that I agree with. You're in my same type of vibe, and I don't understand how you're still on here. Like,
well, mostly.
Wait. Well, let me finish my point. Wait, Stanley, let me finish my point. That's why I have respect for you, because you're a little bit like my father is very like stubborn in the sense where he's like, oh yeah, I can change things, and he's just like a very old man that's stuck in the past.
Let me propose this. Part of, if I was talking to a bunch of people who agreed with me, it would be mighty boring. I actually like going into this viper's nest. I kind of thrive on mental conflict. I'm just one of those people. You know what? I kind of like arguing politics, and if people
Stanley,
agree
what I'm
with me.
saying is like the fact that you're like, I'm like, when I say this, I'm being very genuine. I'm truly surprised that you're still on here. You're the only person that I would have any type of conversation with, because you have congenial points. But the fact that you have the fortitude to still be on here for this long and still like fight the trolls and all that,
Oh well, that's it makes my day fighting trolls. I'm a troll slayer.
Stanley, I did pop your email.
Maybe I'm a Don Quixote.
No, I did pop your email. You're such well, you're an old timer, but I do think you have so much to contribute to
Well, I appreciate that.
With that being said, I have your email and
Yeah, drop me an email if you ever have a show idea or something like that. Hey, feel free. I'm open to good show topics. So it looks like it's just me and you, Ponder. Young men are trending conservative. You know what though? I don't think they're trending MAGA. MAGA is not a conservative movement. It has like overlap, but populist movements are not necessarily the same thing as like a George Will sort of conservative. So but gridlock pushes policy. All right. Well, you know what? Let's see if
George Will type of conservative. That's a conservative. His book.
That's a conservative I can get on board with. I may not agree with him, but at least I know he's well thought out.
That's a good book. He has a book that I read in school. Statecraft is Soulcraft. I read it in one of my poli-sci classes. George Will. Statecraft is Soulcraft. That's a good book. It's a really good book. It's not even that big.
Right.
Yeah, he was more politics, but he's kind of moving in that political. I guess I don't want to say political.
George Will, he's like 80 something, I think.
He's still around. He's still around.
He's still around. Well, yeah, I just saw him the other day on something or another.
He's published. He writes. He's one of the few that actually writes something.
I think he still writes a column, doesn't he?
Oh, maybe he probably went on Substack. They like to do that over there.
No, I think he used to write a syndicated column. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah.
I just recently saw him. Maybe it was a YouTube thing. He and Jamel Bowie were on a panel. Some historical thing.
George Will, looking like George Will. Where is he at? What's he doing? He writes for the Washington Post. WAPO writes a twice-weekly column on politics and domestic and foreign affairs. He began his column with the Post back in '74, so he's been there for a while. Since we all know what happened in '74, Washington Post. Some of us remember.
Well, you remember?
Well, I just know the history of it. My dad told me about what happened with the Washington Post in '74.
Well, yeah, Watergate.
Yes, Watergate, Woodward and Bernstein.
Let's see here. So, Southern Appalachian. I wonder where in Southern Appalachia.
Speaking about '74 Washington Post, I not only read All the President's Men, I watched Alan Pakula's the movie as well. I love the movie. I love the book. Amazing. Amazing. One of the reasons I became interested in politics was reading that book, All the President's Men. H.R. Haldeman, everybody.
Right.
Saturday Night Massacre, incredible. Oh, we should do a take back, like a little history rewind and go through Watergate. That would be so interesting.
I know that will pull in numbers.
You have to make it interesting, Stanley. Like this was big part. Like this was very, very interesting part. Plus, this is more in line with your time. Well, kind of, not even.
No, and I was like 9 years. I was 9 years old. I remember Watergate, but not that well.
You weren't even involved. That's the '70s. It's 50 years ago. Oh my God. Wow. Everyone is old. Damn. Hell, I'm old. Oh my God.
Well, somewhere between you and Lasagna Killer. Let's watch this. Have you ever had rabbit?
No, it's too gamey. That's rodent.
The grocery store rabbits aren't.
No, rabbits are cute. I would never eat a rabbit. That's like
they're not cute when they're frozen.
No, that's like That's like me eating myself. I'm a bunny rabbit. I would never eat rabbit. No. That's
Okay.
like, no, that's cannibalism on my part.
You know what? Let's see here.
I thought we were talking politics. What Appalachia? What are you, Stanley? What party?
I watch all kinds of things. This is like people in they're cooking. They like outdoor. They do like outdoor camp cooking.
Wouldn't
In
that be
today's
a libertarian though? What Ryan has here? Stanley Cross, what party is fiscally conservative but socially liberal? Would that not be like the current American libertarian?
No.
be-
I would literally say like a Rockefeller type Republican.
A Rockefeller type Republican, fiscally conservative.
Yeah,
but
literally the term was Rockefeller Republicans.
Actually, wouldn't that be Bill Clinton? Hold up here, fiscally conservative.
Well, it could probably you could probably put him in that. You could probably put him in that category. He pulled the Democratic Party to the right. As a matter of fact, I didn't watch it, but funny you
And
should
balance
mention
the
that.
budget under Gingrich. He was kind of forced to.
No, he ran pretty much as a conservative Democrat, like a Sam. I don't know. You're probably too young to remember Sam Nunn. He was there. There were blue dog Democrats. They were conservative Democrats, like Sam Nunn from Georgia. Blue dog Democrats were a thing. They were conservative Democrats who were fiscally conservative and more or less socially
that's giving
liberal,
Bill.
but not that socially liberal.
Yeah, like this sounds very 90s. I mean, and you would, I mean, this is your time to shine. This was the 90s. This was your big time. To an extent, you as well, Ryan. I mean, you were still a pretty young fellow back in the 90s, Ryan, but this is still like you remember the 90s like that. This just seems very Bill Clinton, fiscally conservative, but socially liberal. And Bill Clinton balanced the budget. But then I keep thinking, and you're saying that I'm respectfully incorrect, but I just keep thinking that it was Newt as speaker during that time that helped kind of pull
He was
to the right, that pushed Bill Clinton.
Contract with America.
And it was also the first time the Democrats lost the House.
I don't think it was the first time.
Like it was like the first time in 80 years, apart from like one 2-year term. But the Democrats always had the House. So yeah, Newt really did that. Yeah, I would think so that Bill Clinton was kind of just forced.
Look how that turned out.
What do you mean?
Contract with America, Tea Party, that was all just
Okay, but contract with America to Tea Party, that seems like a bit of a leap though, Stanley. The Tea Party was.
What do you mean? My point is they went away. They did not have staying power. They didn't sustain. Kind of like Wall Street. What is it? Damn it. Occupy Wall Street. It was kind of like a flash in the pan.
I think I just had to disagree with you. Contract with America seems to have made an impression because clearly there was an impression.
Well, everything makes an impression.
But look at what Bill Clinton's administration. Okay, how did the Tea Party? What was that? Obama? How did that affect Obama? The Tea Party. What did they do?
They pretty much.
How did they? I mean, because Obama still did whatever he wanted to do.
No,
Obama did everything he wanted to do.
That is not true.
Stanley, first off, the fact that we
you don't, ma'am. I'm telling you right now, literally, what's his name? Turtle dude. Mitch McConnell literally said their job was to make sure Obama is a one-term president. Believe me. Now Obama squandered some opportunities, because when he first got into office, he had both houses of Congress were Democrat. However, there was so much opposition, that the Republicans put up, like Obamacare was really that he got Obamacare. He also did the bailouts. Those were, in my opinion, in his first term, the two major things that he did get accomplished. So but he didn't get everything he wanted.
He got the biggest things done.
Well, that might be true.
Obamacare. So Obama used all of his capital to get Obamacare pushed through. Fine.
Right.
I mean, that's a big, just quoting Biden, it's a big effing deal. Quoting Biden. Second, the bailouts was going to happen. And let's not act like
no, I wouldn't say it was a foregone conclusion. There were a lot of people who just a lot of people thought too big to fail was kind of like the buzz phrase. There are a lot of people who thought that, hey, let them fail.
That was never going to happen. That was never going to happen.
It's kind of a counter. It was
something
you can't particularly prove. I do know it wasn't a shoe-in. I'll put it that
but look what happened. We have Dodd-Frank. I see what you're saying, but then he got Dodd-Frank through. So now we have serious regulation on these banks. The banks
hasn't Dodd-Frank is Dodd-Frank still around?
Are you serious, Stanley? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
I'm gonna be quiet. If you're gonna ask that question, then we have some serious problems. And no, Dodd-Frank
I know the Republicans have been like staunchly against
it. What? Okay, I'm going on. You are not Stanley, you need to do some reading. You're gonna say something like
no, ma'am. I suggest you my
entire flipping career, the beginning is Dodd-Frank. Every single aspect of like the first.
I know you were youthfully confident.
Chris
You are youthfully confident. Okay, you know what?
Has brought regulation.
All I have to say is I'm not
familiar with Dodd-Frank, so probably best not.
No, I'm not. Oh no, I'd gladly talk about it.
No, you don't know anything about
it. I know what I need to know, and I know. I'm surprised that Dodd-Frank hasn't been overturned. It's been under assault.
Dodd-Frank. Okay,
do you often speak and run on sentences?
Stanley, you're speaking.
You literally don't take a breath between sentences.
You're not familiar with Dodd-Frank. This is out of
no. I'm not familiar with Dodd-Frank now.
There you go. There you go. That's all that needs to be known.
But my question was, is it still around? I think that was a valid question. I thought it had been overturned.
Not a valid question. To ask such a question is kind of sad and disturbing because this is some of the.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry if you're disturbed.
That has ever.
Anyway, to your point, Bill, this lady thinks that Bill Clinton
has gone nowhere.
Bill Clinton was Ronald Reagan 2.0, a hill she'll die on. Speaking of Bill Clinton.
Anti-working class and, as it happens, anti-Black, that this was literally part of his campaign strategy. Look at him. Look how fucking cool he is. He's not like those other moms. He's a cool mom. Attending Black churches was theater. This whole saxophone thing was theater. And frankly, I'm of the opinion that the whole Monica Lewinsky thing and the impeachment thing was theater too, to distract you from what he was doing. Maybe that's a reach. I don't think it is. You know how much I hate Ronald Reagan, and I blame him for the downfall of our society. But Bill Clinton was Ronald Reagan 2.0. He expanded on the shit that Ronald Reagan did that resulted in us no longer having a Democratic Party at all, or I should say no longer having a left party at all. And because of Bill Clinton and his bullshit centrist ideals, we now have two right wings. The Democrats are right and the Republicans are fascist right. And like I said in my preview video, it's always going to be fuck the Clintons, plural. Nobody ever talks about this, but Bill Clinton was a founding member of something called the DLC, the Democratic Leadership Council, pro-business, pro-Wall Street, and anti-labor. I don't know how any of those things could even be a faction of the Democratic Party. I don't know how they didn't see that it was just the right wing infiltrating the Democratic Party. But here we are. The Democratic Party has historically been pro-labor, pro-civil rights, and anti-war. And the DLC and Bill Clinton were opposite. These were like the only things that differentiated the Democrats from the Republicans. And here they are pretending to be Democrats on an entirely Republican value system masquerading as Democrats. He didn't move center, he moved right. And then every Democrat ever since has just followed suit. Remember how I said he was all about personal responsibility? He was behind a fucking act called the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act. This whole thing reinforced Reagan era shit of how poverty is a personal failure and it's not our responsibility. He further cut welfare, and he, by the way, made one of the requirements of welfare working, which made it possible that employers could pay you poverty wages, like Walmart, for example, the largest example, and then the government would subsidize those in poverty because of corporate greed. Instead of saying that corporations had to pay living wages, they said, go ahead, work for poverty wages, slave wages, and then maybe we'll throw you a couple bucks for food. On top of work requirements for welfare, he also capped funding and instituted time limits for how long you can be on welfare. States were able to use this to kick people off of the welfare rolls completely. And we went from 68% of poor families being subsidized, being helped with welfare, down to 27% by 2012. But did your taxes go down? No, the fuck they didn't. They just rerouted everything to defense contractors. But I'll get to that in a second. So right before this personal responsibility bullshit act came the crime bill, the one that Joe Biden co-wrote. You've probably heard of the 3 strikes rule, where they were sending people to prison for life for drug offenses, for nonviolent crimes. And there were harsher penalties for crack possession versus cocaine possession. And who do you think was more likely to have crack? And they knew it, and it was by design. The bill earmarked $10 billion for new prison construction because they knew they were about to fill up the labor camps, and they need to add more labor camps. They funded 100,000 more cops. And there was also the mandatory minimums. There was no longer the idea that each person is an individual and every circumstance is different. Man, nothing we can do, nothing the judge can do. For drugs, there are people still sitting in prison today for having been arrested in the 90s 3 times for drug possession. I'm not talking about dealing, I'm talking about possession. Who do you think this disproportionately affected? The guy who let people call him the first Black president brought back slavery in the form of the prison industrial complex. And the way that they encouraged the states to start locking up more people was to tie in how many people they lock up to how much federal fucking funding they could get. This crime bill passed in 1994, and by 2000, 1 in 3 Black men in their 20s were incarcerated. And that's not because they were committing more crimes, believe me. And as if by architectural design, one thing leading to the other, in 1999, Clinton repealed Glass-Steagall. And this was an example of his deregulation that fucked us. And the law that it repealed, that it deregulated, was the law that said that regular consumer savings banks and investment banks were to remain separate. This allowed for them to merge and created the too big to fail banks. Now, your regular bank that you put your money into for savings was allowed to be gambling with your money, when before this, they could not. This made regular banks high-risk investment banks, basically. And if they went down and everyone's money is in there, the government's got to bail them out, or else we're all done for, which led into and allowed the 2008 crash. Banks were giving subprime loans to people who qualified for prime loans. And guess who those were disproportionately targeting? Black and brown people. And the 2008 crash resulted in Black families losing 50% of their wealth, almost by design. Who do you think that helped? Who do you think deregulating this helped? Wall Street, and Wall Street only. And who did it hurt? Which brings me to the military-industrial complex and forever wars. brought to you by Bill Clinton. He convinced you that poverty was a personal problem and everyone was cheering for that. Yeah, fuck the poor. But like I said, you were still paying just as much in taxes, if not more, and it was all going to defense contractors. Clinton's Pentagon actively pushed for defense contractors to merge. Hey guys, we don't need so many people making weapons and planes and things like that. So why don't you guys just get together? Why the fuck would he do that? Why the fuck would he do that? Now all we have is 5 big military defense contractors, and they get to lobby both sides. And now we're in forever wars because they continue to fund the Pentagon more than anything else in this country. All of that money that was going to social good is now going to the Pentagon, to defense contractors. And as long as they're in the business of making weapons, they need us to be at war. Your taxes didn't go down. They're just benefiting somebody else. And because it was packaged in a guy who played the saxophone, everyone had to shrug their shoulders and go with it. No one could say that what he was doing was anti-Black, anti-working class. Look, he came from a poor family. He had a single mom. He goes to Black churches. It was all fucking performance. He somehow stayed a sweetheart. I don't know how, but he's like on record now saying, yeah, maybe the crime bill went too far. Like, oh shucks, I didn't realize it was going to go so far. These guys keep playing with people's lives and they get to pretend to have been dumb. I didn't know what the fallout was going to be of allocating 10 billion extra dollars to build more prisons. I didn't know what was going to happen when I instituted mandatory minimums and life sentences for drug possession. I had no idea, guys. I was just trying to clean up the streets. Never mind the fact that he could have allocated that money to social programs that could have helped those people off the streets if that's what he was really concerned about. All bullshit. And so this might be the bridge too far here, but I feel like the Lewinsky thing was also just a distraction, because if the saxophone didn't distract you and the going to Black churches didn't distract you and him constantly trying to act like the cool guy didn't distract you, they distracted you with the smoke and mirrors of the ultimate political theater of an impeachment. Bill Clinton pretended to be a Democrat while actually being a Republican, the DLC. And he just picked up where Reagan left off. And then every Democrat that has run ever since has been right of him. So now we have a bird with 2 right wings flying into a fucking wall. Thanks, Bill.
I love this woman. All right. Well, we'll watch this, and I think I'm going to wrap it up after this is over. I'm getting punchy. Why are they even playing this music?
As long as it doesn't rain on us, we'll get some good footage of fire and good food, hopefully.
The next time I watch one of these, I'm gonna have to run it through a little algorithm thing. Food prep. I don't know. On second thought, I really don't get why people even cook out in the woods. Is that
Okay, Sam, I gotta go. I'm done with cooking. Goodbye.
Take it easy. This isn't quite as exciting as I thought it would be.
I feel a little weird eating a rabbit. I used to have a rabbit when I was a kid.
Oh my
I used to take
God.
it for a walk on a leash. But yeah, just like chicken. A little more dry even than chicken.
Yeah,
That
it's
was a little
pretty
honey.
lean.
The Cherokee would not have done this.
I don't know. Maybe they found some honeybee nests.
Honeybees are not native to North America. Yeah, they might have found some honeybees later on.
Yep, that's pretty good too.
Yeah, okay, I can live without all that. All right, so we are going to take one last look here, see if there's anything interesting. Man, she's good looking. Let's see here. Is there anything? I just don't see. Texas Democrats flee state to prevent redistricting. By the way, Governor Abbott is threatening to dethrone them. Basically, he's saying he's going to toss them out of office if they don't come back. Damn, who is she?
Stop the cap. So I heard bandage dresses are back in, and I thrifted this vintage Hervé Léger bandage dress last week for $10. So yeah, can't wait to wear this. I'm just so happy that the 2010s like outfits are back in. Well, I was always dressing like that, but this is just so flattering, so nice. I heard the House of CB one is like thinner quality, so I'm so happy that I got like the original. It's so flattering. This is so cute. I feel like an icon. I was literally rummaging through old ugly dresses and then saw this and I was like in shock because it's like such good quality. It's so perfect. And this was $10 and in my size. Like what?
Since nobody's going to bring awareness to this, I will bring awareness to this because this woman here needs more promotion. This woman here needs to be copied, cloned, studied, replicated. This woman here needs to be amplified. And I'm going to put her right up there with Momo. Amplified in the Black community. Now, obviously, there's going to be women who are going to complain because they don't like when we establish a standard, but I do not care. We need to see more of this. We need to promote more of this. So you see the IG handle in the profile, go over there and give her some love and some likes and some follows and all that other good stuff. She's Canadian and I believe she's 22 years old. Okay. And that's another thing, because we got to get off of the, let's talk about Angela Bassett. Let's talk about, I don't know, some black woman who's damn near 50 to 60 years old, because we don't have any new fresh faces in the black community. And then we have all these arguments about, how come black women's beauty is under attack? And, how come they're not getting the attention? Because you don't put the young ones up there and don't put the new ones and the fresh faces that need to be promoted out there and support and back them and throw contracts at them and, money and modeling and makeup and all that other stuff. This has to change. I know there's a couple of black men
Sergeant
out there.
Willie
where
Pete.
you are, some of you celebrity black men, or some of you black men that are in prominent positions. Okay, this right here. Okay, this right here. You want to help change the image and all that? This right here. I don't care that she's not FBA. Don't care. I don't care. This right here. This right. I'm tapping the screen right now. This right here.
But you're tapping the screen, but you're not tapping that.
Anyway, that's all I got to say. That's my video. That's WPI. Don't forget to comment, share, like, and subscribe.
So this is Sergeant Willie Pete. That's his name, and I am subscribed. So I will look at anything that he drops that I think is interesting enough to show. So in any case, I am at 9 hours, over 9 hours, 9:07, and I'm going to wrap it up here. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure that you subscribe to my channel. I need help. So y'all, if you're not subscribed already, I'm going to drop it right here. Subscribe to my channel and hit the like button too. So make a special trip over there. Subscribe to my channel. Help me get monetized. At this rate, it's 10 years. I think maybe we can do it in 9 with your help. Make sure you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. That is John's clip channel where, street interviews and shows and stuff like that get clipped and premiered, I guess. So that's it. I will be back at 5:45 in the morning. And you all have a good rest of your day. Who knows? I might get bored and do a pop-up, but not likely. So somebody also made a suggestion that I need to start streaming when I go on other people's panels. I guess I could post it. Maybe that's what I ought to start doing. If I do, it's going to be a while before I go on anybody's panel, though. Last week was exhausting. So everybody, I will see you all in the morning. Yeah, John. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a good suggestion. And to be honest, if you hadn't mentioned it, I probably never would have thought of it. So thanks for that bit of advice. I will follow it. So y'all take it easy.